Hey everyone. Welcome back for part 6 of the Toad Sage's Apprentice. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 65, The Origins of Pain. Naruto arrived at a huge tree and stopped to make sure he was in the right place. It's here, he must be inside this tree, Naruto thought as we placed a hand on the tree and felt it buckle slightly. It's made of paper, this must be the work of Konoha. Jiraiya sensei told me she uses origami jutsu. Naruto pulled his hand through the tree and ripped apart an opening. Stepping inside, Naruto came to a halt. Sitting in a large machine with chakra rods sticking out of his back and looking like he had wasted away was a man with red hair and Rinnegan eyes. Nagato? Naruto asked. His anger at the man momentarily ebbed away at seeing one of the most powerful people ever to live looking like he was on his deathbed. So you have arrived, Nagato said, slowly raising his head to look at Naruto properly. Konoha, who was standing to the side of Nagato, moved in between the two. Uzumaki, you will not get anywhere near him, she said, shielding Nagato from any possible attack from Naruto. Konoha, enough, move out of the way, there is no need for you to get involved, Nagato said calmly. Interesting, he obviously still cares about some things, Naruto thought as Konoha moved off to the side. Naruto slowly walked into the tree that Konoha had created. Nagato saw Naruto's guard was down just slightly and sent a chakra rod soaring from his machine and impaling Naruto. The blonde didn't move, however, as he saw the sharp metal approaching him. He knew he could avoid it but still allowed the rod to hit him in a non-vital area. Naruto could feel Nagato's chakra inside of him trying to influence him, but he knew how to cancel the effect out. Naruto channeled a small amount of Kyuubi's chakra into his system. Nagato obviously felt the surge of demonic chakra as he was forced to remove his chakra rod. He let himself be hit. Why? The red-haired Uzumaki thought as he narrowed his eyes at Naruto. I came here because I wanted to meet you. When I was training with Jiraiya sensei, he always spoke so fondly of you. Then I found out you were the leader of the Akatsuki and almost killed Jiraiya sensei. I wanted to know how someone who was trained by my own teacher could have turned out like you. You say that you're doing this all for peace. Your peace is nothing but an illusion, Naruto said. His eyes that were glaring at Nagato were a mixture between the slit-like pupils of the Kyuubi and the bar-like sage mode eyes. You want to know about my pain? Why? That would not accomplish anything. And what do you know of peace? Can you honestly tell me you know of another way to bring everlasting peace? Nagato said. Off the top of my head, no. But our sensei believes that there will be a time where people would truly be able to understand one another and that would bring peace to the world. I may not have all the answers yet, but as Jiraiya sensei's pupil I believe in him and his dream of a real peace, Naruto said. Childish dreams of our foolish sensei, do you really think that would work? Nagato asked. I don't know, but I refuse to give up. Answers to life's important questions are not supposed to come easy. Just because your way seems the easiest does not make it the right one. I came here to confront you, but also I wanted to see what I would do standing in front of you, Naruto said. And what have you found? Nagato queried. I hate you, you have caused so much pain, I want to kill you so badly it almost hurts. But I also pity you. There has obviously been things that you have seen that turned you the way you are today, Naruto said, still glaring at Nagato. I see, Nagato replied. Yes, I want to kill you. But I will not do it, you said yourself, there is a circle of hatred in this world. I plan on ending it. And I am going to start with you. You have been consumed by your pain and sorrow until this is what you have become. I understand that, Naruto said, his face calming slightly before continuing. You claim to understand my pain, that is not possible. Nobody can understand the pain that I have felt, Nagato said disbelievingly. His eyes had widened at Naruto's proclamation that he would not kill Nagato, no matter how much he wanted to. That's not true, there are at least 3 people who have felt the exact same pain, sorrow and helplessness that you have felt. But before I tell you more, I would like to hear your story. I want to know how you turned out this way, Naruto said. You want to hear about my pain? Very well. I will tell you, Nagato said. His observations of the boy told him that he was not lying and he truly believed he knew his pain. He was also sure the boy had some information that the blonde had not shared yet. Thank you, Naruto said, his eyes returning to their azure blue as his sage mode faded and he had long ago stopped channeling Kyuubi's chakra. Nagato, this is a waste of time, let's just finish him now, Konoha said. No, it can wait, Konoha, I want to hear what he has to say. Besides, it will not be easy to take him down. I cannot move freely as you know, and he can move wherever he wishes in under a second, with the Hirashin. He was able to defeat all 6 of my bodies and make it here all by himself, Nagato said calmly. Very well, if you think that this is important, then I guess I can wait, Konan said. There are 2 incidences that fuel my pain, Nagato said, beginning his story, but before he could continue Naruto cut him off. The first awakened your Rinnegan and the second led to the creation of the 6 paths, Naruto said knowingly. Both Konan and Nagato's eyes went as wide as saucers at Naruto's knowledge. Yes, but it is amazing that you could know that, Nagato said in disbelief. I will tell you how I know once you finish with your story, Naruto informed the pair. Very well, I will begin with my first great pain, the loss of my parents. It happened when Ame got dragged into the war between the great shinobi nations. My family lived in a small village well outside of Ame, but one day a group of Konoha shinobi broke into the house looking for something to eat. My parents and I were hiding. As far as I know, the ninja from Konoha did not know we were there. After a while my parents suggested we make a run for it. On the way out I accidentally bumped a small table and knocked over a bowl which shattered on the floor, alerting the ninja to our presence. Father tried to buy my mother and myself some time to escape and charged. This however just made the ninja think it was the enemy attacking. They killed both of my parents before my eyes. I vaguely remember the Konoha shinobi repenting what they had done once they realized my family were nothing but civilians. Then one of them came over and began to apologize, but it was too late, my sorrow was consuming me. The last thing I remember was a huge burst of a need to do something to no longer be helpless, Nagato said. And when you awoke, the men who had killed your parents were dead and you had awoken the Rinnegan, Naruto said sadly. His hatred towards Nagato was slowly fading. He had experienced a similar feeling and pain when he thought there was nothing that could be done to save Jiraiya, and he would not wish that feeling onto anyone. Yes. Both my mother and father were killed in that war that your village, Konoha, started. I never let go of the pain I felt then. I carry it with me even now. That pain manifested into hatred, and gave rise to my power, Nagato said. It was not your hatred that gave you power. It was the sorrow and loss of someone you loved so dearly you would do anything to get them back. A power that the Rinnegan has, I believe. It was your love for your family and the need to protect and save them when you were completely helpless that gave you your power, Naruto said, exhibiting more of his knowledge of the Rinnegan. Yet again you demonstrate more knowledge than anyone else ever has on my abilities, but this is the first time anyone has suggested it was a need to protect that activated my Rinnegan, Nagato said, subtly contemplating Naruto's words. I promise I will tell you everything I know, but first please continue your story, Naruto said. Very well. After I buried my parents I was forced to leave home. There was no food there anymore. I continued to travel, begging for food, until I had completely given up. That was when Konan found me and took me to where she lived, and I met the boy named Yahiko. They were also orphans of war, but they were strong and fought for their survival. And I became their friend. They taught me to survive by taking what we needed. As children with no families and no organizations to help us, we had no choice. However, even faced with the darkness of reality, Yahiko never gave up, Nagato said with a small smile, remembering his old friend. Sounds like he was quite a good friend, Naruto said. He was. Anyway, continuing on. Towards the end of the war we were walking onto a new town when an explosive tagged kunai landed in front of us. We were lucky and uninjured, but there were more explosions going off. When we made it to the top of a cliff we overlooked a battle. The fight was between the old ruler or Ame, Hanzo the salamander, and 3 ninja from Konoha. It was Jiraiya sensei and his 2 comrades. The 3 would later be known as the Sannin of Konoha. We fled the fight for safety and went and hid in a cave. That was when Yahiko told me about his dream. To stop the fighting he would become the ruler of the world if he needed to. And that was when Yahiko's dream became my dream also. Later that night Yahiko told us that if we really wanted to change Ame for the better we would need to become powerful, and that we would have to learn ninjutsu, Pain said. So you hunted down Jiraiya sensei, Naruto guessed. Indeed. We figured if they were able to take on Hanzo and live then they must have been amazing ninja. I was rather hesitant to go after them. After all they were Konoha shinobi and it had been Konoha who had killed my parents. But I agreed after seeing how strong Yahiko's conviction was. We packed bags of food that would last and set out in search of the 3 Konoha ninja who had survived a battle with Hanzo. But pursuing the Sannin was quite a challenge. In order to follow ninja we would have to go through the war zone, as mere children. Ninja would never leave their tracks behind. Still Yahiko never gave up. One day we arrived in the center of a battlefield. It was a mistake and we were almost killed, but luckily our gamble paid off. We found Konoha's Sannin. We had finally found Jiraiya sensei. Naruto uncontrollably clenched his fist at this part in Nagato's story. He may have been trying to understand why Nagato turned out the way he did, but was still having a hard time trying to forgive him for trying to kill Jiraiya and turning Konoha into mostly a large pile of rubble. Despite our good fortune of finding the Sannin, I still could not fully accept Konoha ninja. I'm sure you would understand why, Nagato said. Naruto simply gave a small sad nod. We followed the Sannin as they were leaving a village and confronted them. Konan offered them one of her origami flowers. Things did not look good for us when Orochimaru decided that it would be better for us if we were dead. But Jiraiya-sensei stopped him and offered to train us. I hated Konoha ninja, but Jiraiya-sensei seemed different than the ones that killed my parents. The four of us started living together. But soon after a certain incident occurred, Nagato said. Incident? Naruto queried. A lingering Iwa ninja attacked us and nearly killed Yahiko. That was when I struck out and killed that ninja instead. I did it without realizing it. It seemed I had a special power. That was when Jiraiya-sensei first saw my eyes. And informed me that it was the dojutsu known as the Rinnegan, the eyes of the Rikadu Sennin. After that, Jiraiya-sensei, who had been a little hesitant at training us, began to teach us ninjutsu. He said he was teaching us so we could protect ourselves. But I think in my case it was so I could control the power of my Rinnegan. However, I was afraid of the power. Hate had caused me to go berserk. I was consumed with guilt for killing that man. But Sensei pulled me from the depths of despair. He told me I did what I did to protect a friend. And that nobody could blame me for that. That was when I truly accepted Sensei. He told me that when you are hurt you learn to hate. And when you hurt someone else you are resented. However, if you can understand such pain, it enables you to be kind to others. Knowing pain helps us to grow and to mature. And to come to their own answer for dealing with pain. Jiraiya-sensei seemed to be asking himself the same question even before he left us. And he hadn't found an answer. Just like you haven't. Back then I was able to come up with an answer right away. I said I just want to protect Yahiko and Konan, no matter what pain I have to endure. Jiraiya-sensei went on to tell me about his dream of a world without war. 3 years passed and I became stronger. However, Jiraiya's words that day kept coming back to me. Sensei said that perhaps the answer rested within my Rinnegan, as they were the eyes of the sage, the first person to bring about peace. Nagato said. Yes, it's true, he believed you were the child of destiny that would bring about a great change to the world. But after seeing what you have become, he changed his mind, Naruto said. He said that he thought I was the reincarnation of the Rikadu Sennin and that I would be the one to bring peace. Sensei entrusted us with the quest for peace and then left us by ourselves, Nagato said. Yet rather than peace and stability you chose destruction. Your family would be ashamed, Naruto said. Nagato chose to ignore Naruto's statement and continue on with his story. With Yahiko as our leader, we created an organization and we quickly gained fame. People believed in our goal to build peace without the use of force. But the world was at war. Hanzo had heard about our organization and approached us. We couldn't be ignored anymore. He wanted to use us to negotiate peace with the three great nations who were currently at war. Konoha, Suna, and Iwa. We agreed to cooperate with his proposal. But that was the beginning of our problems. We were nothing but naive children, Nagato said. Problems? What happened? Naruto queried. Because of that, Yahiko died. It was all a trap laid by Hanzo. He suspected we would try and steal his power over Ame from him. The next day after the meeting, we went to the meeting place and Hanzo's troops and the Konoha Anbu were already there. Hanzo had schemed with a man named Danzo from Konoha to help get rid of us and to usurp the seat of Hokage for himself. Nagato said, a hint of sadness in his voice. Naruto released a small blast of killing intent at this. Danzo, that old bastard is always trying something. All he cares about is his own power, Naruto said before spitting on the floor in disgust. Nagato and Konan gave Naruto a curious look. They did not suspect Naruto to react like that. It appears that Danzo is no friend of yours either, Nagato said. You could say that. He runs his own branch of Anbu that work outside of the Hokage. He also has some pull with the village elders. A lot of the crimes that have been committed by Konoha have been because of that man. He only thinks of his own well-being and always has his men try and follow me. He thinks I don't know about it, but I can sense any life form and chakra signature, Naruto said. I see. Anyway, when we arrived they took Konan hostage and ordered me to kill Yahiko. Konan told me to forget about her and escape with Yahiko. But Yahiko wouldn't allow it. He asked me to kill him. I didn't know what to do, but I picked up the kunai I was told to kill Yahiko with. Before I could even think, Yahiko threw himself onto the kunai. That was when pain was born. Typically Hanzo did not let us leave like he said he would. We were attacked by both Hanzo's troops and Konoha Anbu. I don't know how or why, but an impulse came over me and I summoned a massive creature, the demonic outer path, The Geto Mezzo. Upon hearing the name, Naruto's eyes went wide. It was the forbidden jutsu that had no information in all of the books Naruto had time to read while he was training to fight pain. Is that how you ended up in that machine? Naruto asked. Indeed. It was a terrifyingly powerful jutsu. With one touch of the jutsu it created, it would remove the souls of anyone it came in contact with. But Hanzo managed to escape. Yahiko died and I took over as the leader of our organization. I thought I had grown up. But nothing had changed at all. Just like the time my parents had died. I realized the answer I had come up with to Jiraiya's question was nothing but crap. I owed Yahiko my life. He was my dream. He was an irreplaceable friend and brother who I would have gladly died for. Yahiko's death was my second pain, Nagato said. I see, so I guess I owe you some answers, but first I have a story for you. Jiraiya's question was not a new one. In fact, it is as old as the Rikadu Sennin. There were once two sons of a great man. He asked them both on his deathbed how they would achieve peace. The elder brother believed peace could be achieved through strength of might and military force. Much like yourself. The younger brother, however, disagreed and said true peace come not from conquest but understanding and kindness. Their father, after listening to how their sons answered the question, named his younger son as his heir before he died, as his path was the one he would have chosen. These two sons were named Uchiha and Senju. And their father was Ryuga Uzumaki, the Rikadu Sennin, Naruto said, shocking everyone listening, including Katsuyu, who had been forgotten hiding inside Naruto's cloak. Uzumaki? You called me that back in Ame. I have no family. How could you know something like that? Nagato asked in shock. It's simple really, the Rinnegan is our bloodline, only an Uzumaki can awaken the Rinnegan. As to how I know, well, the answers are here, Naruto said, taking out a scroll and unsealing the large book that became a diary. Flipping to the first mention of the Rinnegan and the Rikadu Sennin, he handed the book over to Konan, who began to read, her eyes widening with each line that she came to about the sage. This is unbelievable. Here, Nagato, look, she said, and she passed the book up to Nagato, who lifted a hand out from one of his large gauntlets that kept him in place to accept the book. Where did you find this? Nagato stammered in disbelief. Uzu, where your mother was from. There is an active bloodline family tree jutsu in Uzu that traces our family right back before the Rikadu Sennin to when that book was first written. You are in fact the fourth wielder of the Rinnegan, Naruto informed him. Nagato continued to read on, flipping to the next page while Naruto continued his lecture. These people understood your pain, but it was not hatred that made them strong, it was unimaginable sorrow and helplessness. The kind of sorrow you get from losing someone you love right in front of your eyes while there is nothing you can do to stop it or save them. In fact, I felt the start of the transformation myself, but my body has a fail-safe with a mind of its own. I suggest you read the parts on Meadow Uzumaki. She was the first one to feel the same pain twice, just like you did. After that she created her own 6 paths, but rather than be her paths of pain as you called them, she called them her paths of sorrow, Naruto said. To think there have been others like myself, Nagato said. Yes, there are. You had a family. The Uzumaki clan never wanted any violence, that is why they kept the Rinnegan a secret. They lived on a small island where they accepted almost anyone. They had peace. The Rinnegan is a mark of sadness inside our clan, and the people who wielded them were to be honored. You asked me how I would achieve peace earlier. The same question was asked to me by Jiraiya sensei, just like he asked it to you all those years ago. I still don't have a proper answer. Like Jiraiya sensei and Senju before him, I believe in a time where people will be able to truly understand each other, without the need to conquer the world or make the people live in fear. It is not a question with an easy answer. If it was, we would have peace already, or maybe it's because so many people have come up with your answer that we have so many wars. You may be right. Maybe true peace is impossible. I can understand where you are coming from. But Jiraiya sensei believes in me and in his quest for true peace. So his beliefs will be my own, Naruto said. I see, so you will believe in Jiraiya sensei's fool of a dream. And what do you expect us to wait until you make this world a peaceful place? Impossible. There is no such thing as true peace in this cursed world. It's impossible, Nagato said. Then, I guess I will have to break that curse. If there is such a thing as peace, I will seize it. I'll never give up, Naruto said loudly, hoping Nagato would recognize them. Those words, Nagato said once more. That's right, they came from this, Jiraiya's first book. Naruto pulled a small green book from inside his kunai pouch. Jiraiya sensei was seriously trying to save the world with this novel. At the end of the book he wrote about a student of his who provided him with the inspiration to be a writer and to try his own way of bringing about peace. You were his inspiration, Nagato, Naruto said. I spoke those words to sensei, but there was more. I needed the power to believe in it. I lost that power ago. He left me a copy of that book. The hero who would never give up no matter what his name was. It was Nagato tried to remember the hero's name, but it was slipping his mind. Suddenly realization sunk in and he remembered. It was him, his name. Naruto. You are the savior of this world, not me. You believe in peace and work towards it, all I have done is cut corners. Sensei once told me about a prophecy that one of his students would change the world. He believed in me and I failed him. But you're different. You will save this world, Nagato thought, his eyes widening. His name is Naruto. My parents named me after the ninja in Jiraiya sensei's book. My name is a precious keepsake from him I cannot give up, I refuse to. It would shame sensei's gift to me. I will be the one to establish peace and order, like the Ryuga Uzumaki before me, the blonde said. How? How do you know that you will not change no matter what pain you face or how great it is? Can you continue believing in yourself then? Nagato asked. I have experienced pain too. As a child I was alone, I had no friends, no family. I was even beaten sometimes by drunks, but mostly just ignored and hated. I was lonely and like you my pain was beginning to consume me, but I was saved. One man believed in me, and then I met Jiraiya sensei and traveled and trained with him. And slowly people began to give me some attention and acknowledge me for things other than being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Then when you almost killed sensei, my world collapsed around me and I felt the pain and sorrow you must have felt when your parents were killed. I hated you. I wanted to go back to Ame and turn the village into nothing more than a memory and revenge. But I couldn't do it. I was angry at you and revenge is never the option. Innocent people would be hurt and that is not our sensei's way, it's not my way. If I stop believing in myself because of some more pain, then I will no longer be Naruto. I can't write novels the way sensei does and all of his are mostly smut now, so the sequel will have to come via the life I live. No matter what pain I have to endure, I will continue on my path. Because that's who Naruto is. And that is who I am, Naruto said confidently. If the hero changes, the story will be different. You and I are so much alike, we are sibling disciples from the Uzumaki clan. As students of the same master we should be able to understand one another. You remind me of how I once was, but I lost my power to believe in peace. I wasn't able to believe in Jiraiya. Nor could I believe in myself. However, you walk towards a different future. I will believe in you, Naruto Pain said before forming a hand seal. Outer path, Samsara of heavenly rebirth. Nagato. Don't, Konan shouted once she figured out what he was planning. Enough, Konan, I am making a new decision. A decision I had once given up on, Nagato said, his voice filled with determination. What are you doing? The Samsara of heavenly life brings souls back to life. Who are you reviving? Naruto asked. If he performs that jutsu now with his chakra level so low he will die, is Nagato really prepared to sacrifice himself for this child? He managed to change Nagato this much, how is that possible? Konan asked herself. Konoha. In the center of the nearly completely destroyed village a large statue began to rise from the ground. What is that thing? Tsunade asked and she began to grow scared at the sight of the statue's Rinnegan eyes. The statue began to spew hundreds of green beams all over the village that made Konoha glow. Slowly the beams of light made their way to bodies of the diciest members of Konoha and slowly they started coming back to life. Myobakuzan. It is done, the elder toad sage said from where he sat with his crystal ball. It is? What happened? Jiraiya asked with Yugito struggling not to throttle the old toad for not giving her regular updates on Naruto's condition and how he was doing in the fight. It is as I prophesied, but there are two children of destiny, them meeting was fated and once they came together their goals became one. But it seems that this is the end for the elder apprentice. He is giving his life to believe in the blonde one. Oh, what's his name again? The elder sage said, once aging, showing his old age. So Naruto is safe? Yugito demanded questioningly. Ah yes, that is it, Naruto. Yes, the boy is safe. And thanks to his words he has brought the villagers back to life, the sage said, getting a sigh of relief from both Yugito and Jiraiya. So Naruto saved Nagato from himself. I am so proud of you, kid, Jiraiya thought as a smile began to cross his face. With Naruto. Naruto began to grow concerned when Nagato's blood-red hair began to change to white. Nagato, what are you doing? If you keep that up you're going to die, Naruto said. It's alright, think of it as a parting gift to you. You gave me the family I never knew and saved me from myself. This is the least that I can do for you. I am bringing everyone back to life that was killed today by me or by Konan, Nagato said. You can't, it will kill you, Naruto said urgently. That is alright, there is no place in the peaceful world you and Sensei dream of for me. I lost my right to live there. You will bring peace to this world, Naruto. I believe in you, Nagato said as his hair finished changing to pure white. You still wanted peace, Your way of acquiring it may have been misguided, but you genuinely believed in creating a peaceful world. You deserve peace more than anyone, Naruto said. It's too late for me, but I can die happy knowing Yahiko's and my own dreams are alive within you, Nagato said with a smile. Konoha. People all over the village were waking up. In the hospital, the body bags that had been filled were being torn open and people were flying out of the morgue. Impossible, what is happening? Sakura asked as more and more people she had checked herself had awoken from death. It is because of Naruto. Pain is returning everyone that was killed in the village back to life. He has chosen to believe in Naruto, Katsuyu said. That was the message Katsuyu was relaying all across the village. So Naruto won? Alright, he did it, Kiba yelled when he heard the news. Actually, they didn't fight, they just talked, but somehow Naruto was able to convince Pain of the error of his ways and to repent. Pain is returning the lives that he stole, Katsuyu informed the group. Yosh. Naruto's flames of youth just keep burning brighter and brighter, Lee said in his typical over-enthusiastic manner. You're right, Lee, we will have to begin to train even harder as we want to keep up with him, Guy said, causing Neji and Tenten to pale slightly at the thought of how bad it was going to be to train with Lee and Guy for the next couple of weeks at least. Tsunade was checking on all of the people who had begun to be brought back to life. There, completely healthy. I don't know what you did, kid, but you have saved the village, she thought as she looked around to see more and more people waking up. Kakashi and Asuma awoke at the same time and sat up. They immediately went to check on their wounds, but there were none. What the hell is going on here? I was certainly dead. I talked to my father, Kakashi said, completely in shock. I remember being stabbed, then nothing. I don't get it, what's going on? Asuma asked nobody in particular. Luckily for them, a Katsuyu clone stayed close by and informed them on the outcome of Naruto's battle with Pain. He did it, huh? Well, if anyone could, it would have been him, Kakashi said proudly. Come on, let's go back to the village, Asuma suggested. No, you go. I think I will go escort Naruto back home safely, in case he is tired, Kakashi replied. Outside the village, Zetsu sat watching the events before him. Oh, Madara is not going to like this, the black half said. We need to go inform him at once, the white half replied before they sunk back into the tree they were standing on. Chapter 66, The Hero of Konoha. Nagato's jutsu was nearing its end and Konan and Naruto could do nothing but watch. Tell me something, Naruto. Do you plan to revive our clan? Nagato asked as a small amount of blood began to trickle from his nose. That was indeed my plan. I even have the money put away, for a clan house to be built, Naruto said. I see, I'm glad to know our family will have a chance to be rebuilt to its former glory. The diary, you keep it secret of course? But do you plan to write about me? Nagato asked. Yes, of course I keep it secret. Can you imagine what some people would do with that kind of information? As for writing about you, I think I will. You may have been misguided in your way of doing things, but your goals were not. I think your story would be a good lesson for future generations to learn, Naruto said. All the hatred he had felt towards Nagato was leaving him. He was giving his life to repent for his sins. I think that would be a fine idea. I would not like future generations to make my mistakes. I am also glad that I can in some small way help the world even after I am gone, Nagato sighed. I can save you, the same way we saved Jiraiya. I could feed you my senjutsu, you don't have to die, Naruto said, an idea finally coming to him. I appreciate the offer, but no, I would rather this be my time. I need to go apologize to Yahiko for creating more war and changing his dream of a non-violent resistance into what the Akatsuki has become, Nagato said with a smile of acceptance. But Nagato, he can save you? Konan cried. He already has. He opened my eyes and saved me from myself. The dreams of Yahiko and myself rest within Naruto now, Nagato declared. Naruto didn't like the idea of just letting Nagato die so soon after he found the right path. But he would not go against his wishes. I'm sorry, Nagato, I hope you find the peace you are looking for in the next life. I promise you, I will be the one to establish peace and order, even for Ame. I don't cave if it takes me 100 years, it's a promise of a lifetime. And I never give up, and I never go back on my word. You may not know it, but you have taught me a lot. You taught me about pain, Naruto declared. I know you will. You will be the savior of this world, I know it. But war inflicts death, injury, and pain, on both sides. The death of someone dear is hard to accept. We try to convince ourselves there is no way they could die. You don't know war yet. You may try to find meaning in death, but there is only pain. And unbearable hatred, senseless deaths. Eternal hatred, and pain that does not heal. That is what war is. Naruto, I tell you this because this is what you will be facing in time. Thank you for reminding me of who I once was. Perhaps we are fated to meet and for my story to end like this, or perhaps this is the work of a true kami. Either way, I am glad to have met you, my quest for peace ends here, I pass my work on to you. Remember that I believe in you, Nagato said with a smile as he ended his jutsu and the life began to fade from his eyes. Konan didn't shed a tear as she removed the crippled body from his machine, but sadness was still etched all over her face. Naruto saw her slowly removing the chakra rods from Nagato's back. Would you like some help? Naruto asked. He was a little sad to see the man laying on the ground looking crippled and defeated when just over an hour ago Naruto had perceived him to be a near undefeatable foe. No, I would like to do this myself, but once we are done here would you take me to where you defeated the last path, Konan said sadly. Of course I will. Is that Yahiko? Naruto questioned. Yes, they are both precious to me and I wish to lay them to rest together, Konan said. I see, I think they would like that, Naruto said. He may not have known the three, but just from Nagato's story he could tell that they were closer to a family than almost anyone. I know they would. Please, when you write about Nagato, tell them he was a good man. He might have gotten some things wrong in his life, but he was still a good man, Konan almost begged of Naruto. I plan on it, but I still need to tell about what he has done. What are you going to do now? I would hate to think you would go back to the Akatsuki after this, Naruto questioned. No, I am done with the Akatsuki. I was there for Nagato and Yahiko's dream. With them gone there is nothing else there for me. Nagato entrusted their dreams onto you, so I will believe in you also. I think I will return to Ame. I will have Ame willing to help if ever you ask for it. Also, the secret of the Uzumaki clan is safe with me. I will not betray you or Nagato, she said as she finished removing the last of the chakra rods from Nagato's back and wrapped him up in her paper. The paper-wrapped Nagato lifted into the air and began to float next to Konan as Naruto led her back down the mountainside to where he left Deva path. They walked in silence until they arrived to where Yahiko's body lay, the evidence of the Rasengan still visible in the center of his chest. Sorry about that, but kinda had to make sure he stayed down, Naruto said with a sheepish smile and scratching the back of his head. It's alright, you did what you had to, no more no less, Konan said calmly. I would ask you to make sure you keep Nagato's body safe, but I already know that you will, Naruto said. Konan turned to Naruto after finishing wrapping up Yahiko's body and created a bouquet of flowers out of paper. Walking over to Naruto, she held them out for him to take. These are for you. I pray that you will be the blossom of hope that never wilts. Sensei, my love, I cannot bear to face him yet after what we did, she said. He was never one to hold grudges, he still wanted to save Orochimaru after all. But I will pass on your message. I hope we meet again, Naruto said with a smile as he accepted the paper flowers. So do I, Naruto. Goodbye for now, Konan said, and she disappeared along with the bodies of Nagato and Yahiko in a flutter of paper. It's over, but it is sad to see them go. Nagato was the only family I had as far as I know. I guess I could always go look for other Uzumaki on the family tree, but I don't think Ba-chan will just let me run off to Uzu again quite so soon, Naruto thought. Naruto, there are groups in the village that are asking where you are and are getting ready to send out search parties, Katsuyu said. Tell them, I'm on my way home, Naruto said before giving one last glance to where Konan had disappeared from, before slowly beginning his trek back to Konoha. Konoha. There was a huge gathering in the center of the village. Civilians, and all of the ninja who didn't stay behind to defend the village for whatever reason, were flooding the village from the underground tunnels. Katsuyu was telling the villagers about what had happened with Pain and how Naruto saved the village in various areas of the village. Naruto-chan did well, didn't he, Ma Fukusaku said with a smile. Yeah, he sure did, Pa, but that doesn't mean I'm going to believe he is the destined child. That old toad is a loony, Shima croaked. Destined child or not, Naruto-chan has the ability to make the impossible, possible. If he is the destined child, then I would say the world is in safe hands, Fukusaku said proudly. You're right there, Pa, but I think the boy would like to see his sensei and girlfriend when he arrives back in the village, don't you? Shima asked. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Kichi-chan, the reverse summoning scroll, we need to summon Yugito-chan, and Jiraiya-chan here, Fukusaku ordered of the large orange toad that they were sitting on. Sure thing, Oji-san, Gamakichi said, and he spat out a large scroll like the one Jiraiya carried on his back. Tsunade had been walking the village treating any minor injury that remained stopped when she saw the toads who were currently sitting alone, happy to just be part of the background as the village already had begun the reconstruction and celebration preparation for when Naruto would return. You three shouldn't be back here alone. I'm sure the whole village would want to meet the sages who taught Naruto Senjutsu and of course Naruto's personal summon, Tsunade said loudly enough for several small children who were currently riding on top of one of the various Katsuyu clones to hear. Upon seeing the large orange toad, the children abandoned their slug and rushed over to Gamakichi, who paled as the children began to climb on his back. Tsunade and the Toad elders couldn't help but laugh at the poor young Toad's predicament. That was a cruel move, Tsunade-chan Fukusaku laughed out as he unrolled the reverse summoning scroll. Maybe, but it saved one of Katsuyu's clones from being a taxi service, Tsunade replied with a smile. There was a large puff of smoke and two people appeared before them. So, Naruto did it, huh? I knew he would, Jiraiya said as the smoke began to clear. If you were so confident, why did you ask the Elder Sage to send you to the battle every 2 minutes? Yugito said from beside him. That was just for insurance, Jiraiya protested. Yeah. Whatever, Jiraiya-sama. Besides, you're not supposed to be fighting or even training for a couple of weeks yet, even with your Sage Mode recovery, Yugito replied. Oh, what? Tsunade-hime doesn't know won't hurt her, Jiraiya said. No, but I might hurt you, Tsunade said as the smoke finally cleared. Ah, Tsunade-hime, I was just saying how I would never begin training or fighting again until you said I could, Jiraiya said while sweating a little. He then turned to Yugito to ask a question that didn't really need answering. I need to run, don't I? Oh yeah, she replied. Jiraiya turned on the spot and took off with Tsunade yelling after him. Jiraiya, get back here. If you start training and get yourself hurt, I will kill you, she screamed. Poor Jiraiya, he's doomed if he stops running, but if he doesn't, he is just going to get a bigger beating later on Yugito's side. Fukusaku-sama, Shima-sama. Naruto is on his way back to the village now. Kakashi Hatake has gone to retrieve him. They will be arriving from the north shortly, Katsuyu informed the group. They started to make their way out of the village to the northern gate where they expected Naruto to arrive from, and they were not surprised to find the rest of the village making their way out to greet their returning hero. It was most unfortunate for Gamakichi, who seemed to be attracting more and more small children after every bounce. Where do they keep coming from? I haven't stopped long enough for anyone else to get on, but there they are. What did I do to deserve this? Gamakichi cried internally. With Naruto. Naruto was casually walking through the forest back towards Konoha. He had long ago let his Sage Mode drop. Guess we will have to start rebuilding the village after our fight, but at least everyone is still alive. Who knows, maybe I can get some people to forgive Nagato for what he did. Father said he was being controlled by the man in the mask, Madara. I didn't want to believe it, but it almost makes sense. That was why I was able to change him and remind him of who he was. But for that man to be Madara Uchiha, it just seems unbelievable. That said, you would have to be someone special to be able to manipulate a person like Nagato, Naruto mused. You know, you shouldn't keep everyone waiting, came a voice from behind the blonde. Naruto whirled around to see Kakashi sitting in a tree behind him. The copy ninja jumped from the tree to land next to the blonde before giving a quick wave. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, I'm glad you're alive, Naruto said happily. You know. So am I, but I think I have you to thank for that, Kakashi said with an eye smile. No, Nagato saved you, I just helped him discover who he really was, Naruto admitted. Still, you deserve far more credit. You took on all 6 of those things at the same time. I couldn't even take out 2. And I had help. You have really come a long way, you know that, Kakashi said proudly. I guess I have. Ha, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Well, let's go. I'm sure the whole village is already talking about your victory, Kakashi said as he began to walk with Naruto. However, despite Kakashi's statement about urgency, they stayed at around the same pace Naruto was already walking at. Underneath Konoha. Danzo was sitting in a bunker far underneath the village. He had been there since the invasion started. Now is my chance. I will seize the position of Hokage and Konoha will be reborn in my image. We will be known as the undisputed strongest village. Hiruzen teachings of pacifism and his talk about the will of fire comes to an end today, the old war hawk thought as his root Anbu knelt before him. Danzo-sama, the battle is over. The Kyubi Jinchuriki won, a root soldier said after landing in front of his leader. I see. What are the casualties we suffered? Danzo asked. He wanted to know what he was working with when he confronted the elders and the fire daimyo. They were over 1,000, the root member said. Were? What do you mean were? Danzo asked. The Kyubi Jinchuriki seems to have done something. Everyone who died within the village has been returned to life, the Anbu said. This complicates things. If there are no deaths, then Tsunade may still have some pull, but I can always remove that, Danzo thought. Tell me, what of the damages to the village? He asked. Over 3/4 are in ruin, the center of the village is unrecognizable, and there is a large area around where the Hokage Tower once stood that is nothing but a hole in the ground, the subordinate reported. Excellent, that is more than enough to have Tsunade thrown out as Hokage and have me instated. Take this message to the fire daimyo. I need to go speak with the other elders, Danzo said as he stood up from his seat and handed the reporting root member an envelope. He then left the chamber flanked by 4 bodyguards. Unknown location. A small section of a large tentacle fell onto the ground, shocking Madara and Kisame. What the? Kisame said in shock. They had only just started sealing the Hachibi that morning, there was no way they could be finished with only 2 people performing the sealing. It seems, the Hachibi pulled a fast one on Sasuke-kun, Madara said. His voice was calm, but underneath the surface he was seething. Yeah, looks like it, so what are we going to do now? You said you would kill them if they betrayed you, sounds like some fun to me, I'm sure Itachi wouldn't mind too much, Kisame said, licking his lips hungrily. I will deal with them, this may actually work out in my favor, it will give me more time to bend Sasuke to my will, Madara said. Oh well. I was hoping to have some fun. So what are we going to do about the Hachibi then? Kisame said inquisitorially. I want you to deal with the Hachibi. Pain should be finished in Konoha by now, so we will have to hold the Kyuubi until the others have been sealed, Madara said. It was at that moment when the ground next to them morphed and Zetsu rose from the ground. Madara, we have a problem. Pain is dead, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki won. Not only that, he seems to have figured out his father's Hirashin jutsu, Zetsu said. The Hirashin? You mean the jutsu that gave Minato Namikaze the title of the Yellow Flash? Kisame asked. Yes, he was able to take out all 6 of Pain's bodies single-handed. But that is not the amazing thing, Zetsu said, clearly still in shock. If that's not what is amazing about the brat's victory, then what is? Kisame spat. He somehow managed to get Nagato to betray us, he revived everyone who had died within the village during his attack. Even at the cost of his own life, Zetsu declared. Madara, who had been silent up to this point, decided to speak. This is a setback. I did not see the boy beating Pain, but for him to betray me like that, how did he do it? I had Nagato twisted into the depths of his darker emotions, he was so easy to control. I can't believe he would turn on me so easily, Madara fumed inside while remaining calm on the outside. It seems we can no longer fight this battle in the shadows, it's time to make preparations for the 4th Great Ninja World War, Madara declared as he disappeared in a ripple of time and space. With Naruto and Kakashi walked out of the forest and into the area he destroyed when he was transformed into his Jinchuriki state. There waiting for him was what looked like the entire population of Konoha. What the? Naruto stammered upon seeing the massive horde of cheering well-wishers. I told you they were all waiting for you, Kakashi said, giving one of his patented eye smiles. Naruto didn't have time to reply as he was nearly crushed by onrushing children of the village who wanted to ask Naruto questions about Pain. At the back of the crowd, slowly making their way forward, were Jiraiya and Tsunade. Behind them Yugito was following. Well, Sensei would be proud to see the will of fire still burns within this village, Jiraiya said as he looked around at all the happy faces. Yes, but I think because of Naruto it is stronger than ever. I have never seen anyone like him. It's like he is the embodiment of my grandfather's beliefs, Tsunade said with a smile as they made their way to the front of the group. There was still a large gap between Tsunade and where Naruto was nearly being crushed under a wave of over-enthusiastic children, but he handled it with a smile that only Naruto could produce. He seemed so peaceful and calm. You would expect he hadn't just had to fight someone as powerful as Pain, Tsunade said. Yeah, but that's just who he is, Jiraiya said as they walked over to Naruto. You did wonderfully, kid, Jiraiya said before he clamped a hand onto Naruto's shoulder in a sign of affection. Thanks, Sensei. Oh, Konan sends her love. She gave me these, but I think you should have them, Naruto said, producing the bouquet of paper flowers Konan had given him. So you really changed them. When I was training the 3 of them, they were always so happy and peaceful. Nagato in particular hated to see people hurt. I'm so proud of you for reminding them of who they once were, Jiraiya said. Thanks, Sensei, that means a lot coming from you, Naruto admitted with another smile. Next, Tsunade came over. Well, looks like I have found my replacement ready-made for when I get sick of this whole Hokage business, she said. I would love to take the job one day, but there is still far too much for me to do. Can't let myself get bogged down in the position just yet, Naruto joked. Hey, that would be right. No early retirement for me then, Tsunade sighed. Next up, Yugito walked over to Naruto. She didn't even say a word before she kissed him with as much passion as she could muster right in front of the entire village. Typically this was met with a mixed reaction. There were whoops and cheers from most of the ninja, as well as some of Naruto's friends. Looks of dismay and jealousy from large groups of the civilian women and kunoichis. As well as, much to the dismay of Naruto, some of the men. Jiraiya, as if a force of habit, had taken out his notepad and pencil, which brought about a similarly predictable reaction from Tsunade, who bonked him on the head. I'm glad you're safe, but next time. I am fighting too. I can't stand letting you fight a tough battle like that alone, Yugito whispered once they finally parted lips. Once that was done, it seemed like the whole village wanted to congratulate and thank Naruto individually. Konohamaru, Udon and Moigi even decided that they wanted an interview so they could sell a magazine about the blonde. Naruto paled at the thought and respectfully declined, but he had the feeling that they would not let it drop so easily. The party extended back into the village, despite more than 3/4 of the buildings having been destroyed and rebuilding efforts having already begun. Everyone was in a joyous mood. It was as if the rebuilding they were forced to do was nothing but setting up for a festival. I don't get it, shouldn't people be sad? They lost their homes and places to work after all, Naruto queried. They are happy because you saved everyone. You should hear some of the names they have been calling you already. The hero of Konoha, the miracle boy, the list goes on and on. It's rather troublesome, said Shikamaru as he along with Naruto and the rest of their friends looked out over the broken village. The rubble had been cleared out from a large area in the center of the village and large tents were put up in order to house the now homeless population that included Naruto and Yugito to live. Well, I guess this would be a good of a time as any to build a clan house here in Konoha for the Uzumaki clan. I will talk to Tsunade Ba-chan in a few days once the important stuff has been rebuilt, Naruto thought as a large group of people began to lead Naruto through the tents and giving the young couple their own private tent right next to Tsunade's. And most unfortunately for all three blondes, Jiraiya was right next to them as well. Well, we can hope he finds the fact that at the moment there are no hot springs in operation and everyone will need to wash off in the river until the water is back on distracting enough so that he leaves us alone. Tsunade sighed when she saw just how close her tent was to the old perverts. I'm surprised he hasn't asked me for that date I owe him yet. But I suppose with everything that has been going on, it is understandable, she thought. The festive party attitude lasted well into the night, long after most people would normally be in bed. The villagers and shinobi alike sat around fires singing songs and drinking whatever alcohol they could find. Naruto had turned in early, his exhaustion was starting to get to him just a bit. As he lay in bed he heard someone enter into the Hokage's tent. Hokage-sama, an emergency meeting has been called for tomorrow morning. In attendance will be yourself, Jiraiya-sama, the village elders, your chief consultant Shukaku Nara, Danzo and the daimyo, the man said. I see. Were you told what the meeting is about or did your master keep you in the dark? Tsunade said, a small hint of venom in her voice. Naruto, who was laying there, knew immediately what she meant by your master. Danzo, what is he scheming this time? Naruto thought as he slowly began drifting off to sleep. Chapter 67, Danzo's plot, Naruto's resolve. Madara and Zetsu were walking along a corridor that had been made to enter one of their hidden bases inside the Land of Fire. They had hoped to have been sealing the Hachibi right now, but, thanks to Kiribai's trickery, he had escaped them. Then Pain was defeated by Naruto. All in all, it was a bad week for the former Uchiha clan leader. I want you to go back and check on Konoha. If I am right, Danzo will make his move and attempt to overthrow the Hokage. If he succeeds, he could prove troublesome to our plans, but he will make Konoha far less trustworthy, Madara said. Do you think they would really remove Tsunade Senju from office? She is considered a princess there, Zetsu replied. Do not underestimate Danzo's desire for power. He will see Pain's attack as the perfect time to install himself as Hokage, Madara said confidently. I see, very well. I will return to Konoha immediately. But may I ask what you plan to do about Sasuke? If he goes to Konoha he will almost certainly die, Zetsu said. I will deal with Sasuke. Any word from Kumo yet in response to the attempted capture of the Hachibi? Madara asked. I have not heard anything, but I assume the Raikage will not let this go unnoticed. This could force the other nations to act, Zetsu replied. In any case I am sure the Raikage will send word to Konoha. So stay there until word arrives, then report back here immediately, Madara ordered. Very well. We will leave at once, Zetsu said before sinking into the ground. Now I need to go stop Sasuke before he gets himself killed and becomes useless to me. If it was just letting Sasuke annihilate the survivors of Konoha it would have been no problem. Defeating Naruto and Tsunade, however, is a completely different matter. Not to mention Pain's betrayal in reviving all the people he killed inside the village, Madara thought as he exited the Akatsuki hideout and sat on a nearby boulder as the early morning sunshine began to flood the Land of Fire. Konoha. Tsunade was awakened early in the morning by several Anbu outside her tent. Hokage-sama, your presence is required at the village elder's tent, a brave Anbu said as he approached the entrance to Tsunade's tent. The poor messenger regretted approaching the tent soon after that as he was struck dead in the center of his mask with an empty sake bottle that flew with precise accuracy from where Tsunade was slowly starting to awaken. Nobody else was game enough to even try to hurry the Hokage after that. Around 15 minutes later, however, Tsunade exited the tent. Where's Jiraiya? I thought he was going to be summoned to this meeting as well, Tsunade said grumpily. We have already sent Jiraiya-sama there. He was up all night drinking with Kakashi-senpai, a purple-haired onbu with a katana on her back, said. That does sound like him, Tsunade admitted before she began to walk towards the center of the village where most of the tents were located. Tsunade walked until she came to the large tent where the elders were staying. Oh, Tsunade, now that you have arrived, we have decided to hold the meeting elsewhere. In one of the buildings that have been left standing, Homura said. That way it will be easier to keep it private, Koharu said. What is this about anyway? The reconstruction is already underway, and we are preparing to send teams to our allies to inform them of our situation and ask for whatever assistance they can offer, Tsunade said. We will talk about that once we arrive, said Koharu. Come now, Jiraiya and Shukaku are already waiting for us along with Danzo and the other members of the meeting, Homura said. Tsunade knew something was up. The elders seemed like they were in an internal struggle about something. She thought of questioning them about it but decided it could wait and just followed the elders out of their tent towards a small area of the village that had not been left unrecognizable by Pain's invasion. They came to a large 2-story building that was often used as a recreational area for off-duty shinobi. At the moment, however, the place was littered with rude onbu and even several samurai. What are they doing here? They look like the daimyo's personal guard. So that's what this is about, huh? Danzo's trying to become Hokage. And he is using the destruction of the village to force through his point with the elders and the Fire Lord, Tsunade thought as she entered the building and began heading up to the second level. As the small group entered the room, she found Danzo standing at one side flanked by 2 of his root members, while against the wall Jiraiya was not looking happy and Shukaku was looking, studying the expressions on everyone's faces. Ah, Tsunade, I'm a pleasure to see you again, the daimyo said with a small smile. Likewise, Daimyo-sama, Tsunade said, deciding to remain formal. Now Danzo-san, why have you summoned us all here? The daimyo asked. I have called you here because of a vote of no confidence in Tsunade's rule as Hokage. She has let the village become weak to the point of its complete destruction. I suggest we appoint a new Hokage immediately, as we need someone new to lead us, Danzo declared. You can't be serious. The shinobi loyally followed Tsunade. We cannot remove her from office, Shukaku said. I agree, it does seem a bit extreme, Homura said. But Danzo is right, maybe we do need a new leader to return the strength to the village, Koharu said. But who could take over for one of the Sannin? Jiraiya, what about you? The daimyo said. He can't take over, he is unable to even train for the next few weeks after his near death at the hands of Pain, Danzo said. Then if we must choose a new Hokage, then I nominate Kakashi Hatake, Shukaku said. I nominate Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Jiraiya added. The son of the Yondaime and the pupil of Jiraiya, much like his father before him, and from what I hear he is the hero of the village. Not a bad choice, but he is a bit young. Kakashi Hatake, son of the White Fang, a war hero, pupil of the Yondaime, who was pupil of Jiraiya, who was pupil of the Sandaime. I believe he would be an excellent choice, the daimyo said. I disagree with both choices. They are both students of Hiruzen's floored teachings. They would be no different to having Tsunade in office. Pain, the man who turned our village into rubble, was a student of Jiraiya. Hiruzen's teachings have as good as destroyed this village, Danzo said. Then who would you recommend? The daimyo asked. I nominate myself. I can have this village back operating as an efficient shinobi village again and reaffirm our status as the strongest of the shinobi villages. With me in power, I will make Konoha strong again, Danzo declared. You make a strong case for yourself, I am inclined to accept. The Rakudaime Hokage will be Dan's, but the daimyo was cut off before he could finish. I oppose this appointment, came a voice from a window up to the side of the group who were huddled in a small corner of the room. There sat Naruto lazily resting in the windowsill, looking as though he wasn't even interested in what was going on and was just enjoying the morning sunshine without a car in the world. How did you get in here? The onbu outside were supposed to keep out all intruders, the daimyo said angrily. He was, however, slightly impressed with the fact Naruto was able to slip inside this close to him without detection. Oh, that, easy really. Danzo's root members are nothing but mindless zombies, created to be able to follow all orders without any questions, and to be able to kill without thought. But that doesn't make them good ninja, Naruto said, not even bothering to look at the group as he continued to enjoy the sunshine. I see, and may I ask why you came here? The daimyo said. Oh, that's an easy question to answer. I came to make sure Danzo never becomes Hokage, Naruto replied. And why is that? Danzo said, clearly angry now. Simple, you're a power-hungry old fool who will bring nothing to this village but a quest for complete dominance over everyone else. Besides, you should be stripped of all power or even killed for conspiracy to overthrow the Sandaime Hokage during the Third Great Shinobi War, Naruto said lazily. What are you talking about, boy? No such thing ever happened, Danzo spat back. Oh, I can assure you it did. You conspired with Hanzo the salamander. He needed your help to get rid of Yahiko, the first leader of the Akatsuki, because he thought they would usurp his rule over Ame. You agreed to help as long as in exchange he would help you become the next Hokage and remove Gigi from office by whatever means necessary. But your plan failed when most of the members of your newly formed root were killed by Nagato. But not after he was forced to kill his best friend. That was how he became Pain. It was not the teachings of Jiraiya sensei that were flawed, it was your undesirable lust for power, Naruto said, finally looking at the man, giving him a look full of disgust. You have no proof, boy, even if what you said was true, Danzo replied with a smirk. That's true, so instead I will just say this. If you are elected Hokage, I will leave this village and not return until you are no longer in power. I will never follow your orders and will continue to work to have you removed. Tsunade Ba-chan is my leader and I will never follow you, Naruto said, his tone of voice showing just how deadly serious he was. Are you threatening to become a missing ninja of this village? Danzo said, his rage still rising. I guess I am. Would you look at that? You're not as dumb as you look, Naruto joked. Jiraiya was just sitting back with a wicked smirk on his face at this. He was enjoying the look of rage on Danzo's face more than anything. Well then, I suppose you're out, Danzo, unless you're willing to risk losing 3S ranked ninja from the village. Because if Naruto is leaving, I sure as hell am not staying. I think you will agree, right, Haim? Jiraiya said, enjoying the feeling of being able to annoy the old war hawk. I completely agree. Why would I want to stay in a village that thought I was no longer good enough only to be replaced by a crippled Tsunade? Said, a smirk forming on her face. Suddenly root members filled the room and surrounded Naruto. You have been a problem to me for long enough, boy. You should have been turned into my weapon when you were still a boy, but that bleeding heart Hiruzen wouldn't allow it. That ends now, Danzo said as his rage exploded. Naruto looked on in bemusement. What is he doing? Does he really think a bunch of lackeys and a cripple can defeat me? Naruto thought, but then one of his Senjutsu seals activated. A genjutsu? What do you think you are doing, old man? I guess you didn't read the section about me being immune to genjutsus very carefully, Naruto said. Danzo was cursing inside now. He had failed. He was hoping he could use a genjutsu to control the Kyuubi, but it looked like he was going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. Danzo, what are you doing? Both elders demanded. The fire daimyo was currently being shielded by his guards and was just watching the events as they played out before him. I will be Hokage of this village. And if I must, I will kill this boy so I can take the Kyuubi for myself, Danzo spat as he began removing a gauntlet on his supposedly crippled arm. While the old war hawk was busy, several more root members entered the room and attacked Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shukaku. Naruto, who was still surrounded by root Onbu, simply stood watching and waiting for anyone to make their move while Danzo was still fiddling with his arm. Deciding enough was enough, Naruto decided to make his move. You know, the best thing about being me is that I can be in so many places at the same time, Naruto said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. It was a shadow clone. En route member said loudly. The other members readied themselves for a fight as if expecting Naruto to come out any second now and attack. As if they had willed it a second later, 6 kunai flew in from different windows and embedded themselves into the walls and ceiling. There were several flashes of yellow and blue, and when they stopped, Naruto was standing in the center of the room, Rasengan in hand, while all the root members collapsed onto the floor either dead or unconscious. You loose, Danzo. Nagato asked me to find peace for this world. I may not know where to start just yet, but I do know it can't exist while there are people like you who only care about their own power around, Naruto said. Suddenly the gauntlet in Danzo's arm fell to the ground and he removed the bandages over his right eye. All over his arm and in his presumably useless eye socket were Sharingan, close to 30 of them, all looking around as if they had a mind of his own. The next thing Naruto and the others in the room noticed was that on his arm there was what looked like a face made out of wood. Mukuten, but that means you injected yourself with cells from the Shodaime. You're sickening, not only disrespecting the bodies of fallen Uchiha but also the bodies of our Hokages, Naruto spat angrily. Both Senju and Uchiha DNA, he must be trying to control the Kyuubi. Whatever you do, don't use the Baiju's chakra, Jiraiya informed the blonde. I hadn't planned on it, but thanks for the heads up, sensei, Naruto said as he glared at the older man. Tsunade was just in shock. Danzo had stolen cells from her grandfather's body to do this, then several things began to click into place. Orochimaru, you worked with that snake to do this, didn't you? You got him the cells from the old Hokages so he could summon them to help kill sensei. You also let him experiment on you so you could gain power. Then you helped him get his spies into the village. Just like with Hanzo, you conspired with our enemies in an attempt to gain power, but you failed each time. And you know what, you have failed now as well. But this time you will die for your crimes, Tsunade yelled as she analyzed everything Danzo had done. I did it, that's true. I needed to be Hokage so that the village would be strong. The will of fire is nothing but a foolish belief. To make this village powerful I needed to take over and create ninja in my image. With it we would have the power to take over the world and truly be the strongest village, Danzo said. Enough of this, Tsunade bellowed, and she ran forward and punched Danzo in the face with all of her might as it completely busted the old warmonger's face open as his skull splintered and shattered from the sheer force of her punch. Well, that was easy, Naruto said with a laugh. But then stopped when Danzo's body began to fade and the elderly man reappeared behind him. What was that? Naruto asked himself as he took out some kunai and jumped back from an attack from Danzo as he took a swipe at Naruto with the hidden blade inside his walking stick. I don't get it. He was dead, that was no clone, how did he do that? Tsunade said in disbelief. Naruto however was too busy to reply to Tsunade and he busied himself with throwing another kunai towards Danzo, before slamming a Rasengan into his chest. Yet again the body of Danzo disappeared only to return in a different location. Damn it, what the hell is this? Naruto said angrily. Rather than look victorious, Danzo was incredibly worried. This cannot be happening, I won't stand a chance against 3S ranked ninja and Shukaku. I need to get out of here now before they figure out my jutsu, he thought frantically. Naruto readied another kunai to attack Danzo again, who was now being held down by Shukaku's shadow possession jutsu. Deciding he didn't need to use the Hirashin, Naruto ran through some hand seals. Fuuten, Uzumaki cutting whirlwind, Naruto yelled before using both hands to create a small tornado that cut everything in its path before it reached Danzo. Once again Danzo survived. This time reappearing near the window. I can't take on 3 of them at the moment, and I already used Shisui's eye in convincing the daimyo to support my appoint to Hokage. Danzo seethed intently as he glared at the blonde Jinchuriki who ruined his plan. It's over, Danzo, I don't know what jutsu you are using, but I know you can't keep it up forever, and when it stops you will be dealt with, Tsunade said. I won't die here, you may have stopped me today but I will still be Hokage one day, by force if necessary, Danzo said before making his way to the windowsill. You're not going anywhere. I will not let you escape this place, Naruto said before cutting off Danzo's escape route. You won't get out of my way. Fine then. Men attack now, Danzo said. On cue, fire jutsu were fired at Naruto from a new wave of root onbu entering through the windows. Naruto quickly avoided the flames by rolling out of the way. He then went about taking out the root members as quickly as possible. This was not that difficult with the help of Tsunade and Shukaku. Jiraiya wanted to help, but at the same time he did not want to face Tsunade's wrath if he tried to fight again before she said he was ready. Unfortunately for the group, Danzo used this distraction to escape the building and begin to flee from the village. Naruto quickly gave chase but found himself surrounded by another large group of root onbu. There was also a huge number following Danzo out of the village. Damn it, he is getting away, I need to stop him, Naruto thought as he began to form a Rasengan in his hand. Danzo-sama wishes you to die, Kyubi. This is the end for you, a root member said emotionlessly. Oh, I doubt that, but you guys can try. There is no harm in that, Naruto said as he reached into his pouch and pulled out a small ball slightly larger than a standard smoke pellet. I really want to see how well this works. I never got a chance to use it against Nagato, Naruto said as he threw the small ball into the air. Once the ball began its descent, it exploded in a puff of smoke, and from where it once was, Naruto's Hirashin sealed kunai fell to earth in different directions. The moment the first kunai hit the ground, Naruto blurred out of existence, flashing around, killing as many people as he could while he could keep the seals activated. The root members were in disarray. Despite their emotionless state and calm attitudes, they could not help but sweat a little at the sight of their own death that was flashing around before it made its way over to them. The seals finally faded and Naruto stood in the center of a pile of dead bodies. I made 2 more jumps than I ever had before. I guess it's quicker to learn when in a battle, Naruto said before he looked around in remorse over the lives he had to take. Naruto began to look for Danzo but realized he was probably long gone by now, so he returned to the building where the others were waiting for him. He got away, Naruto said bitterly. It's alright, the important thing is we exposed Danzo for the traitorous snake that he is. He can no longer become Hokage legitimately. Still, that does not mean the danger is over. We will set up a search party to look for him, Tsunade said. Quite the show. To think Danzo would have disrespected not only the fallen Uchiha clan but also your own grandfather's tomb, Tsunade Heim. You have my apologies, the daimyo said, his guards finally starting to relax around him. Yes, it was truly the height of treason, what Danzo did. But we still need to sort out who is to be Hokage, Koharu said. Are you serious? I thought we settled this. Tsunade Ba-chan is the Hokage. And until she decides she has had enough and appoints someone else herself, she will remain the Hokage. I am sure most of the shinobi would agree, Naruto said. Perhaps I was wrong in thinking this boy was too young to be the leader of this village. He certainly has a way with making people see his point of view and getting them to stand behind him. But it seems the people want Tsunade Heim to be their Hokage, so she will remain in power, the daimyo said with a smile. Well, I for one am glad not be Hokage just yet, Naruto said with a small sigh of relief. I feel the same way, and I think it is sentiments that would be shared by Kakashi, if he was here, Jiraiya said with a laugh. Still, what do we do about Danzo? We can't just send anybody after him, but at the same time the village is vulnerable at the moment, so we can't send Naruto because the Akatsuki will still be after him, and sending Jiraiya is out because he's injured, and Kakashi is organizing all of the rebuilding work as the village's highest-ranking John and Homura said. You're right, but I think we can let Danzo stew for a while. He will be figuring out he has nowhere to go and will now be a missing ninja, and he certainly will not be welcomed anywhere else. I will send a letter to Gaara Dono, with a request for aid, to inform him about the situation with Danzo, Tsunade said. So are you telling me I'm going to be forced to stay in the village until Jiraiya-sensei or Kakashi-sensei are available to accompany me? Naruto asked, clearly upset. Actually no. We need a fast runner to deliver the request for building supplies and aid from our allies. I can think of nobody better or faster to take the job, Tsunade said. So go to all of our allies and deliver letters. I was kinda hoping for a good mission. Don't we have any A or S ranks that other people can't do because of the rebuilding efforts? Naruto moaned. No, now you can take the mission, or I will remember that you can make a small army of yourself and put you to work clearing rubble, Tsunade said. Naruto paled at the prospect of spending the next few days doing nothing but clearing buildings, so he quickly agreed to the mission. Ba-chan, I was wondering if during the rebuild I could get a clan house built for the Uzumaki Namikaze clan. I don't really have a design, but I am sure Sensei would have an idea. It's not like he is allowed to do anything physical until he heals, Naruto said. Jiraiya knew why Naruto chose him to design it. He was the only person who knew about some of the specific things Naruto would need. A massive library for one. Yeah, I guess I could look into that for you, kid, Jiraiya said. Cool, thanks Sensei. Ba-chan, just tell me how much it will cost and you will get your money, Naruto said confidently. After Naruto grabbed the many diplomatic aid request notes from Tsunade, Naruto made his way out of the building. Well, it is a solo A-ranked mission, guess I can't complain too much, Naruto thought as he made his way home to say goodbye to Yugito. Chapter 68, A Simple Mission Gone Wrong. Naruto left the village heading southwest. May as well go to Wave first. I haven't seen Tazuna, Tsunami or Inari in years. I wonder if they will recognize me, Naruto thought as he jumped from tree to tree. It didn't take Naruto long to reach the small island nation at all, something Naruto was pleasantly surprised about. This trip sure seemed to talk longer last time, although back then I was only 12 and we had to stop every couple of hours for Sakura to catch her breath. Naruto was also shocked when he saw the bridge. It was not so much the bridge that shocked him. No, he had seen it before, and despite being a rather impressive bit of work. No, the thing that shocked Naruto was the stone archway that rose above the entrance to the small nation that was engraved with the words "The Great Naruto Bridge." I can't believe they named the bridge after me, Naruto thought as he began slowly walking across the bridge. As Naruto made his way to the other side of the bridge, the first thing he noticed was that there were several village guards and samurai waiting to greet him. Halt! State your name and purpose for coming here, a samurai ordered. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I'm here on a diplomatic mission from Konoha, Naruto said. Konoha? Oh, thank Kami, we have been hoping some aid would come, the samurai said. What are you talking about? We were not given any word that the Land of Waves was in trouble. In fact, I came here to hire the builder Tazuna to help with the rebuilding of Konoha, Naruto said. So you're not here to help us deal with the missing ninja who have been terrorizing us then? The samurai said, his hope beginning to fade. Well, it wasn't part of my mission description, but that said my mission was boring, so I don't see why I can't stop by and help out here, Naruto said happily. The samurai seemed to burst with happiness at this. Oh, thank Kami, we have lost so many men already, they are incredibly skilled. The Wave Samurai have not been operating long, only since Gato was killed, and the only training we get is Konoha sends a few chunin out every couple of months to work on our skills, he said as he started to lead Naruto into the village. Naruto and the samurai walked until they came to a large hall that had obviously been built after the bridge, because Naruto had never seen it before. What is this place? The blonde asked as they made their way into the building. It's Samurai HQ for Wave. It was built 2 years ago as a symbol that we are a free country, the samurai said. Oh, okay, that's kinda cool. so what are the problems you are having anyway? Naruto asked, deciding it would be appropriate to at least know what the job was. There have been a group of 4 or 5 missing ninja that have been raiding the village. They have killed anyone who has left the village carrying a letter requesting aid, and they can somehow sense when we send a messenger bird, the samurai said. Sounds like they have a very skilled sensor. Can you tell me anything else? Skill level or where they are from? The blonde asked. Unfortunately no. They have killed anyone who has gotten a good look at them. The only person who saw what they looked like was a boy who hid in a secret compartment in his house that their family built when Nagato was in charge. He said they all wore white masks with different designs on them, the samurai said. That sounds like an Anbu hunter ninja squad. They're trained to take down skilled missing ninja for their villages, but it is rare for even one of them to go rouge, let alone a complete squad. They are paid very well in their villages because they have one of the hardest jobs there is for ninja, Naruto said. If it's a fully skilled and trained hunter ninja squad, they will not simply show themselves. More than likely they will try and attack while I'm weak. They could no doubt sense that I was a ninja, and I am sure they will not want me sending word to Konoha. More than likely they will attack me when I leave. Oh well, too bad for them. I am an excellent sensor ninja as well, Naruto thought, quickly putting together a plan to take care of the rogue ninja who were terrorizing the land of Wave. So do you have any ideas on how we can defeat them, ninja-san? The samurai asked. Yeah, it's quite simple really. I will go out after I have finished my business here, tomorrow. They will find me and ambush me, and I kill them, Naruto said with a smile. Your plan, well sucks, the samurai said with a look that told Naruto he thought the blonde was completely insane. It's not that bad, Naruto protested. It's the worst plan I have heard of since the Yondaime Mizukage decided it would be a great idea to wipe out all of their Kekkei Genkai clans, the samurai said flatly. It's not that bad, Naruto pouted. You're basically going to go out and say, hey, I'm a possible threat, please kill me, then expect to live. How did you ever become a ninja, the samurai deadpanned. I'm a jonin, not just a ninja. Besides, I'm no ordinary opponent. They might think they will be capturing me, but it will all just the bait for me to set my own trap. They won't know what hit them, Naruto said confidently. Let me guess, your trap involves some sort of suicidal charge that normal people wouldn't even consider, either a plan more like a blind charge? The samurai guessed. For the most part, yes, but I will still be able to take them out, no problems, Naruto declared confidently. You're a loony, the samurai posed. Well, that's just not nice, Naruto moped. It's not supposed to be. I am making fun of your damn ridiculous plan to defeat an untold amount of highly trained ninja with nothing but the foolish notion that you can defeat them with a suicidal charge, the samurai said. Hey, I will have you know that there is no such thing as a stupid plan. Just a genius one that fails. Just you wait, when I am done I will have more than just a bridge named after me, Naruto declared. Wait. You are the Naruto that they named the bridge after? The samurai said in disbelief. Well, I think so. I haven't met any other Narutos. Have you? Naruto said, scratching his head. Well no, I haven't. But you seem a bit young to be the hero of a nation, even if it is just a small one like Wave, the samurai said. Guess he hasn't heard what they are calling me in Konoha. If he doesn't think I could be the person they named the bridge after, I wonder how he would react if he knew I was fast becoming known as the hero of Konoha. Probably best if I didn't tell him. He would think that I had completely lost it if I did, Naruto thought with a small smile. Well, this has been fun, but I need to find old man Tazuna. I take it he still lives just outside the village next to the sea? Naruto said. Yes, Tazuna and Tsunami still live out there, but chances are Tazuna will not be home. Your best shot at getting him before he gets home would be asking Inari. He is out back with the new recruits, the samurai said. Naruto followed the man out back to a large training area where there were several young teenagers were training with swords. Take a break, recruits. Inari, this Konoha shinobi is looking for your grandfather, the samurai said. Sure thing, senpai. What does the ninja want with Oji-san though? Naruto Niazan? Is that you? Inari said, clearly happy to see Naruto. Yeah, it me, glad to see you, Inari. You're a samurai now, I see, Naruto said, clearly impressed. Well, I didn't have a chance to become a ninja, so samurai was the best I could do. I suppose it is alright for a small nation. I get to be part of the start of our own military, Inari said happily. Well, congratulations. In time I am sure you will have a strong force able to defend against people like the thugs who are targeting the nation at the moment, Naruto said. So you know about our troubles. I can't stand it. We only just have got rid of Gato, and now there are these ninja thugs that are taking everything from us again. Everyone who has tried to stand up to them has been killed, Inari said. It was clear from the young samurai's tone of voice that they were desperate. Hey, don't worry about that. This country is just starting to stand up for itself. I am not going to let a couple of bullies push you guys around anymore. They won't stand a chance against me, it's a promise, Naruto declared confidently. Thanks, Nissan. I'm so glad you're here, I know you will be able to take care of them. After all, you're the one who taught me never to give up and to believe in myself, Inari said with a smile. Hey, well, I'm just glad I could help. That said, I really need to see Tazuna. Konoha was almost destroyed a few days ago, so I was sent to request aid and experienced builders to help with the reconstruction. So that's where your grandfather comes in. But obviously we need to clear up the little problems here before that will be safe, Naruto said. No problems here then, Oji-san is working with some of the town militia, he is trying to set up a way to watch for the invading ninja, Inari said. Can you take me to him? Then how about I give you some lessons on taijutsu, and maybe teach you what I can with kenjutsu. Actually, I could probably even give you some chakra conducting blades, I'm sure they will be useful to you in the future. But that might take some time, I will need to go through my armory to find you a sword or swords in your style. And I can't do that until after I have seen how you fight, Naruto informed the younger teen. Sure, I will take you to him, I bet he will be pleased that you, here as well. Come on, let's go, Inari said happily before he started heading off towards the center of town. They found Tazuna in the center square. He was ordering several men around to various area of the city. Well, look at you, old man, for an old drunk you sure have gotten yourself together, Naruto said as he approached with Inari. Naruto, boy, am I ever glad to see you. Is Kakashi and the rest of your team here? Tazuna asked. No, I'm on my own, but I have heard about your problems and I will deal with them. Don't worry about it at all, old man, Naruto said. Are you sure you can? I mean, they are really strong, nobody really has been able to stand up against them, Tazuna said. Why does everyone keep thinking that I am not good enough to take these guys? I defeated a man who considered himself a god, I am a sage of my Obakuzan. First thing tomorrow I am taking those guys out, you'll see, Naruto said in exasperation. Yeah, Naruto Niazan is right, he can do it, I'm sure of it, Inari cheered. That's the spirit, now come on, I will give you some training while I am here, Naruto said with a smile. Awesome, let's go. I want to show you what I can do, Inari said. Konoha. Tsunade was filling out orders for buildings to be rebuilt and approving designs for the new buildings for the head departments of her ninja forces when there was a knock on the door. Come in, she called, putting down her pen and giving a sigh of relief that there was something else she could deal with for a while. The door opened and in walked Samui, Daru, and Kairo. Hokage-sama, we're here to deliver a message from A-sama. But I hope you don't mind me asking. What happened to Konoha? Samui said as she walked into Tsunade's recently reconstructed office. The new office was rather similar to her old one but had larger windows and was as of yet not decorated. Kenzo, upon his return to the village, remade the Hokage Tower in an instant to give the village a head of government again. It was a shame for Tenzo that his Makuten abilities made him the busiest and most important person in all of Konoha's rebuilding efforts. He had not had a proper rest since he returned from his mission. Ah, Team Samui, it's good to see you all again. To answer your question, Konoha was attacked by the leader of the Akatsuki. One man practically destroyed the entire village by himself, Tsunade said, leaning her elbows on the desk. One man destroyed one of the biggest shinobi villages by himself? Wait. What happened to Naruto and Yugito-chan? The Akatsuki didn't get them, did they? Samui asked frantically. No, they are both fine. Naruto defeated the Akatsuki leader Pain, saving the village in the process. The villagers and even some shinobi are calling him the hero of Konoha now. If you're looking for them after you leave here, then you will find Yugito is currently with Jiraiya working on designs for Naruto's new house and making sure the old pervert doesn't get up to anything that he shouldn't be doing. Naruto is out of the village on a diplomatic mission to some of our allied nations to ask for some aid, Tsunade informed the group. Wow, Naruto is really strong, huh? What if he just keeps getting stronger and stronger and eventually he becomes so strong that he invents a jutsu so powerful it destroys most of the life on the planet? And then he will be the only person still alive, wandering the world all alone until he finds a small group of survivors that don't know what he did. So they invite him to join them, eventually becoming their leader, and has to rebuild the world from scratch in his image, Daru said. This actually doesn't sound like a bad idea for a fanfic. I already have a basic idea for a new fic I plan to do once I have caught up to the canon with this one as a side project. But maybe later I might come back to it, or anyone else who agrees feel free to take it up for themselves. This isn't the time for your stupid daydreaming. We need to deliver our message about B-sensei, Kuro said. The mention of Kirabai got Tsunade's attention immediately. What has happened to the Hachibi Jinchuriki? Tsunade said, quickly fearing the worst. Our sensei Killer Bee was captured by a group of 4 people. They each wore black cloaks with red clouds that resembled the Akatsuki, and finally we have identified one of the members of the group that attacked him. Sasuke Uchiha Samui said, handing over a complete incident report and descriptions of the team that attacked B. Tsunade's mood seemed to darken as she continued to read the report. There is no other option, Sasuke needs to be put down now, I will have to agree to make him an internationally wanted criminal. I just hope Sakura will forgive me. Still, for Sasuke to join the Akatsuki, I never would have thought it. Not with Itachi being a member, or at least former member, she thought as she made it to the bottom of the report. As you may have guessed from the report, we have come to ask for your permission to hunt down and kill Sasuke Uchiha and mark him as an international criminal. There has already been word sent to Suna, Iwa, and Kiri, via messenger bird. And the replies have all been in agreement. We came here in person for a couple of reasons. One, it was part of our agreement for anything regarding the Akatsuki to be delivered in person to prevent information leaks, and to ask for permission to look over Sasuke file. He was a Konoha ninja after all, Samui said. I agree, Sasuke Uchiha can no longer redeem himself. Joining the Akatsuki and the capture of a Jinchuriki is unforgivable. As to the access to the record room, there is not much information on him. He left to join Orochimaru when he was still a Genin, but you can feel free to have a look over at what we know. You will need an escort, however. We can't just have you looking through our ninja files at will, Tsunade told the group, who gave a nod of affirmation before Tsunade turned to the side and gave a small signal. From out of nowhere an Anbu appeared. She looked as if she was molded in with the wall. Yes, Hokage-sama? The Anbu said, awaiting orders. Nico, I need you to go find me Kakashi Hatake and bring him here at once. Inform him of the situation and tell him that it is urgent. I don't have 3 hours to waste waiting for him to arrive, Tsunade ordered. At once, Hokage-sama, the Anbu said. The Anbu disappeared via sunshine once again, leaving the room apparently empty, apart from the Hokage and team from Kumo. That is a rather impressive jutsu. Your Anbu can hide in plain sight for easy access to defend a target or to gather information, Samui complimented. I guess so, but that was not the purpose its creator had when he invented it, Tsunade said bitterly. What do you mean? What purpose could a jutsu like that have served other than protection and information gathering? Karu said. Peeking. Jiraiya invented his chameleon escape jutsu in order to sneak into the woman's hot springs and take notes for his damn perverted books. I however asked if he could teach it to a few of the Anbu, and it has now become a required jutsu to learn to become an Anbu squad captain. In time I want it to be compulsory to all infiltration teams and Anbu. But it is not an easy jutsu to master, even I have trouble with it, Tsunade said. Upon hearing the actual purpose that such a jutsu was invented, Karu was red with anger. Samui, whilst keeping her calm exterior, was secretly raging inside. And Daru was lost in his own world, thinking about the possibilities of what would happen in Kumo if every man knew that jutsu. In the end he summarized that the women would be so scared to take showers in fear of perverts that they would stop bathing altogether, leading to the downfall of Kumo. Now Kakashi should be here soon, hopefully within the next hour. Is there anything else you need to talk about? Tsunade asked. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Raikage has called for a summit between the Cage of the 5 great shinobi nations. It will be held in the Land of Iron in just over a week's time. As far as I know, all the other cages have agreed to come. They feel something has to be done about the Akatsuki, Samui said. Well, it's about time. I had Jiraiya try and talk to both Oonoki and Mei during the Jonin exams, and I tried to talk to Oonoki when he was here for the Chunin exams, but no luck. Oonoki thought if a nation can't keep their own Jinchuriki, they should not ask others for help, as it was a sign of weakness. And according to Jiraiya, Mei was more interested in other things, Tsunade said with a sigh. So I take it you will be attending then? Samui asked. Yes, I will attend, Tsunade confirmed. Good, now each cage is only allowed 2 bodyguards for the summit, Samui informed Tsunade. That is acceptable. Kakashi should have been here by now. Tell you what, you guys can go take a look around the village, or go see Yugito while you are waiting. I will send Kakashi to find you once he arrives, Tsunade said. I think we will do that. Thank you, Hokage-sama. We will return to inform you when we are done with our research into Sasuke Uchiha, Samui said with a smile before leaving the room. 1 hour earlier with Kakashi. Kakashi was walking out of a recently constructed building that he had overseen the construction of, when Sakura came running up to the one-eyed ninja. Kakashi-sensei, I need to ask you something, Sakura said, panting slightly. She had been looking for her old sensei for almost the entire day. Sure thing, Sakura, what do you need? Kakashi asked. I was hoping you could give me some training. I'm often teamed up with you, Naruto and Yugito, and I feel useless when anything happens. Naruto has become so strong and Yugito is a John, and I feel like I am letting the team down, Sakura admitted sadly. Sakura, you're the support, Combat is not supposed to be your strong point, in fact you are one of the best combat medics in the village. But if you really want to train, I guess I could help you out a bit. Still, with your control you might be better off asking Kurenai to help you with genjutsu. After all, Naruto is a Tai and ninjutsu specialist like myself and Yugito is a ninjutsu type like Jiraiya-sama, so our team could maybe use some genjutsu, Kakashi said kindly. Yeah, you're right, thanks sensei. But Kurenai sensei is still pregnant, I don't want to bother her, isn't there anything you can teach me? Sakura asked. I guess so, you're a Suiten type aren't you? Kakashi queried. I think so, I use water manipulation to a certain degree to remove poisons from patients, Sakura said. Alright, then how about I teach you some Suiten jutsu that don't require much chakra, that way you won't be tired if you are called upon to heal anyone, Kakashi said with a nice smile. Thanks Kakashi sensei, do you know anywhere that is good to train in Suiten manipulation and Suiten jutsus? Sakura asked. Well, the best place would be where Naruto and Jiraiya-sama train, training ground 2. There is a waterfall and quite a lot of water there, so that should be perfect, Kakashi said. The pair headed off to train, but when they arrived there they found the training ground was already occupied by Jiraiya and Yugito. Hello Jiraiya-sama, has Tsunade said you are allowed to start training already? Sakura asked skeptically. Oh, I'm not training, well not really, I was just showing Yugito here some more advanced hair techniques while we take a break from our other job, Jiraiya said. Other job? I wasn't aware you had been given a mission, Kakashi said. It's far from a mission, we are going over plans for a new clan house to be built. We have basic designs because it is supposed to look like the one from Uzu, but I only saw that place a couple of days after it was destroyed, and the blueprints of the old place are really confusing. I'm no builder, Jiraiya moaned. New clan house? Uzu? Kakashi sensei, what is he talking about? Sakura questioned. I think he means Naruto is planning on building a Uzumaki clan house in Konoha, but how can he afford something like that? Kakashi said questioningly. Oh, Naruto found heaps of stuff in the old Uzumaki compound. He plans on rebuilding the clan here in Konoha, while still keeping the main clan house in Uzu to avoid the CRA, but he is going to combine the Uzumaki clan with the Namikaze clan in honor of his father, Yugito said. The Minato was never part of a clan, the Namikaze were just an old shinobi family like mine, they were never a clan, Kakashi said. You're right, but neither was the Sarutobi clan. At least not until Sensei became Hokage. Once Minato became Hokage he was eligible to apply for clan status, but he didn't because unlike Sarutobi sensei, there were no other Namikazes left, so he would have been forced into the CRA. Not that he couldn't stop it if he wanted to, but he didn't want his children to have to be forced into it either. Luckily with Naruto the clan head of the Uzumaki clan, he cannot be included under Konoha law that protects families from other nations, Jiraiya said. Sounds like he has done his homework. Although I am a little disappointed that you won't get all that extra inspiration for your books, Kakashi said. I refuse to comment on that out of fear of being pummeled by Tsunade and then burned to a crisp by Yugito-chan, Jiraiya said. It was at this point in time that an Anbu arrived in the middle of the group. Kakashi-senpai, Tsunade-sama requires your presence at the Hokage Tower, Nico said. Alright, tell her I'm on my way, Kakashi said lazily. She insisted you come at once, senpai. It's about Sasuke Uchiha, Nico said. What happened to Sasuke-kun, can you tell us? Sakura pleaded. Sasuke Uchiha has joined the Akatsuki and captured the Hachibi Jinchuriki. There is a team from Kumo here that are requesting that Sasuke be declared an international criminal and given a kill-on-sight order, Nico said. What? Sasuke-kun would never join the Akatsuki, there has to be some kind of mistake, you're wrong. Besides, Tsunade-sama would never allow Kumo to try and kill Sasuke-kun, he is a ninja of Konoha. He killed Orochimaru and Itachi, Sakura said. Tsunade-sama has already agreed to their request. As of 15 minutes ago, Sasuke Uchiha has been declared an international criminal and will therefore be terminated, Nico said. This can't be. Sasuke-kun wouldn't do that. I'm going to go talk to Tsunade-sama, Sakura said, trying to hold back the tears that were threatening to escape from her eyes. What good would that do? If that Uchiha team has really been able to capture Kirabai, then A-sama will tear the whole elemental nations apart looking for the people responsible for killing his brother. If Tsunade-sama doesn't agree, it could mean war, Yugito said. She felt sorry for Sakura despite finding her undying fangirlism near painful. I still have to try, Sakura said. Sakura, wait, you can come see Tsunade-sama with me, but you need to calm down first, then I promise we will go straight over there, Kakashi said. Alright, just give me a minute to calm down, Sakura said. How could you, Tsunade? You know how much Sasuke-kun means to me, and you still throw him to the wolves. I don't understand at all. Sakura cried internally as she attempted to calm her outer emotions. Chapter 69, Anbu from Auto. Sakura was still crying uncontrollably while Kakashi tried to comfort her. If he was honest with himself, he was also deeply upset that Sasuke would be killed. The last Uchiha was one of his pupils after all, so it hurt to see him fall so far. So this must have been how the Sandaime felt when Orochimaru betrayed the village. Despite all of his bad deeds, he always cared for the fallen Sannin, Kakashi thought while Sakura wept beside him. While this was going on, Yugito and Jiraiya decided to move on elsewhere. I can't believe they managed to capture Kirabai. I mean, he was a complete idiot most of the time, but the only person in the whole village that stood a chance against him was Asama, Yugito said. You're right, I saw him fight, and beating him would be no easy task. I guess Sasuke either has some talented friends, he has gotten a lot stronger, or there is something else going on, said Jiraiya. What you think, Kirabai? Let them take him, Yugito said indignantly. No, I'm saying he made them think they took him. He could have given everyone the slip. But that is just a slim possibility. Even if that was the case, it doesn't help the spoiled brat of an Uchiha, nor should it. Attacking another village's Jinchuriki is unforgivable, Jiraiya said. Try telling that to Sakura, Yugito said. I'm sure Tsunade will. I still would not want to be the one responsible for killing the little prick. In my opinion, this decision has come far later than it should have. That Uchiha should have been given a kill on sight order the day he left the village and ran a Chidori through Naruto's chest, Jiraiya said darkly. I'm inclined to agree, and now for all I know the only two Jinchuriki left are Naruto and myself. I don't much like my chances for being allowed to move here to be with Naruto anymore. Not now that Kirabai is gone, Yugito said sadly. You never know, usually if the kid wants something he finds a way to make it happen. I mean, just look at his track record. He wanted you, and nobody else, and he got you, Jiraiya said. That was different. I think it was more of a mutual attraction and similarities that brought us together, Yugito said. Okay then, he wanted to save me, and he made it happen. He wanted to defeat Nagato without having to kill him if possible, and he made it happen. He is special, there is just something about him that makes you want to believe in the kid. I remember when I first met him. He was 4 and I saw him wandering the streets looking for food. I was told by sensei that for his own safety not to approach him, but I followed him from afar and watched as he was kicked out of every shop he tried to get some food from, but he didn't give up, he just kept going with a smile. Although I could tell he used it to hide his pain, I knew then that he would be a great ninja one day. He had the power to never give up, I had to respect that. Eventually he came to a small restaurant that not only allowed Naruto to enter but also treated him with kindness despite knowing just who he was. After he left, I gave the Ichirakus a rather large donation for their kindness, Jiraiya said, a small smile crossing his face from the memory of how happy Naruto was to find a few people who would treat him kindly. You know, you would make a great father, if you stopped being such a pervert, Yugito said. No, a failure like me can't raise a child, I would screw something up for sure, Jiraiya said, giving a small laugh. You don't realize that you already have raised a child. If you didn't teach Naruto how to be a man, then who did? You're a great sensei, and only the best senseis can teach their students without realizing it. You have been a father to Naruto all along. That's not a failure, that's a genius, Yugito said kindly. Well, now that I think about it, I always have considered Naruto to be family. Maybe he will be my success that will outweigh all of my failures. Maybe the tale of Jiraiya the Gallant will be one of success after all, Jiraiya said. I bet it will. Now come on, let's go talk to some of the carpenters about this design we have. It took Shima hours to find the blueprints to the clan house among all of Naruto's stuff, so we don't want to screw this up by giving it to people who don't understand the design. But I don't think I will be giving the builders a copy of the Uzumaki seals that need to be added, once the building is complete. Not that they would understand them anyway, but you can never tell with some people, Jiraiya said. Yeah, good idea. Hey Jiraiya, what were Naruto's parents like? I mean his people. I have heard tales about the Yellow Flash and the Bloody Habanero, but I mean the people. Only person who I ever heard talk about them as people rather than legends was Kirabai, Yugito said. Really, and what did he say? Jiraiya queried. It's kind of hard to tell with the way Kirabai always raps when he talks, but from what I could make out he said Minato was both kind as well as deadly. He never spoke of Kushina though, maybe they didn't meet, Yugito said. Well, Minato was a very friendly boy. But serious, too serious if you ask me. But he was always willing to go out of his way to help a friend in need. Kushina, well, if you want to know what she was like, just look at Naruto. They're the basic carbon copy of each other personality-wise. She was so kind and friendly, but had a short fuse. It was how she got her nickname. Well, that and her vibrant red hair. She came to Konoha as a child and she didn't have any family here except for the Shadaim's wife Mito, who she stayed with. But despite that, she was always so happy and determined to succeed. When I look at Naruto I can really see both of them, Minato's skill and Kushina's kindness, Jiraiya said. I see, do you think they would approve of me? I mean, I am from another village that has a history of bad blood between each other, Yugito questioned. I have no doubt in my mind, as long as you make Naruto happy they would have loved you, Jiraiya said with a smile. Thanks Jiraiya-sama, I have really wanted to know what they would think of me, Yugito said. Ah, don't worry about things like that, life's far too short to worry about things that wouldn't matter anyway, Jiraiya said. I guess you're right, well come on, these plans are not going to deliver themselves, Yugito said as she picked up her pace back towards the village center. Land of Waves. Naruto had just finished having a friendly spar with Inari. Not bad Inari, your style is very direct, I think you could go for 2 shorter blades, here take this kunai and head home, I will go find you some blades that will channel your chakra, I think a couple of tantos would be perfect, Naruto said with a smile. Take one of your kunais? What good will that do, and how do you plan on leaving Wave anyway? Inari questioned. Oh well, the kunai is like a marker for one of my jutsu, I use them to transport myself wherever I have one, at the moment I still have trouble activating them at will and I need to concentrate on finding them, where I have my armory is pretty far away, so it is taking me a while to even locate the marker kunai let alone activate it, Naruto explained. Wow, that is so awesome, what does it look like when you transport somewhere? Inari said as Naruto sat down to focus harder on locating the kunai. It's the jutsu that gave my father his nickname of the Yellow Flash, and that is exactly what it looks like. I'm nowhere near as good as he was at using it yet, Sensei said he could move wherever he wanted in an instant, he only ever needed to focus on kunai that were large distances away, I still need a while to activate the kunai from any distance, but I will get there, Naruto said. The blonde sat in silence for a while before he finally opened his eyes. Well, I will see you in a bit, just place that kunai outside your house somewhere and I will see you in a little while, Naruto said, and after a quick farewell wave disappeared in a yellow flash. My Obakuzan. Naruto appeared in front of his small shack that was stuffed full of Naruto scrolls that contained all the items he had taken from the Uzumaki compound. What he didn't notice was he appeared right, Shima was making her way back to her house with the ingredients for that day's dinner. Shima was so shocked to see Naruto just appear before her eyes despite knowing how he did it and seeing him do it hundreds of times before. She was still given a massive fright when it happened without her knowing it was about to occur. In fact, her fright was so large she lost all of the bugs she had gathered that afternoon. Naruto was just about to head on into his shack. Wham! He was struck over the head by Shima's rolling pin. Ow, what the hell? Naruto complained before turning around to face Shima. You scared me half to death, Naruto-chan. I lost most of the stuff for mine and Pa's dinner tonight, the old toad said. Sorry Shima, I didn't realize you were there, I came here to get some chakra conducting tantos from my armory. Need them for a gift to an old friend of mine I haven't seen in years, Naruto admitted. Oh, well you can't keep showing up and scaring me like that, if it happens many more times I will die of a heat attack, I'm not ready to go just yet, you hear me, Shima threatened. Yes mum, Naruto said, then gulped, not wanting to be hit by Shima and her rolling pin again. Good, now you will be happy to know that I sent the designs for the clan house to Jiraiya and they will hopefully begin construction in a few days once they find a builder who they can trust to keep to the designs and not to blab about who they are building it for, Shima said. Why would it matter if they knew they were building it for me? Naruto asked. Because Naruto-chan, half the village would show up wanting to help build it, and the rest of the reconstruction wouldn't get done, the new voice of Fukusaku said from inside Naruto's shack. The gray-haired toad walked out with one of the Uzumaki historical record scrolls in hand. Naruto didn't mind that the old toad was going through his stuff, he had given his sensei permission to look through the records as much as he wanted to. Oh hey Fukusaku-sensei, how's it going with the research? Naruto queried. Not bad, most of it is pointless drivel, but I have found some detailed accounts of some of the Rikadu Senin's jutsu and events that occurred in his life. No sign of any of his letters just yet, but I hope they will turn up soon, Fukusaku said. Yeah, good luck, I searched the things for so long with my clones and didn't find anything, but that said, they only really had a week and there is so much there. Anyway, I need to get to my armory and then head back to Wave, Naruto said, remembering why he was there. Then we better let you get back to work, come on ma, let's leave Naruto-chan to his business, Fukusaku said. The two small toads left and Naruto sat inside and began searching through all the different swords to find some that he could give to Inari. Konoha. Tsunade sat still impatiently waiting for Kakashi to arrive. I can't believe you, Yugao, I told you to bring Kakashi here immediately and he is still almost an hour late, Tsunade thought angrily. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and Kakashi entered, followed by Sakura, who had evidently been crying, and Yugao in her Nico mask. So that must be why he is late, Sakura must have found out about Sasuke, Tsunade thought before taking up her business like Hokage position at her desk. Kakashi, better late than never I guess. I take it you have been informed of the situation by Nico here? Tsunade inquired. Kakashi went to answer but was cut off by Sakura. Is it true? Have you really labeled Sasuke-kun with a kill on sight order? Sakura asked, begging for an answer that she knew wouldn't come. I'm sorry Sakura, but this is the only option we have. Our relations with Kumo have greatly improved over the last few years and denying them this request would be foolish bordering on insane, Tsunade said. But Sasuke-kun is a Konoha shinobi, he just needs time to return to the village. You'll see, he is still a good person, Sakura begged. He attacked a foreign village's Jinchuriki and captured him. He is also working with the Akatsuki. Does that sound like a good person to you? Tsunade asked. She was now trying to keep her anger in check. She thought highly of Sakura as both a student and a medic, but her obsession with the traitorous Uchiha was becoming painful. We don't know what they want the Jinchuriki for, maybe it's for a good cause, and that's why Sasuke-kun joined them, Sakura said desperately. A good cause? You have seen the village, haven't you? Does that look like a good cause? So what do you propose? We just hand Naruto and Yugito over to the Akatsuki because you think Sasuke might come back if we do? Tsunade yelled, her anger getting the best of her. Sakura seemed to shrink under Tsunade's angry gaze, and looking around she saw a look of disappointment firmly set on Kakashi's face. No, I'm sorry Tsunade-sama, I think I need to be alone for a while, Sakura said before leaving the room. I'm sorry about that Tsunade-sama, I will talk with her later, and maybe some of her old classmates can get her to see reason, Kakashi said somberly. Thank you, that would appreciate it, and for what it's worth, I'm sorry I had to do this. I know Sasuke was one of your students, but it is out of my control now. All other nations have agreed to mark him as a kill on sight missing ninja, Tsunade said. That's alright Tsunade-sama, I have been almost expecting something like this to happen, but to tell the truth I never expected him to join the Akatsuki. Not when Itachi was a member, Kakashi said. I know, but I have read over the report, it was definitely Sasuke. This has been coming ever since the attempted kidnapping of Kurotsuchi, during the Jonin exams, Tsunade said. You're right, still it is saddening to see just how far my old student has fallen, Kakashi said. Anyway, I need you to go find the team from Kumo and take them to the record room, they have been granted access to see Sasuke's file, Tsunade said. Right away, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said, and he disappeared via Sunshine to go off to find Team Samui. Land of Waves. Naruto returned to Wave later that afternoon, and after teaching Inari how to channel his chakra through the blades, he spent the rest of the day giving Inari pointers in taijutsu and to a lesser degree kenjutsu. Tsunami was so happy to see Naruto again, she offered him one of the spare rooms for him to spend the night before he left to the next destination on his trip. Naruto awoke late the next morning. He had stayed up until the early hours just before the sun rose to make sure that whoever was targeting the village would not be attacking that night. Well, the village is still calm. Maybe they didn't want to attack while I was still here, Naruto theorized while getting dressed. Naruto walked downstairs and was greeted by the aromatic smell of a perfectly cooked breakfast. Good morning, Naruto-kun, I hope you slept well. I made you a large breakfast for your trip, and of course to give you energy to beat those thugs that are terrorizing the village, Tsunami said from the kitchen when she heard him arrive. Wow, thanks Tsunami, you didn't have to do all this just for me though, Naruto said. Nonsense, you are a hero here, and it would be rude to not give whatever help I can while you are here, Tsunami said. Naruto didn't retort, he just sat down and began to enjoy the wonderful meal that Tsunami had prepared for him. Once he finished, he insisted he help Tsunami wash up despite her protests. Once that was done, Naruto collected all of his things and prepared to depart. Upon leaving the house, Naruto went wide-eyed seeing all of the people that were there waiting for him. It seemed that news that one of the ninja who saved Wave returning to the country had spread over the night, and now everyone had come out to see him. Naruto just gave a nervous smile and stood still, unsure of how he should reply to such a greeting. Hi everyone, Naruto said sheepishly. Are you going to save our country from the bad men again? A small girl asked, running forward from the group. Well, that's the plan, don't worry, whoever is cowardly enough to pick on a small developing nation like Wave will be no match for me, Naruto said confidently. A loud roar of applause erupted from the group, and Naruto couldn't help but notice the looks of longing and lust on some of the women of the village's faces, causing the blonde to shudder at the thought of more fangirls. Coming to the front of the group were Inari and Tazuna, who walked over to Naruto. So you off to save our country again, huh? Where are you heading to after that? Tazuna asked. I still have to go to the land of trees and demon country before I can head back to Konoha. So old man, will you head to Konoha and help with the reconstruction? Naruto said. No problem kid, I am after all the best builder in the elemental nations, Tazuna said proudly. Is that so? Well then maybe when you get there you could do me a favor, find a man with long white hair and markings under his eyes, that's my godfather, his name is Jiraiya. He will have some private work for you building a clan house for the Uzumaki Namikaze clan, Naruto said. No problem kid, I will gladly take the job, and I will even give you a discount, Tazuna said. Thanks old man, but I better go, I'm positive whoever has been attacking the village will be waiting for me to leave the village to attack me, I better give them what they want, Naruto said with a smile. Naruto was followed to the bridge by the large group before they waved him good luck and farewell. From then Naruto made it look like he was heading back towards Konoha, at what would seem like a good speed, but Naruto was clearly keeping himself slow so the 5 people he could sense attempting to surround him would succeed. Around 15 minutes later Naruto landed in a small clearance, not bothering to jump to the next tree and bypass it. Alright, show yourselves, I know there are people out there, Naruto said. He was careful not to give away just how much he knew. Well, what do we have here? A little Konoha shinobi, all alone. You came to the wrong place, little boy, a female voice called from the surrounding forest. We'll see, why don't you show yourself and we can find out just who is in the wrong place, Naruto said defiantly. Oh, I like you kid, you have a lot more fight in you than those pathetic samurai at the village, the voice said. Then from in front of Naruto a tall black-haired kunoichi with a red onbu mask and the symbol for Ado on it appeared. Naruto couldn't help but notice that she was rather attractive despite the fact he could not see her face. Her figure was one of the best that he had ever seen, it even rivaled Yugito's. Ado onbu, no wonder you are picking on a small country like Wave, for a village that pathetic it's no wonder. The only people you would stand a chance against are the tiny nations, Naruto laughed. We were strong enough to defeat you, she said. Naruto felt something move behind him but didn't react in time to stop from being run through with a large katana. Stupid Konoha rat, you think you're so superior to us, then why are you going to die here? The man who had his blade sticking through Naruto's gut said. Naruto didn't say anything, he just started laughing uncontrollably before puffing into smoke. Damn, he was just a shadow clone. Kira, where is the real one? The man who just stabbed Naruto said. I don't know, he is outside of my range, I will have to use my curse mark to find him, the woman said. You two are both incompetent, how could you have not been able to tell he was just a clone? Another man said, arriving along with 2 others. That was a shadow clone, they are perfect copies, it's not my fault, the woman named Kira said. It was most unfortunate for the group they didn't notice the kunai that had fallen from the grasp of the shadow clone as he dispelled. Well, we don't have time to mess around anymore. Find him now. The new arrival said. Don't bother, I'm right here, Naruto yelled from a tree above them and jumping down with Rasengan in hand slammed the spinning orb into the back of the man who had stabbed his clone. Well, that's one down, so tell me. Do you want to surrender now? Or do you want me to defeat and possibly kill you all? Naruto said lazily as he picked himself up off the ground. The man struck with the Rasengan clearly dead underneath him. What, Kira, you just said he wasn't inside your range of detection, how did he get here that fast if he was? Their leader said. Oh, don't feel too bad, I mean. At least I am going to defeat you myself and decided not to let my clone do all the work, Naruto joked. Fuck you kid, we don't have time for this, come on curse marks, let's take this guy down, he doesn't know what he is messing with, the leader of the Ado Onbu group said. Right before Naruto's eyes the 3 people out of the 4 changed into strangely deformed creatures while the others seemed to stay the same, but Naruto could feel the increase of power from the only woman in the group, but at the same time Naruto decided it would be for the best if he took them seriously now. 3 level 2 curse-sealed opponents were nothing to laugh at. Their leader acted first, his right hand had become larger and seemed to look like a cannon. Naruto, sensing danger, quickly jumped away, and his instincts were correct as a large blast of condensed chakra shot forward, destroying the area where he once stood. Naruto didn't have any time to rest as the other 2 people from the group who had both transformed into large half-man half-bull beings jumped forward at relatively fast speeds. Naruto was not too worried about them as he was still far faster than they were and easily avoided their onslaught, kicking them both away with ease at the first opening. I hope you guys have more than that, Naruto said, leaning against a tree while standing on a branch high above the group. He soon had to jump out of the way again as another blast came shooting at him. Well, you got a bit closer to me that time, who knows, I may have to try after all, Naruto said, hoping to enrage them into making some mistakes. Naruto hadn't bothered to enter sage mode, deciding that this could be a good bit of training. Finally the woman moved, and she moved at blistering pace, Naruto only narrowly avoiding the hit. This act more than anything else Naruto had done shocked and scared the Auto Ninja. He dodged Kira's swift release. How is that possible? Their leader stammered out. Swift release? A bloodline limit, huh? Well, you are fast, I suppose, Naruto admitted, turning to face the shocked-looking woman. You might even be a fun sparring partner, but your friends, well, they are quite useless, Naruto said. Hey, who do you think you are calling useless, you Konoha rat? I will kill you, the leader said. Naruto just looked at him with mild interest and removed 3 kunai from his pouch. There is 4 of you, and 1 of me, why don't I even the odds a bit? I really want to test myself against your swift release so you're safe, but I think these 3 have worn my patience out, Naruto said mostly to himself. How dare you mock us? Let's get him. If we attack together he won't stand a chance, one of the bull-like men said. You could try, but I will have you 3 defeated within the next 5 seconds anyway, so it will be kind of pointless, Naruto said. What are you talking? Their boss couldn't finish his sentence as Naruto threw 3 of his kunai in the directions of the 3 auto ninja before flashing in front of the boss, slamming a Rasengan into his chest before disappearing again. It was over in just over 3 seconds. And the final remaining member of the group of auto ninja stood there, and she was rather glad she was still wearing her Onbu mask as it was hiding a look of sheer horror that was covering her face. What is this guy? First he avoids my swift release, then he just disappears, and there are these flashes of yellow and my team are dead, she thought. She was now thoroughly scared for her life. Well, now that they're out of the way, how about we continue? I would like to see how strong your swift release is. I will remove my restriction seals so I can fight you fairly, Naruto said. What the fuck are you talking about? How am I supposed to beat you? And how did you even do that to my team? Kira said, clearly frightened. Well, I doubt you can defeat me, but I have no desire to kill you. In fact, I had no desire to kill any of your team members, but I had to defend myself and the village you have been targeting. That's why I'm going to spare you, and instead of killing you I will just capture you and send you back to Konoha. Now shall we? I won't even use ninjutsu, just pure taijutsu, Naruto said. Hey, I have never lost a match in taijutsu, you must be insane, Kira said before she rocketed off, delivering a punch to Naruto's chest, but blinked when she found Naruto had crossed his arms to block it. You're not physically strong or fast, but your bloodline limit seems to use a mixture of Raiten and Fuiten chakra to increase your speed dramatically. If you had bothered to train your speed you would even be faster than old man A, but you rely on your Kekkei Genkai far too much, so now while you are indeed fast, you will be no match for me without my restriction seals, Naruto informed her. How dare he lecture me? I will show him, Kira thought, and moved in a blink of an eye to attempt a leg sweep. She was in part successful in that she knocked Naruto off his legs, but he easily pushed off from the ground with one arm and delivered a 2-footed kick to Kira's chest, which she was able to block just in time. Your best skill is your ability to perform moves that usually require large amounts of focus, at amazing speed, because your bloodline takes care of speed, allowing you to put all your attention into getting the moves right. I can tell from the speed you were able to perfectly balance yourself for that leg sweep at an amazing speed, Naruto said. I don't care about your damn lecture or analysis of my skills, now just shut the fuck up, Kira said as she shot forward again, with Naruto narrowly avoiding strike after strike. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little bit excited. He had not had a taijutsu fight this good since his fight with Lee, during the Jonin exams. Her form was excellent, the pace in which she was able to move made any opening Naruto tried to exploit disappear almost as soon as it came. Naruto was even taking a few hits, but they were mostly glancing blows. Eventually Naruto got sick of being on the back foot and started to push back. His Toad style was perfect against fast opponents, and once he got into his rhythm of his attacks, Kira was forced back and was clearly struggling, so much so that she had to jump away from Naruto, landing in a nearby tree panting lightly. Just who are you, she said as she tried to regain some composure. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Naruto said. Nah, Naruto. You mean you're the son of the Yellow Flash, ranked S-class ninja in Otto's bingo book with a do not approach label, she stammered. Yeah, I guess I am. I forgot all about Orochi team adding me to Otto's bingo book, Naruto said with a smile. They said this guy beat Orochimaru-sama in a fight one-on-one, but he is only around 16. However, with the way he has been toying with me, I don't doubt it. What am I supposed to do? He hasn't even used the technique that allowed him to take down the others yet, Kira thought as she began looking for an escape. Well, this has been fun, but I think it's time I end this. It was fun though. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. I already told you, you're going to go to a prison cell in Konoha, but tell me, why didn't you transform into some hideous creature like the others? Naruto queried as he took out several kunai, not wanting to give her any openings to escape. I never went through the awakening to get a second level curse mark. I didn't think it would be necessary, and I don't want to turn out like some of the people who were consumed by the seal and had to stay in the curse forms, Kira said, not knowing why she answered, but figured she was just trying to avoid whatever Naruto had planned for as long as possible. Naruto threw his kunai, and the last thing Kira knew seeing was a flash of yellow followed by her consciousness fading slowly as Naruto chopped the back of her neck. Naruto summoned a large toad and gave it orders to deliver the captured Oto Onbu to Konoha along with a report of what had happened in the land of Wave. He then created a clone and sent it back to Wave to tell them that their troubles were over. Well, that was fun. I can only hope the land of trees and demons are this entertaining, Naruto thought as he began to make his way west towards the land of trees. Chapter 70, The Village Hidden in the Trees. It took Naruto a full day at full speed to reach the land of trees. Naruto looked on in awe of the village. Each part of the village was built high in the trees with wooden bridges connecting the trees. In fact, the only things on the ground of the forest were large spiraling ramps that went all the way up to the canopy where the village was located. Naruto found 2 ninja on guard duty. Their headset had a picture of a single tree in the center. "Hey, I'm here on a diplomatic mission from Konoha. I need to speak to whoever is in charge here," Naruto said in a friendly manner, handing the guards his papers. "This seems to all be in order. I hope you enjoy your stay in Kagakura," one of the guards said before handing Naruto his forms back. Naruto made his way across a large bridge to one of the biggest trees that he had ever seen, and it was not like the others were small, but this one seemed like it was almost as wide as the Hokage monument in Konoha and twice as high. The blonde Konoha ninja arrived in the center tree and he saw at the thickest place where the branches forked out, there was a large mansion. Naruto moved towards the mansion as he knew it was his destination. As he approached, he entrance was blocked by 3 ninja. "Halt, you cannot enter without permission," one of the ninja said. "But I am here on an important mission from Konoha," Naruto said. "That doesn't matter, nobody enters without permission," one of the other ninja said. "Oh, alright, then how do I get permission to enter?" Naruto asked. "You need to talk to Hikaru-sama," the first ninja to speak said. "And where do I find him?" Naruto queried. "He lives in the mansion, and he rarely leaves," the ninja replied. "This same mansion that I am not allowed to enter, right?" Naruto said, starting to realize why a nation with their own ninja would need to rely so heavily on Konoha for support. "Well, yes," the ninja admitted. "Then can I see him, or is that forbidden as well?" Naruto said. "As a matter of fact it is." "Wow, you're a smart one. How did you know that?" the final ninja who had yet to speak said. "You're kidding, right? The only way to see the person who is in charge is to talk to this Hikaru-sama, and he lives inside the same mansion that I can't get into and he almost never comes out, is that right?" Naruto questioned. "Yeah, that's about it," the first ninja said happily. "And that doesn't seem at all stupid to any of you?" Naruto queried. "No, why would it?" they all replied. "How about the fact that it is absolutely impossible to get in to see the person in charge? Look, is there anyone out in the village that I can speak to, preferably someone who is more intelligent than a common house cat?" Naruto said with a deadpan. "I don't know what you mean," the first ninja said again. "Of course you don't. Look, is there anyone I can actually speak to without having to enter the mansion that I am not allowed to enter that can help me get a meeting with either the person in charge or Hikaru?" Naruto said, willing himself not to hit the 3 ninja as punishment for being idiots. Maybe the Jonin commander. He is allowed to enter once a week to get our missions for the week," one of the ninja said. "And where can I find him?" Naruto asked. We don't know," the 3 guards admitted. "You guys are useless, you know that, right?" Naruto said exasperatedly. "Yes," all 3 of them replied, lowering their heads in shame. "At least tell me where your ninja HQ is, and if you tell me that it is inside the mansion, I swear to Kami I'm just going to beat you 3 up and go in there," Naruto said. "The ninja HQ is 2 trees over to the west, maybe someone there can help you," one of the ninja said shakily. Naruto then walked off in the direction they pointed him in, muttering about useless incompetent ninja. Land of Fire. Team Taka were jumping through the trees when the air in front of them rippled and Madara stood before them. "I believe I told you that if you betrayed me I would have to kill you," Madara said after he completed his materialization. "What are you talking about? I gave you the Hachibi," Sasuke said. "No, he gave you the slip. You only have me part of a tentacle. You failed me. Or did you allow him to escape you?" Madara said. "Impossible, I saw him burn from my Amaterasu." "Now get out of my way," Sasuke said. "I'm afraid I can't let you go any further, it would be pointless anyway. Konoha has already been destroyed by my minion Pain," Madara said. "So he stole my revenge?" Sasuke seethed, activating a Chidori in his anger. "Not exactly, he was stopped and defeated by your former classmate the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. He is quite a ninja," Madara admitted. "So Konoha has still been destroyed but there are still people left alive, then I will finish the job Pain started and enjoy watching them beg me for forgiveness from their sins," Sasuke said. "I can't let you go, you failed me so you owe me a job done right before you are free from my service," Madara said. "Get out of my way," Sasuke yelled. "No," Madara replied simply. Sasuke charged the elder Uchiha with a Chidori. Madara screamed but changed to laughter as Sasuke just passed straight through him. It was at this point that Zetsu rose from the same tree branch that Madara was currently standing on. "What the hell is that thing?" Suigetsu said upon seeing the plant man. "He is another one of my minions." "Zetsu, who is the new Hokage?" Madara said, turning to Zetsu. "There is no change in leader, the Hokage is still Tsunade Senju," Zetsu said. "This is confusing. I would have bet on Danzo attempting to take the seat of Hokage for himself," Madara admitted. "Well, he did try, but he was foiled by the Kyuubi Jinchuriki," Zetsu said. "I see, and what happened?" Madara asked. "Well, I didn't see the confrontation up close for obvious reasons, but from what I gathered from spying on the village, Danzo was just about to get the approval of the daimyo when Naruto showed up and exposed him of treason when he teamed up with Hanzo. He then said that if he was elected Hokage, then he would leave the village along with Tsunade and Jiraiya, leaving the village with no Jinchuriki or S-ranked ninja to deter any possible threat on the village. Much like when Suna and Oto tried to invade. And the name of Danzo is far less threatening than Hiruzen Sarutobi, the god of shinobi. Danzo could see his plan had failed and attempted to control the Kyuubi somehow. I have not found out how he attempted it. Anyway, after a short confrontation, Danzo fled the village along with close to 300 of his followers. I believe he still has spies inside the village though," Zetsu said. "I see. So Danzo has been forced to flee the village. I doubt it will be the last we see of them, and I am sure you will be wanting to find him, Sasuke. After all, he was one of the people who ordered the elimination of the Uchiha clan," Madara said. "Where is he hiding?" Sasuke said, clearly angry at the thought of Danzo being allowed to escape his wrath. "I don't know, but I have a fairly good idea of where he will show up," Zetsu said. "Where? Tell me now," Sasuke demanded. "Well, since you failed to ask nicely, I don't know if I should tell you." "Hey boss, are you sure about not letting him go to Konoha? I would enjoy watching him get humiliated by the young Namikaze," Zetsu said. "I will crush the Dobi, he is nothing compared to me," Sasuke said arrogantly. "Well, he did just defeat a man who considered himself a god, and not without good reason. Not many people have been able to control life and death. He really could have been seen as a god. I don't think you would stand much of a chance against Naruto," Zetsu said. "Enough of this, you two. Now Zetsu, where do you think Danzo will show himself?" Madara ordered. "The Raikage has called for a summit of the 5 Kages from the great shinobi villages. They plan to discuss what they should do about the Akatsuki. That will be Danzo's last chance to gain power, if he can seize it at the Kage summit. He did take enough root members with him to have a good chance at defeating the Kages with sheer force of numbers. It will be held in just over a week in the Land of Iron," Zetsu replied submissively. "Then I guess we will just need to crash that party. After all, Sasuke, 2 of your highest profile targets will be there," Madara said. "All right, I agree. Once I crush the Kages, I will prove that the Dobi doesn't stand a chance against me," Sasuke said in a mocking tone. "Then it's agreed you will make your way towards the Land of Iron and lay low until the summit. Take White Zetsu with you, so I can be sure you don't fail me again," Madara said. Zetsu split up into 2 halves and sent the white half to go stand over by Team Taki. "All right, let's head out then. The sooner we get there the easier it will be to sneak into the country," Sasuke said and left without saying another word. Team Taka and White Zetsu followed after him. Once he was out of range, Black Zetsu turned to Madara. "Do you really think you can control him? Even if he does become stronger than Itachi ever was, it will be pointless, and you could just create another problem," Zetsu said. "I am aware of the risks, but the more he uses the Mangekyo Sharingan, the deeper into the darkness he will fall, and the further he falls the easier it will be for him to manipulate. I just have to make sure I am on hand to save him. I don't expect him to be able to win at the Kage Summit, but it will be the perfect opportunity for him to train his eyes. Then all I have to do is sweep in and save his life, and then he will begin to see me as his ally," Madara said. "You're probably right," Zetsu said. Madara didn't reply, he just warped himself away from the area, and Zetsu, seeing his leader had left, decided to do the same and sunk into the tree branch he was standing on. Land of Trees. Naruto had eventually found the Jonin commander of the village. He was a long way from the symbol of power and ability that Kakashi, Asuma, and Guy were for Konoha. In fact, this man looked as though he was mentally drained, like he had passed his best years ago. "Hello, I hear you are the one in control of most of the ninja forces," Naruto said, approaching the disheveled Jonin commander. "Wha? Oh yeah, that's me. Who might you be? You're clearly not one of our ninja," the man said. "Me? Oh, I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I'm here on a diplomatic mission from Konoha. I was hoping to get in to see the leader of the village to deliver a message from the Hokage," Naruto said. "That will be difficult. It is almost impossible to get a meeting with our leader. I have only seen him a couple of times since I took over as Jonin Commander, the man said. And how long ago did you take over the job? Naruto asked. About 9 months ago, but I don't know how much longer I can continue with the job. It seems to be far more draining than I ever imagined. It's no wonder the last 4 only lasted just over a year, the man said. Why did they retire? Naruto queried. They all seemed to lucid. It was like all of their skill just left them. Towards the end of their reign they could barely remember how to throw a kunai, the man said shakily. That sounds really fishy to me. What could cause something like that? One thing's for sure, there is something going on inside the mansion that needs to stop, Naruto thought. Look, I really need to get in to see the leader. Is there any way you could get me an audience? At least with this Hikaru-sama I have heard about, Naruto asked. There might be a way. I will ask for you. I'm sure they will take notice when they find out the son of the Yellow Flash is here to see them with an urgent message from Konoha, the Jonin commander said. Thank you, it seems like you are my only hope of completing my mission, Naruto said. No, it's no problem. Your father saved this village during the Third Shinobi War. It is the least I can do to repay that kindness by doing my best to get you an audience with at least Hikaru-sama. Wait here, I will go at once to the palace to speak with who I can, the man said. Naruto decided to agree and sat in the small bar where he had found the shabby-looking Jonin commander. It was over an hour before the man returned to take his seat. Good news, Hikaru-sama has agreed to a meeting with you outside of the Kikage's mansion, in 1 hour in the mission briefing room of the Ninja HQ, the man said. Ah, good, can you take me there? I would rather not have to answer any more questions about why I am here than I need to, Naruto said. Ah, very well. Shall we? The Jonin commander said, standing up from his seat and beginning to lead the way. Naruto found the village itself to be a very beautiful place. Living in the canopy of a dense rain forest gave the village a quite peaceful feel to it. But he found the ninja to be a bit infuriating. The ninja commander was friendly enough and seemed to be rather intelligent, but Naruto could tell just from following him back to the ninja HQ, where he found out where to find the man, that he was on his last legs as a shinobi. Even the way that he seemed to walk, it was as if he had forgotten how to be assertive or even secretive. His feet were loud and clumsy. Everything about him screamed fresh Jonin rather than experienced Jonin of a village. Well, here we are. Hikaru-sama will be with you shortly, the man said, leading Naruto into a large hall-like room. The room itself was utterly unremarkable except for an amazingly skillful carved feature on the back wall of the large tree that was in the center of the village that had such detail Naruto could even make out the faces on the people who were gathered around the base of the tree as if they were worshipping it. An amazing piece of work, isn't it? Came a voice behind Naruto. Who was not focusing on sensing people approaching, did not realize he was no longer alone. Turning around, Naruto saw a large man around Kurenai's age. He was about Jiraiya's height with pure white hair with several thick black and red streaks that traveled down to just past his shoulders. The thing that really shocked Naruto was his eyes. He had one purple eye and the other was red. "My, you really are the son of the Yellow Flash, you look just like the pictures of him," the man said. Clearly Naruto had piqued his interest. Naruto went to reply but then stopped as both of the man's eyes changed color. The right one, which had been red, changed to light blue, several shades lighter than Naruto's, and his left, which had been purple, changed to yellow. The process stole Naruto's train of thought from him and all he could think about was what was going on with his eyes. "Ah, I see you have noticed my eyes. There is nothing to worry about. They change color according to what I am feeling at that point in time. It's a Kekkei Genkai. I call it the Ja-Shugen, or mood-eye," the man said. "Oh, that must make keeping your thoughts and emotions a secret rather difficult," Naruto said. "Yes, I suppose it could, but as long as people do not know what the colors mean, it will not help others all that much," the man said. "True, I suppose. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and you are?" Naruto said, sticking out a hand to shake the man's hand. "Oh, how rude of me. I must have lost my train of thought when I saw how much you looked like your father. I am Hikaru Nentu, the Kikage's personal aide, and I run the day-to-day shinobi business of the village," Hikaru said. "Well then, it is a pleasure to meet you, Hikaru. You are clearly highly respected in this village," Naruto said. "No, the pleasure is all mine. You are the son of one of the strongest ninja ever to live. You must be quite the shinobi yourself," Hikaru said as his yellow eye changed to dark green. Naruto noticed this and couldn't help but wonder what it indicated. There was obviously no genjutsu causing it, otherwise his senjutsu seals would have activated to dispel it. "Your Ja-Shugen intrigues me. Konoha is known for possessing the Byakugan and Sharingan, and they both have amazing abilities. I was wondering if you could tell me something about it?" Naruto questioned, trying to find out more about the man and his bloodline limit. "Now what kind of ninja would I be if I gave away my secrets? It would be like me asking you how your father performed his prized jutsu, the Rasengan, or what was the secret behind the fabled Hirashin," Hikaru said. The way he said that, it was like he wanted me to tell him how to do my two most prized jutsu. He would never be able to use the Hiroshin anyway. Father fixed the seal so it would only ever work with people that have namikaze blood. I was able to get it to work, but I doubt even I could completely remake the seal from scratch to use other people's blood. Not that I would ever want a, Naruto thought. You're right, of course it was rude of me to ask. Naruto apologized. No apology is necessary, Hikaru said happily, but Naruto couldn't help but notice a small frown appear on his forehead. Perhaps we should get down to business. I require an audience with your Kage. I have a letter to deliver to him from the Hokage, Naruto said. I am afraid that it impossible. Kikage-sama has refused all visitors. He has been like that for almost a year now. I am the only person he agrees to see. Perhaps I can take the letter for you, Hikaru said. No, I have my orders not to give this to anyone other than the Kikage. I don't care if I have to walk and drop it off without saying anything and leave, but I have to give it directly to him, Naruto said determinedly. That will be close to impossible, I am afraid, Hikaru said. What is this bullshit? What Kage refuses to see a diplomatic emissary? Wars have been started for less. There is something very wrong going on here, Naruto thought. Actually, there might be one way that you could see Kikage-sama, but I will have to talk to him first to make sure it is all right. I can understand your position after all. I request you come back tomorrow morning. I hope that is acceptable, Hikaru said. Yes, and please tell him that it is urgent and for his eyes only, Naruto said. I will. It has been a pleasure talking to you, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Hikaru said before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Something about that man is off. If I was in sage mode, maybe I could have gotten something from his chakra signature, but I couldn't just enter sage mode in the middle of a civilized conversation. But there is definitely something going on in that palace and I want to know what it is. Looks like I will have to break in and have a look around for myself, Naruto thought, as he left the room to go find a hotel for the night. Chapter 71, The Ja Shogun. Naruto found a small hotel close to the center of town with a close proximity to the palace. This place will be perfect. Close enough to get in and out quickly, and I will give me a reason to scout the area, as it would be a good route for an evening walk, Naruto thought as he paid for his room. Naruto found his room and was pleasantly surprised to find it had a good view out over the palace. The room itself was only small, with a single bed and a small bathroom and shower, but he had a balcony that would give him a good access point to be able to leave the hotel later that night without being seen. Once evening came, Naruto decided to go have some dinner and maybe ask some of the locals what they knew about Hikaru. Leaving his hotel, Naruto made his way towards the market district of town, figuring that would be where most of the restaurants would be. I should probably try a few different places. That was what Jiraiya-sensei taught me to do when looking for information in a foreign village with no contacts, Naruto thought as he looked around. Naruto found an elderly lady who was currently looking in a small fruit stall and decided to start his investigation with someone who would have known the village before Hikaru came to power. As the old lady left the fruit stall, Naruto pretended to accidentally bump into the old woman. Oh, I am so sorry, Mum. I lost my way. I was looking for somewhere good to eat and I wasn't watching where I was going, Naruto lied. If he had seen the rather substandard quality of some of the ninja in this village, he would have never even bothered with the excuse. Oh, that's quite all right. I was not harmed at all. And oh my, that hair, those eyes, it is like I am looking at a young Minato Namikaze, the old woman stammered once she saw Naruto's face. Yeah, I guess I do look a lot like my father, huh? Actually, the shape of my face is more like my mother's, I have been told, but the way I have my hair hides that from most people, Naruto said. The son of the Yellow Flash. Oh my. Your father saved my life during the Third Shinobi War. This village was attacked by Iwa's forces as they were looking to get a foothold to gather their forces on the outskirts of the Land of Fire. I remember Hanzo the Salamander had locked down Ame, and Taki had sided with Konoha, and were impossible to find. Most other countries were too close to either Konoha or Suna, so our village was their chosen target, she said. This will be perfect. She already seems to trust me because of my father. And she is bound to know something of where Hikaru came from, at least Naruto thought. What happened when Iwa attacked? He asked, deciding to keep her talking for a bit longer before asking her any questions. It was horrible. The Iwa shinobi seemed to grow out of the ground below us and swarmed up the trees from the forest floor. At the time we had a sizable military, but they were no match for the highly trained shinobi that came from Iwa. 90% of the village's shinobi were wiped out in under a day. We had lost all but the palace in the center tree, and all of the civilians that could hold a weapon, myself included, were forced to fight them off. The others were held in the main hall. We were also terrified that we might turn out the same way as the village of Uzugakure, and have the entire population slaughtered in the middle of the night while everyone was asleep. So we made sure to stay up around the clock to make sure that we were safe. By the end of the second day we were losing hope. We had lost the courtyard and now the only thing that was keeping the Iwan ninja out was the reinforced chakra-enhanced doors and what ninja remained firing jutsus down upon the enemy from the upper levels, she said. That's horrible, how did you manage to get out of that mess? Naruto asked. Konoha's ninja forces showed up and saved us by the next morning. We had lost most of our military force but most of the civilians survived. I can still remember how your father sped around making sure everyone was safe. He was brilliant, he just seemed to ooze an air of authority about him. Anyway, what brings you here? We don't get too many visits from Konoha shinobi unless it is to renegotiate a treaty, but we haven't had to do that in years, the old lady said. Well, I need to get in to see the cage. Here I have an important message here for him from the Hokage, but I have been told by several people that it is impossible to get a meeting with him, Naruto said. Ah, that does seem like the way things have been in recent years. The Kikage was always a friendly man who cared so deeply for his people, but around 4 years ago he stopped coming out into public. Then the quality of our elite ninja started to decrease. It was like the spirit was being sucked from the village, the old lady said. This may sound like a weird question, but was this around the time that Hikaru became the number 2 in the village? Naruto asked. No, Hikaru had been number 2 for around a year before we noticed any change in Kikage-sama, the old lady said. A year, like the same year that the last couple of Jonin commanders lasted in their jobs before they were forced to retire. No doubt about it, there is something going on and it just stinks of Hikaru's involvement, Naruto thought. Thanks for your time, again I'm sorry for bumping into you, Naruto said with a smile. Oh, that's alright, it was an absolute pleasure to meet you, my boy, the old lady said. Alright, so that is something. Now let's see what some younger people think of Hikaru. There has to be a reason why nobody seems to be questioning what is going on, Naruto thought as he began to look around the small square. Eventually his eyes came to rest on a small dengo shop with a bunch of young waitresses. That looks like a perfect place to gather some information, Naruto said to himself and entered the dengo shop and sat down at a table and picked up the menu. Naruto ordered his dengo and waited for it to be delivered. When it came, his small plate of dengo was delivered by a young girl around his age with deep purple hair. Here you are, sir, she said, placing the plate on the desk and turning to leave. Wait. Would you like to join me? I don't know anybody in this town and in truth I was hoping I would have been able to move on without having to stay. It's nothing against the village, of course, it is a beautiful place. However, I am on an important mission from Konoha and need to move on to my final destination, Naruto said. The young waitress blushed red and didn't really hear anything past Naruto's offer for her to join him. She just nodded slightly and sat down. What's it like living here? Naruto asked to sound as though he was interested. Oh, it's not so bad, it is peaceful. We don't get many visitors though, certainly not many ninja like yourself, she said with a smile. I see, well I don't really know how long I will be here for. I need to see the Kikage personally, but I have been blocked from entering the mansion, Naruto admitted. Yeah, nobody is allowed to see Kikage-sama anymore, it is Hikaru-sama's orders, the waitress said. Who is this Hikaru-sama, what is his job here in the village? Naruto asked. He is our protector, and he now runs the ninja forces, the waitress said. Isn't that the job of the cage? Naruto queried. At first it was Kikage-sama hired him as his assistant. As time progressed, however, Hikaru-sama began to prove himself as a top ninja, and was eventually promoted to head of the ninja departments, and when Kikage-sama stopped making public appearances he took over as second in charge, the waitress said. Naruto had just finished his last stick of dango and was mulling over what she was saying. He was nothing but an assistant, and he became the strongest ninja in the village? Well, it is not unheard of, but still, he went from being an office assistant to second in command of the village in just over a year. I think there is something wrong with the Kikage, and he is using him as a figurehead to rule the country from the shadows whilst being seen as a protector by the younger generation. Brilliant plan, he is manipulating this entire village and nobody can see it, Naruto thought. Thank you for talking with me while I ate, your company was much appreciated, Naruto said as he paid for his dango and left. The waitress seemed rather sad to see Naruto go, but returned to work and was pleased to find the blonde had left her a rather healthy tip. Okay, now I need to talk to some of the ninja, maybe they can shed some light into how Hikaru got into power, Naruto thought as he made his way towards a shinobi bar. The shinobi bar was a drab place, there were shinobi who looked like they had been drinking all day over in a corner and the whole atmosphere of the place seemed depressing. Naruto looked around to try and find a group of people who would be good for some information. In one corner there were the 3 guards that had prevented him from entering the mansion. Naruto contemplated going over to them, after all they would have been bound to know something about Hikaru. However, after remembering his last encounter with the 3 mentally inept ninja he decided against it. Then Naruto saw the 2 ninja who had stamped his passport when he was entering the village. They will be perfect, if I know anything about gate, guards as they are always looking for something to talk about, Naruto thought, remembering how talkative Izumo and Kotetsu usually are. "Hi, mind if I join you guys?" Naruto asked as he approached the two men who were enjoying their sake. "Hey, sure thing, sit down. Guess it's no real surprise that you are still here. Nobody has been allowed to see the Kikage in years after all. I kinda hoped they would have let an emissary from Konoha in, though," one of the off-duty ninja said. "Yeah, no such luck. I was told I had to talk to Hikaru-sama, but he lives in the castle and never comes out unless it's an emergency. I mean, how pathetic is that?" Naruto said. "Yeah, I know. We were given guard duty for speaking out about him," the other guard said. "Man, that's harsh. So who is this Hikaru guy anyway? How did he get so powerful?" Naruto asked. "He was hired as the Kage's aide after he was kicked out of the Ninja Academy for cheating on his exams. I don't know he managed to pull that off though. Anyway, the Kikage took pity on him and gave him various jobs around the village, eventually hiring him as his personal aide. And that was when he started to prove he was good enough to be a shinobi. I don't know how it happened, but in under a year he became the strongest ninja in the village. The thing is, nobody has ever seen him train," the man said. "How is that even possible? Nobody can just become the strongest ninja in the village without even training," Naruto said in disbelief. "Yeah, I don't understand how he did it either. Truth be told, I don't trust him, but there isn't much that we can do. Anyone who has so much as thought about complaining about him or acting against Hai is punished." Eventually everyone just seemed to give up and accept that he was in command, one of the guards whined. "There are far too many questions that need to be answered about his man. Looks like I will need to break into the palace tonight. If there are answers, they will be there," Naruto thought. "Well, thank you for the company. I think I better head back to my hotel. I still need to find a way to meet with the Kikage after all," he said in a friendly manner. "Alright, good luck, and if you do find out why he won't show his face in public anymore, could you please tell us?" one of the guards said. "Sure thing. I will make a point to ask him about it," Naruto said with a smile before leaving the bar and heading back to his hotel. Naruto waited up late that night, until long after the lights of the village went out. Creating a clone, he gave it one of his Hirashin kunai. He then threw another skillfully out of the window into the side of a large branch that was used as a road leading towards the palace. Naruto appeared in the middle of the road. He had been careful to search the area for lifeforms long before he threw the kunai. From this point, Naruto stealthily made his way towards the mansion compound. Hiding himself between buildings, Naruto quickly gathered some Senjutsu chakra to sense for where the guards were. "Kami, there are more guards patrolling inside there than the rest of the village has," ninja Naruto thought. Waiting for a break in the guards' movement, Naruto threw in one of his kunai and flashed inside the compound. He then made sure to look around and check the entrances for seals that would detect intruders. Once he was satisfied that entering through one of the windows would be safe, Naruto slipped himself inside. The moment his feet hit the floor, however, he felt his Senjutsu seal activate, indicating that there was a genjutsu at work. A genjutsu? Inside a building like this, I wonder what it did. Well, this place is a bit messy. Maybe it just hid the mess from everyone who looked around, Naruto theorized, and then set off to work looking around. The mansion was completely unremarkable. Sure, the craftsmanship was excellent and there were some wonderful artworks, but at the same time there was nothing that gave Naruto any indication as to what it was that seemed off about Hikaru and what may have been going on in the land of trees. Naruto made his way through various rooms, but most of them just seemed to be spare bedrooms that had not been used in years. That was when Naruto made a discovery. Despite all the guards that had been patrolling outside, there was absolutely nobody inside at all apart from 2 life signs on the top level. Naruto then focused harder to make sure he was not missing anyone, and just as he was about to give up and just move on searching room for room, he felt a small group of weak life signs underneath the mansion in what must be the basement. Wasting little time, Naruto sped off to investigate what the life signs were. Arriving at the basement, he found that it had a large door that was locked from the outside. Whoever is down there is locked inside. Maybe they know what is going on here, Naruto thought as he unlocked the door and made his way downstairs. Naruto hinged himself into a random ninja he saw while walking around the village and opened a door at the bottom of the stairs. Inside the room there was around 20 people. Most of them looked like ninjas simply lying around as if they were waiting to die. "What the hell is going on here? Who are you people?" Naruto said, shaking one of the men who was lying on the floor. The man opened his eyes before giving Naruto a shocked yet urgent stare. "You must get out. Hikaru's genjutsu, it steals your skills and makes them his own. It is the power of the Jashugan. We are all his victims who discovered what he was doing. He drained us so much of our skill we forgot how to even walk," the man stammered out weakly. "He drains people of all of their skill and steals them for himself. He must have placed a genjutsu on the palace that will slowly drain anyone who enters of their skill, and he restricts free entrance to this place so more people don't find out just what he is doing. This means that the Kikage will be just like these people, unable to move to get help and only just barely able to stay alive. Don't worry, I will stop this, I promise, Naruto said. Thank you, but be careful, he has absorbed all the skills and knowledge of over 50 of our ninja, he will be no pushover, the man said, his eyes pleading Naruto to save them. Hey, don't worry about me, I can handle myself, then I will come back and save you, I promise, Naruto reassured the man before heading towards the exit. Leaving the basement, Naruto relocked the door, then created a clone to inform his other clone waiting for word to activate his kunai for him to escape, that it was time to get to work. It happened just in time too, because it was at that moment Naruto realized that Hikaru was making his way downstairs directly to where Naruto was standing. The blonde gave a sigh of relief once he was safely back in his hotel room. I need to act on this tomorrow. If I insist on him taking me to the Kikage, I can make sure that the man is at least still alive and then I can confront him about what he is doing, Naruto thought before lying down onto his bed and fading off to sleep. The next morning Naruto awoke early, not wanting to be late for his meeting with Hikaru. I have to play this right, I can't let him know that I am onto him, I cannot even let myself think about what I saw last night, he thought as he got dressed. Leaving the hotel, Naruto made his way to the ninja HQ. Upon arriving there, Naruto found that it was far busier today than it was the day before. What's going on? Naruto asked a girl at the office. Oh, they have just arrested someone for breaking into the palace, the lady said. Really, how did they find out who it was? Naruto questioned. There was a witness, he told Hikaru-sama who he saw. Hikaru-sama is questioning the man himself at this moment, the girl said. Fuck, the guy I woke in the basement must have talked. But because of the fact that he has had all of his skills stolen from him, he couldn't recognize that it was a henge even up close. I wonder what will happen to him. But why would he sell the man out? The person I talked to seems so desperate. I guess it's just another thing to add to the list of things I don't know about this guy. If that captive was right, Hikaru has the skills of at least 20 key ninja, Naruto thought as he looked around for any sign of Hikaru. I am supposed to meet Hikaru in the briefing room, is it alright if I go in and wait? Naruto asked. Oh yes, that would be fine, he will be with you shortly, I am sure, the woman on the desk said. Naruto entered the room and waited. Outside, Naruto could feel all of the people moving around outside. The village seemed to almost be on lockdown. Finally the door opened and Hikaru entered. Ah, Namikaze-san, thank you for being patient. There is a criminal on the loose and we are currently looking for them, the skill stealer said. Really? I hope this will not affect my meeting with the Kikage, Naruto said honestly. No, not at all. We can head to the palace right away. But you must hand over all of your weapons, it is simply a precaution, you understand of course, Hikaru said. No, that's alright, I understand, but do you mind if instead of handing them over I give them to a clone who can take them back to my hotel room? Naruto queried. That will be fine, just be sure to remove all weapons and agree to a search, Hikaru said. Naruto complied and handed all of his weapons over to a clone. It was not something he wanted, but he had to comply. Good, now if you will follow me, we can make our way back to the compound, Hikaru said, and he began to lead the way. When they arrived, the outside was crawling with more guards than Naruto had seen the night before. Wow, you have really tight security, it's impressive, Naruto complimented. Thank you, I pride myself on the ability to keep Kikage-sama safe, Hikaru said. They entered the mansion via the large front doors which lead into a huge open hall with a grand staircase at the far side. This place was clearly designed for the public and for the Kikage to host parties. Hikaru continued to lead Naruto up the stairs to another narrow corridor. There were multiple doors on each side and Naruto guessed that they were bedrooms. This area had not been part of Naruto's excursion the previous night. At the end of the hall, Hikaru stopped. Here we are, now if you will just wait inside I will go and get Kikage-sama to come see you, Hikaru said. Naruto entered the room, but he did so apprehensively. Something about this didn't seem right, but at the same time he didn't want to let Hikaru know that he was onto him. So he entered the room without a fuss. This proved to be a bad decision, for as soon as he was a good distance inside, the door slammed behind him and locked. I'm sorry, Namikaze-san, but you have come too far. You will become my most glorious capture, the skills of not only an Uzumaki but a Namikaze. Once I have finished with you I will truly be invincible, Hikaru's voice rung out from some speakers in the roof. You can't keep me here, and your little genjutsu won't work on me, I am immune to genjutsu, Naruto said loudly, unsure if Hikaru could hear him. Yes, I figured as much when the person that broke in last night was able to move about the house without me draining their knowledge from them. Of course it didn't take me long to extract what I needed to know from my captives. Do you like them? Because you will be joining them in the basement soon enough, Hikaru said. That's enough, you sick fuck, I don't care if I don't have my Hirashin kunai on me, I'm kicking your ass, Naruto yelled and began to charge a Rasengan. However, no sooner had it formed than it faded. What the fuck, I can't use any of my chakra, even my restriction seals have deactivated themselves, Naruto thought in shock. Why do you think I decided to lead you to this room? It suppresses chakra and makes it impossible for you to perform any jutsu. Now you will be a tricky one, because as long as you are in there I can't extract your skills, so you will be enjoying the slow and painful experience that I have planned for you, and don't worry, you won't die, you're far too valuable to me for that, Hikaru said and began laughing as compartments opened from the walls around Naruto and blades started to be shot out at rapid speed, and instead of sticking into the opposite walls they seemed to phase right through them only to be launched back toward the blonde from the other side. Luckily for Naruto, with his restriction seals no longer active, he was able to dodge the first wave completely. You're going to have to do better than that. Tell me, do you really think Konoha won't come looking for me? I don't know if you noticed this, but I sent a message with my clone to summon one of my toads, and if they don't hear from me in a couple of hours you will have all of Konoha coming down on you, Naruto said. And by that time, I will have all of your strength added to my own. Your friends in Konoha won't stand chance, and I will finally be able to begin my dream to control all of the elemental nations, Hikaru said, still laughing. You think you can take all of my knowledge in such a short amount of time? It took you years to steal all of your power from everyone else. What makes you think that I will be different? Naruto said before quickly dodging another blade. Oh, that is simple really. I took the other's strength passively, over long periods of time so they wouldn't notice, or by the time they did it would be too late to stop me. You, however, I will steal your powers in one small session, but don't worry, it won't hurt me, Hikaru replied. Damn it, I need to get out of here. I'm going to end up a pin cushion if I stay here, but if I can't mold my chakra won't even be able to balance out my senjutsu, Naruto thought. He narrowly avoided a blade, but as he landed was struck in the side of the arm with another one. Naruto went to remove it but found that as soon as he touched the small blade it dissolved. What the hell are these tiny blades? They look like senbone but are slightly larger, and why can't I touch them? Naruto asked himself as he dodged another hail of the small blades. Ah, I see you're admiring the workmanship of my blades. They are made out of a special metal that dissolves once it runs out of chakra. And with the room suppressing chakra they dissolve soon after they hit their mark. After all, I wouldn't want you to have a weapon after all, Hikaru said. Naruto was now struggling slightly. He had not taken many hits but he had soon found that he was not strong enough to break out of the room without help. In a blind hopeless rage Naruto gave one last swing at the heavily reinforced door. There was a loud clang, and when Naruto opened his eyes he saw that he had left a dent in the door. Impossible, you can't be strong enough with sheer strength to do something like that, Hikaru stammered for the first time in a while, now not gloating. Naruto, however, was just as surprised. He had just found a chakra source that was not being suppressed. Well, it looks like I don't have a choice, Naruto thought as he closed his eyes, not bothering to jump away from the next bombardment of thing blades. Mindscape. Naruto found himself in a familiar sewer walking up to a large cage. Hey Fox, it's time to get to work. I need some of your chakra, Naruto said. Why? Surely you don't actually need my help. I don't know whether to feel annoyed by this intrusion or amused that someone from a backwater village such as this has forced you to come to me, Kyuubi said with a devilish smile. You can gloat all you want later, right now I need your chakra, Naruto said. Oh, why not? It might actually be amusing to see what your opponent has to say, and I never did like people with dojutsus, even if I was created by one, Kyuubi yawned. Well, you seem rather more helpful than usual. I would have thought you would bitch and moan a bit more first before agreeing, Naruto replied. Hold your tongue, you insolent whelp, or I will rip it from your mouth. I simply decided to help because I cannot stand dojutsu users. I will tell you this, however, watch what you think when you do confront this man, Kyuubi said. Can't stand dojutsu users? Is that why you interfered when I was about to awaken the Rinnegan? Naruto asked. Well, in part, that is true. But with that said, why would I want to let you have control over all forms of chakra? If I did that, you could use my power at will without my say-so. After all, that is all that I am, a giant ball of chakra given shape and consciousness. Why would I want to lose what little influence I have over you when I could easily prevent it, Kyuubi said. Did you contemplate the fact that with control over yin and yang chakra, I could have released you from this seal without us both dying? All I would have had to do was use your chakra to create you a new body and kept enough of your chakra so that you would not have been missed. That is after all how the Rikadu Sennin created the Baijuu, Naruto said. The thought did cross my mind, but would you have really released me? Kyuubi asked skeptically. Oh hell no, you're a malevolent ball of condensed hatred, you're like Sasuke team on crack, minus the fact that he is an emo. If I released you, you would have gone straight back to destroying anything in your path, Naruto said. Well, At least we understand how the other thinks. Kyubi yawned before putting his head on his paws and closing his eyes. It's not too late for you, you know. Some of the other Baijuu are nice, like Nibi, you could try and be like that, Naruto suggested. I'll pass, I can't stand that annoying cat, just take your damn chakra and leave, Kyubi said and began flooding Naruto's system with his chakra. Outside the seal. During Naruto's conversation with Kyubi, virtually no time had passed. The same blades had only just become close enough so that they could not be dodged. Hikaru, who had been watching the proceedings on a small computer screen, seemed confused as to why Naruto had simply given up after he had made some sort of breakthrough on the door when he left a dent in the door. Then he felt a spine-chilling feeling run down to his gut as an evil aura seemed to burst from Naruto, and the blonde was now covered in a thick layer of red chakra with fox ears and a single tail swaying behind him. Impossible, the room is supposed to suppress and disrupt chakra, what is this? Hikaru stammered. Inside the room, Naruto opened his eyes just as the blades that should have struck his body bounced harmlessly off of the fox's cloak. Naruto turned his head slightly to look straight at the hidden camera, then gave a devilish smile before sending a chakra claw crashing right through the reinforced doors, bursting them off their hinges and cracking the walls all around them. You better be able to run fast, because I'm coming for you, Naruto said to the camera, his voice changed by the demonic chakra. Hikaru could only watch in shock as Naruto burst away from the screen. Demonic chakra, that means he is a Jinchuriki, how could I have not known this? Oh well, it does not matter, demonic chakra or not, he still is only as skillful as one man. I have all the skills and powers of close to 50 shinobi. And with the Jashugan he won't stand a chance, he thought arrogantly as he quickly made his way to a safe area to fight Naruto. This meant leaving the mansion and ending up in the courtyard. This had a major advantage for Hikaru in that he now could get men loyal to him to help take Naruto down. Men, hurry here. The emissary from Konoha has attacked me, we need to put him down, he is a Jinchuriki and he has lost control of his Baijuu, Hikaru said. A large group of shinobi gathered around behind Hikaru just as Naruto emerged on a higher balcony, his chakra tail swaying behind him. You see, he has lost control and is trying to kill Kikage-sama, we must stop him at once, Hikaru said. You are really pathetic, I am still in control. In fact, I don't even need to use Kyubi's chakra to beat you, Naruto said, his demonic energy fading back into the seal after Naruto was able to suppress it. Men, I order you to kill the ninja from Konoha at once, Hikaru ordered. Don't, this man is not what he seems to be, he is nothing but a loser who has stolen all of the knowledge and power that he has from other ninja, your Kage included. That is why he has not been seen in public. Hikaru stole so much of his knowledge and power that he can't even walk, just like all of the ninja that are being held in the basement of this castle, Naruto said, activating one of his Senjutsu seals. Don't listen to him, men, they are nothing but lies told by a foreign ninja to get you to turn on me so he can escape. Now I order you attack that man, but leave him alive, just barely, Hikaru said. Several groups of ninjas shot at Naruto, the three mentally challenged palace guards among them. Needless to say, they were no match for Naruto, who dispatched them with practiced ease. Naruto was pleased to see that there were large groups of the ninja who didn't attack, and he could see on their faces that they wanted to hear the blonde out at least. What are you doing? Attack him at once, Hikaru said, starting to lose his cool. His eyes had both changed to an almost black, red color, and it was clear that this meant that he was very angry indeed. They don't believe your lies anymore, Hikaru. You have lost, Naruto said. I have not lost at all, boy, you will not turn my men against me, Hikaru yelled and began running through some hand signs. Katen, fire flash jutsu, he screamed before sending a large sheet of flames at Naruto at a ridiculously fast speed. Suten, water encampment wall, Naruto said, quickly performing the required seals and drawing the water from a nearby fountain. When the jutsu dropped, Naruto shot forward to punch Hikaru in the face, but somehow Hikaru blocked it. What the hell, he moved to block me before I even showed him what type of move I was going to do. It is not like the Sharingan's genjutsu effect that shows the next move someone will make, I am not affected by that. This is something different, Naruto thought, as he went for a leg sweep only for Hikaru to jump back before Naruto even had begun to move. The white-haired man smirked at seeing the confused look on Naruto's face. You can't beat me, you know, I know everything you are planning before you can even put them into effect, he said, his gloating attitude returning. How is that possible, unless he can read my mind? Naruto thought in realization. Congratulations, you figured it out, now you know how pointless this is to continue. I have the skills of over 50 high-ranked ninja, you are nothing but a single jonin, and what's more, I can tell you are thinking of using a few Uten jutsu right now. Feel free to try, I do ever so love my massive variety of Katen jutsus, Hikaru gloated. So you say you're as strong as 50 ninja, huh? Well, that may be true for your average shinobi. But I am a Uzumaki, and my father was the Yellow Flash. Last but not least, you forget, I'm from Konoha and we are not normal shinobi. It's time to finish this, Naruto said, charging forward. Hikaru quickly got out of the way while Naruto's Senjutsu enhanced punch destroyed a water fountain, sending debris flying through the air, and the water shooting uncontrollably out of the ground. A nice speech, but I could still tell what you had planned, Hikaru taunted. Damn it, he is right, any planning is useless. Even if I come up with something on the fly, he will know immediately, Naruto thought. He then remembered what Kyuubi told him. Watch what you think. That's it, Kyuubi is a genius, Naruto said out loud. Talking to yourself? It is understandable, after all you will lose here, Hikaru said. We'll see about that, Naruto yelled and charged forward once again. Another kick to the head. You would think he would learn that isn't going to work on me, Hikaru thought lazily as he moved to block. The problem was, it wasn't a kick to the head that came, it was a punch in the gut. Hikaru was sent flying and could not react in time to stop Naruto from planting a Rasengan into his chest. How? Hikaru managed to splutter out before he was sent flying. Naruto walked slowly over to the man who was trying to pick himself up off the ground only to fail miserably. It was quite simple, really. I am surprised it took me so long to figure it out. You know what I was thinking and planning, not exactly what I was going to do. I simply decided to think one course of action and to do another. I said what I said out loud so you would not be focusing on my thoughts when I thought up how to beat you. You're just like so many others, you rely too much on your bloodline limits and you forget how to be a shinobi without them, Naruto said condescendingly. It was at this moment a guard showed up with a man supported on his shoulders. The Konoha ninja was right. Hikaru has been stealing other people's skills and making them his own for years. Anyone who found out was put into the basement of the palace, the guard said. Then, he needs to be punished for his crimes, another said, drawing his blade. I don't really like this, but I think it is the only way you will get your cage back and everyone will be returned to the way they were. It is unforgivable to target comrades for your own personal gain, and the fact that he has kept everyone whose abilities he has stolen alive tells me that if he dies or they die, the power will be returned, Naruto said sadly. Hikaru, for harm to shinobi of the village of Kagakure, and conspiracy to harm foreign shinobi from an allied village, we sentence you to death, one of the guards said before driving his katana through the white-haired man's heart. Suddenly before everyone's eyes, the man who just moments before seemed to be a useless wreck that needed to be supported by a guard's shoulders, seemed to spring back to life. Hey, I'm me again, I can walk, and I can remember how to perform my jutsu, the man said. About a minute later there was a loud noise coming from a balcony near the top of the mansion and an elderly old man stepped out. I feel everything returning to me. Hikaru must have been stopped. It feels good to set my eyes upon my village once more, the elderly man said. Upon the sight of the old man and hearing him speak, there were loud roars of approval from the gathering crowd. It did not take them long to hoist Naruto into the air and start cheering him as the man who saved the land of trees. The Kikage heard the commotion below and came out to see for himself. Is this the man who saved me from Hikaru's jutsu? The man asked as he approached where Naruto was still surrounded by a large group of ninja. As they dispersed, they left Naruto there alone to face the elderly Kage. Ah, hello Kikage-sama, it is nice to finally meet you, Naruto said with a sheepish smile. Oh my, this feels familiar, the last person who saved this village looked just like you. I have no doubt that you must be the son of Minato Namikaze, the elderly Kage said. Yeah, I guess I am. Oh, I need to give you this letter. From Tsunade Senju. The Godime Hokage, Naruto said. Godime? What happened to Hiruzen, did he finally retire again? The Kikage asked. I am afraid to tell you that, the Sandaime died over 3 years ago, Naruto said. I have been out of the loop way too long. Come boy, I wish to speak to you in private, you need to tell me how you saved me and my village, the Kikage said. Naruto followed the old man and they spent the next few hours simply talking about what has happened, the destruction of Konoha, which led to the reason Naruto had come to Kagakure in the first place. Once they had finished their talk, the Kikage declared Naruto a hero in their country and asked if he could stay for a few days so they could celebrate properly. Naruto kindly refused, stating that he still needed to travel to Demon Country before his mission was over. Naruto left the land of trees later that day and began heading northeast towards his final destination. Chapter 72, Letters. Naruto arrived at a large village inside Demon Country. The village was located at the base of a small valley and there were several waterfalls falling around the edges which all joined up into a large river that ran through the center of the town. Looks peaceful, and there are no ninja in this village, so a problem like what happened in Kagakure shouldn't happen again. I need to find whoever is in charge of this place. I think it's a priestess or something, Naruto thought as he descended from atop a high cliff into the village. Unlike the other villages Naruto entered without incident, nobody even seemed to care that he was there. He did receive some on the double takes and looks of lust from some of the women, but it was nothing Naruto couldn't ignore. In fact, the only problem Naruto could see was the fact that he was completely unsure of where he was supposed to go. Naruto stopped at a small roadside stall to ask for directions. Excuse me, Naruto said politely to the man working at the shop. Oh yes, how may I help you today, sir, the man said. I was just wondering where I need to go to find the person who is in charge of this village? Naruto asked. Oh, you must be looking for the priestess, Shiin-sama. She lives in the tall tower directly in the center of the village, you can't miss it. May I ask what a Konoha ninja such as yourself is doing in our peaceful village? The man said. Oh, not at all, I am here because the Hokage has a request for your leader to help Konoha. I'm afraid I cannot tell you more than that, but we have no intention of causing any problems for this village, Naruto said honestly. That is good to hear, not many shinobi come to the land of demons after all, the man said. Well, I better be off, the sooner I finish here the sooner I can return home, Naruto said with a smile and changed his direction so that he was heading right towards a large pillar that towered high above the rest of the village. Naruto arrived at the tower and for the first time since he entered the village saw an armed guard. I guess it would be rather careless to leave their leader unprotected, Naruto thought as he approached the guards. Good day, Konoha shinobi, may I ask, what is your business here? The guard asked in a friendly manner. I have a message from the Hokage to deliver to the priestess Shiin. I request an audience with her at the earliest available time, Naruto said. That should be easily arranged, she is busy at the moment in a meeting with a delegation from Kiri, but you should be allowed in once they are finished, the guard said. Kiri? What are they doing here? Naruto asked. I believe they are here to work out a shipping trade agreement. To the east we have a small port village that Kiri is hoping to use to import goods. I believe they think we will be cheaper than their current deal they have with Yugakur, and the land of hot water, the guard explained. Oh, fair enough, is there anywhere that I can wait for my turn? Naruto asked. Yes, follow me, I can lead you to the waiting room, right this way, the guard said happily and beckoned Naruto to follow him. They traveled up 4 flights of stairs before the guard stopped in a large room that looked like it was more of a large apartment than a waiting area. There was some rather comfortable looking couches spread out in a rather homely looking area. There was even food and drink placed out as if they had been expecting Naruto's arrival. Probably because of the team from Kiri, Naruto thought to himself as he took a seat. If you will excuse me, I will go tell Shiin-sama of your arrival, the guard said with a slight bow before leaving the room. Outside of Konoha. In the forest surrounding the village, a single root member was entering a small underground base. What news is there from Konoha? Danzo asked when the root Onbu entered the main chamber of the base. The Raikage has called for a meeting between the 5 cages in the Land of Iron. And the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is currently outside the village, but I was unable to find his current location. I can safely presume that he was in the Land of Waves, but has since left, the root Onbu reported. Very good, you are dismissed, Danzo said with an expressionless face. A cage summit, huh, that's perfect, I can take out that pest Tsunade, along with all the other cage in one go. We will easily have them outnumbered even with their samurai watching over the meeting. I will just have to wait for the opportune time to strike, he thought. Most of his men did not care what Danzo had planned, he was their leader and they would follow him to the end. There was one person however that seemed to get cold feet. I thought we were supposed to be operating for the benefit of Konoha and to keep it safe by doing the things that needed to be done without questions. Now it seems all that we are is a private army to help Danzo-sama become Hokage and take over the world, thought Sai from where he was listening to Danzo's conversation. Konoha. Jiraiya and Yugito had just cleared a large area of land for Naruto's clan house. Well, it took a while, but I don't doubt Naruto will be happy with the spot we picked out. His design should lead to the master bedroom on the top floor looking out over the Hokage monument, Yugito said. Yes, but it took us forever to find a good place. We could have just built the compound next to most of the other clans. It would have been more official that way, Jiraiya said. I don't care. This is the perfect spot and I have already checked that there are no large buildings over 2 stories tall going in to obscure Naruto's view from the 3rd floor bedroom. Besides, who wants to be boring and just do what the other clans do, Yugito said. Well, I am sure the Onbu who have to gather the clan heads when there is a meeting will care. We are over the other side of the village from the other clans, Jiraiya said. Oh, let them have a cry. They're ninja, aren't they? It should not take them much longer. Besides, Naruto is not an official clan leader of Konoha. He may be a clan leader of an extinct clan from Uzu, but that is different. I take it he will have some work to do once he gets back to make the new clan an official part of Konoha, Yugito said. That's true, Hisil. but it won't be difficult. The fact Minato was Hokage makes Naruto eligible for clan status in Konoha anyway. And the fact that the Uzumaki clan and Senju clan have always been the best of friends, and there was even a Senju clan compound built on Uzu to show how good friends they were. In any case, most of the work to form the Namikaze clan will already be done. All Naruto will have to do is register the fact that he is making it the Uzumaki Namikaze clan by bringing the two families together, Jiraiya said. Well anyway, let's go pick a builder. I am sure whoever we pick will do a good job, Yugito said. The pair went to leave the area to go find Tenzo, who would most likely be supplying the timber needed for the building. He would know for sure who the best builder was. They had even considered asking Tenzo to build it for them, but unfortunately the design was not something he could understand, and there was also large sections of stone and cement in the building, something that no amount of skill with Makuten could perform. They had just left the site when an old man in a straw hat accompanied by a teenage boy around Konohamaru's age walked over. "Hello there, are you Jiraiya?" he asked. "Why yes I am. From the east to the west my name makes women go weak at the knees. I am the toad charmer of Myobakuzen, the gallant master Jiraiya," the white-haired man said, performing an exuberant song and dance. "He is also a good ninja if you can get past the idiot part of him," Yugito said, shaking her head. "Hey Oji-san, do you think it's really them? There is no way Naruto Niazan could have been trained by that idiot, although the Hokage did say he would be with Ni-san's girlfriend, and she is definitely pretty enough to be her," Inari said. "Hey, I will have you know I am a world-famous shinobi gaki. Only I could make Naruto what he is today. He is my prized pupil. Granted I have said that twice in the past. One of them died, and the other turned out evil, but I have a good feeling about number 3, Jiraiya said. "Look, it doesn't matter. I am here because Naruto told me that you would have some work for a master builder," Tazuna said. "As a matter of fact we are, and I take it you are the master builder then?" Yugito said, a small hint of skepticism in her voice. "Ah, that I am. My name is Tazuna, the super builder of the Land of Waves. And as a favor to Naruto I am going to take on the building of his house at a discounted rate," Tazuna said. "Well, we can't argue with that. Here I will show you the designs," Jiraiya said. Demon Country. Naruto had been waiting for around 15 minutes before the door opened, and in walked a girl slightly younger than Naruto with light brown hair and lavender pupil-less eyes. Upon coming into eye contact with Naruto she stopped in her tracks. "You? But how?" she stuttered. "Excuse me, have we met before?" Naruto asked, clearly confused by the girl's reactions. "No, but you are supposed to be dead. I saw it happen. You were killed by a man with red hair and purple eyes. How is it that you are alive?" the girl demanded. "I don't know what you are talking about, but Nagato did not kill me. I think that much is perfectly obvious. The question is, how do you know about any of this?" Naruto said. "Shien-sama has the power to see death. She has never been wrong," a man entering the room said. The man was followed by 3 people Naruto recognized, the Mizukage, Ao, and Chojuro. "Power to see death. What does that mean?" Naruto asked, deciding to ignore the appearance of one of the 5 cages for at least the moment. "When I sleep my dreams show me how people will die. Their deaths cannot be avoided, they are fated. So tell me how you are alive." Shien ordered. "Fated, huh? You sound just like a Hyuga I know. He was always complaining about fate and destiny. Well, I'm going to tell you the same thing I told him. I don't believe in destiny, or fate, I make my own. You say I should be dead, but I stand before you. And as for what happened with Nagato, repented his ways and saved the people of my village, bringing them back to life," Naruto said. "Impossible, nobody has power over life and death," Ao said, being the first person from Kiri to speak. "Well, you have obviously never had the pleasure of meeting someone with the Rinnegan," Naruto replied. "Rinnegan? But that is nothing but a myth, isn't it?" Mei said, finally speaking. She was very pleased to find that the emissary from Konoha that she came to greet was none other than the man who had escaped her in Iwa. Far from it, Nagato had the Rinnegan all right. He was the figurehead behind the Akatsuki, acting as its leader, Naruto replied. "Truly amazing, and what happened to this man?" Mei asked. "He died. Used up all of his chakra and died from exhaustion. He used the last of his power to return the people that had died during and before our battle in Konoha back to life," Naruto said, slightly saddened by the memory of Nagato's sacrifice. "Then that means the Rikadu Sennin was real as well and not just a child's story," Mei said. "Well, I don't know about that, but I definitely had to fight a Rinnegan user," Naruto replied. During this time Shien had not spoken. She was still just staring at Naruto like she was seeing a ghost. "He changed his own destiny, how? It makes no sense at all. I saw him die," she thought as she watched Naruto give a quick brief description of what the Rinnegan actually looked like up close to the Mizukage, who seemed rather more interested in Naruto than what he was saying. Why are you here? Shien said finally. In her current state of shock at seeing someone she thought was supposed to have died standing before her made her seem rather rude. Oh, I'm sorry. As you may or may not have gathered from our small talk about Nagato, Konoha was almost destroyed and I was sent here with a message from the Hokage to ask for aid in the rebuilding efforts, Naruto said. I will think about it. For now, leave. You will be summoned when a decision has been made, Shien said shortly. Oh, alright then, Naruto said and went to leave the room. Man, why is she so upset? Is it just because I didn't die when I was fighting Nagato? Naruto asked himself as he approached the door. Wait one moment, I will accompany you, Mei called to Naruto after saying a quick farewell to Shien. I'm curious, Mizukage-sama, why are you here? Surely a simple trade agreement wouldn't require you to come here, Naruto said. Well, that is true. Normally I would have just sent a team of ninja or even some counselors to work out an agreement, but as I needed to be on the mainland for the Cage Summit, I figured I could run this little errand myself, and I believe I can remember myself telling you to call me Mei, Naruto-kun, Mei said. Cage Summit? What is that all about? Naruto asked. Oh, it's fairly straightforward, but I thought you of all people would know about it. After all, it does have to do with the Akatsuki. I promise I will tell you all about it, if you would accompany me to dinner tonight, that is, Mei said with a small seductive smile. Ah, I don't know, Mei, that is probably a bad idea, Naruto said. Oh, and why is that? Think your girlfriend won't approve? Or is it Tsunade Dono who wouldn't want you spending time with me, Mei said. No, I am sure they both wouldn't mind if it was just a dinner, but how do I know all you want is dinner, Naruto said. Mei frowned at this. Naruto had caught her out. She did indeed want something more than just dinner. Nothing else even cropped into my mind, Naruto. I just wished to spend time getting to know you a bit better. This meeting of the cages is being brought about because of the Jinchuriki, so I would have thought you would like to enjoy a meal while I tell you about it, Mei lied convincingly. Well, I guess if that is all, then sure, that would be fine. It's better than eating alone after all. These solo missions can sure get lonely, Naruto said. Well then I guess I will see you tonight, Mei said before she began to walk away from Naruto, swaying her hips ever so slightly because she knew Naruto was watching her leave. Why is it that every place I have been has had complications? I should have been back in Konoha today, not fighting missing ninja and psychopaths. At least here the only thing holding me up is the leader deciding what aid she will send, Naruto thought as he turned away from Mei's retreating form to look for a hotel room. With Shien. Shien-sama, why did you hesitate? It was a simple request. Surely you could have approved or denied the Konoha ninja then and there, Taruo said. No, that boy, Naruto. I want to keep him around. He has the ability to defy his destiny. I need to know more about him, Shien replied. But Shien-sama, he is a shinobi from an allied hidden village. We cannot keep him here for long even if you do find him interesting, Taruo said. Well, maybe I will just have to add a little condition to our agreement to help Konoha. Get me our fastest messenger hawk. I have a letter to write. I want to know all there is to know about you, Naruto. Uzumaki Namikaze, Shien said to herself as she sat down at a desk and began hastily scribbling out a letter to Konoha. Konoha several hours later. Tsunade was sitting at her desk. She was filling out all the paperwork that was building up with all the new buildings that needed to be built and job requests that had come into the village while the reconstruction was going on. Good to see you're as busy as ever, came the voice of Jiraiya as he jumped through the window. Shut up, Jiraiya, I need to get all of this stuff done before I leave to the Cage Summit in 2 days' time, and what makes things worse, my first choice bodyguard hasn't come back yet, although from the reports I received from the lands of wave and trees, it's no real surprise that he isn't back yet, Tsunade said. So who are you going to take if he doesn't get back in time? Jiraiya asked. Well, I was going to pick Kakashi and Naruto, but now I guess I will go with Shikaku. He will be useful in the highly unlikely event that we actually get something done other than squabble amongst ourselves, Tsunade said. Shikaku is organizing the rebuilding efforts, sending workers to where they are needed. It might be better to find someone else who is less important to the rebuilding of the village, Jiraiya suggested. You're right, but who? You are the obvious choice, but I will not allow it until you are completely healed. Besides, you have to run the village while I am gone. Next there is Shizune and Sakura. Shizune would be helpful in organizing where we will be staying and making sure we are on time, but neither she or Sakura would be considered top bodyguards, Tsunade lamented. Yeah, you're right about that. Besides, the Raikage is the one calling for the read of that Uchiha. Sakura likes, taking her could cause problems, Jiraiya said. It was at that moment 3 hawks each flew into the Hokage's office one after the other and dropped off letters. That's strange. Most letters are sent to the information department before they come to me. These must be for my eyes only, Tsunade said, picking up the 3 unopened scrolls and taking the first one in her other hand began to inspect it. The three messages were completely different. The first seemed to be written on high-quality paper that screamed elegance. Holding the letter sealed tight was a tag with the seal for the land of demons on it. Well, this must be Shien's response, Tsunade said in presumption as she slowly opened the scroll. It became clear as she was reading it, however, that while it was a response to their request for aid, it did however come with a condition, and a big one. Look at this, she said flatly, handing the scroll to Jiraiya, who began to read. Well, she doesn't ask for much, does she? Jiraiya joked sarcastically. So what are you going to do about it, he continued. Well, Demon Country is only a small way out of the Land of Iron. I am going to tell her that I will be arriving to discuss her demands, Tsunade said. What, you're not just going to write back and tell her to stuff it? Why go there? Jiraiya asked. Because Naruto is there. I can pick him up to be my guard for the cage summit, Tsunade explained. I see. Well, what about these other two? What are they? Jiraiya said, indicating the other two scrolls. Tsunade picked up the next one and her eyes went narrow. It's from Kiri. What could they want, I wonder? Tsunade asked herself as she opened the scroll. Well, what is it? Jiraiya asked. It's a proposal for an alliance and the terms are rather good. We are given free trade to Kiri along with several of their secret jutsu as well as access to their weapon makers, Tsunade said. Well, that's generous. What does the Mizukage want in return? Jiraiya queried. She wants to marry Naruto, Tsunade said flatly. She what? Damn that kid, he gets all the attention. Where's my screaming horde of fangirls? Jiraiya moped. Maybe you would have some if you didn't get caught so often peeking on women, Tsunade said. That's for research, and I may not even have to do it for my next book, Jiraiya said. Keep telling yourself that, pervert. What's so special about your next book that you plan on staying away from the hot springs anyway? Tsunade asked. It's a sequel to my first book. I'm thinking of calling it The Adventures of Naruto, Jiraiya said. So you're going to have a go at writing something that isn't smut? I'm impressed, but I bet some of your loyal fans want beat, Tsunade said, thinking about the way Kakashi would never be seen without Jiraiya's books. Well, I think it is time that I make a family-friendly story again, Jiraiya said. Hey, maybe you are growing up at last, Tsunade said. Hey, I will have you know that I am very mature. When I need to be, Jiraiya said with a smile. Whatever, but how do I reply to Mei's proposal? It is after all very generous. It's not something I can just turn down without thought, but at the same time I can't accept it for various reasons, Tsunade said as she began to read over the proposal again. Yeah, that's a tough one. You could say you can't afford to let Naruto leave to go to Kiri. She is a cage, so she can't leave either. That would work, Jiraiya suggested. No, she has thought of that. After the treaty is signed and they are married, she will find a suitable replacement and step down before moving to Konoha, Tsunade said. Damn, that is a good treaty, a political marriage, with Konoha not only gaining trade, but also a cage-level ninja. I can see the dilemma, but if you were to proceed with this you would have at least one angry Jinchuriki on your hands, possibly two depending on how Naruto takes the agreement, Jiraiya said. That's not all, there is also this, Tsunade said, removing a small box from under her desk and removing several scrolls, handing the first one to Jiraiya. What's this? He asked as he accepted the scroll she was handing him. Just read it, Tsunade ordered. The further Jiraiya got down the scroll the more his eyes seemed to widen. Well, this is certainly interesting. This could be the answer to how you turn Mei down. It's perfect and can't cause too many complaints, Jiraiya suggested. Perhaps you're right, but at least it will be easy to talk to her and explain the decision, Tsunade said. Do you think you will have enough time for that, at the Cage Summit? Jiraiya asked. Oh, I don't need to. Mei is also in the land of demons at the moment. I will send a letter back to both telling them that I will be there to discuss their letters tomorrow afternoon, but I want you and Yugito to come as well. This involves her after all, and you are Naruto's godfather, Tsunade said. Plus, until the Akatsuki are dealt with you need either Kakashi or myself to accompany her while she is out of the village, Jiraiya said. Well, yes, you may still not be able to fight, but most people still wouldn't want to take you on, and besides, nobody knows that you are still injured anyway, Tsunade said. Well then, I guess I better go get Yugito and tell her to get ready for a trip. Oh, before I go, what was in that last letter? Jiraiya said. Oh right, well at least there is no formal seal on this, so if it is a wedding proposal, it shouldn't be difficult to turn down, Tsunade joked. This final note was written on shabby paper that looked like it had been torn off the bottom of a larger scroll, but for Tsunade this was the most interesting letter yet. There were only 3 words written on the paper and it looked like it took the person many tries to finish what he was writing because the lettering was so disjointed and almost forced. However, the message it portrayed was clear. Look at this, she said, unfolding the letter onto the table for Jiraiya to see clearly. In the center of the page the writing read Danzo attacks Suamit. Why is the writing like that? Tsunade asked. There is a seal on all root members that prevents them from talking or giving out information regarding Danzo. My guess is whoever wrote this really wanted to warn us, but couldn't, so he wrote it in at different times and with large spaces so that it would not activate his seal and prevent him from continuing. Is there any clue as to who sent this? Jiraiya said. Yes, a small drawing of a mouse on the other side, Tsunade said, turning the page over, but much to the bust Hokage's surprise the mouse was gone. What the? She said disbelievingly. The mouse had not left, however, in fact it had simply come to life on the paper and scurried down the table onto the floor. It then however made its presence known. This was after all the person the letter was meant for. Would you look at that, an ink mouse jutsu, that is quite clever, surely there can't be many ninja who have that ability, Jiraiya said once he saw the small ink creature return to the desk. You're right, I know who this belongs to now. Saishi said. Upon hearing the name of his master the mouse scurried over to a piece of paper and fell into it, revealing a new letter far better written than the 3 words sprawled in the first one. Tsunade got up and collected the letter before beginning to read. He wants out of root, but can't escape. If he openly betrays Danzo they will kill him. We need to stop this bastard. If he does attack the cage summit, I will be ready, and I will make sure the others are ready as well, Tsunade said, a determined look coming across her face. Chapter 73, Engagement Issues. Jiraiya left Tsunade's office and went out to find Yugito. She is probably helping with the construction of Naruto's new home. I don't think she will be happy when she finds out exactly. Shy, we are going to Demon Country, he thought as he made his way to the area of town they were building Naruto's clan compound. Yugito was indeed at the build site. She had rounded up all of Naruto's friends who were not currently on missions to help them. Along with builders who came from Wave to help Tazuna, also helping were teammate and the gate guards Izumo and Kotetsu, who had somehow been given some time off of their usual duties in order to help clean up the village. This place is coming along nicely. Maybe in a few days with the help of some more ninja it will almost be ready to move into, Jiraiya said as he arrived at the build site, admiring the work they had done so far. Well, things are a lot easier with ninja helping. The thing some of you can do with chakra is just amazing, Tazuna said. Indeed it is, it's just a shame Naruto isn't here. With him we could get this place built in an afternoon, Jiraiya said. Yes, I have seen him use his clones. It must be like having a one-man army, Tazuna replied. Why are you here, Jiraiya-sama? I thought you needed to see Tsunade about the reason Naruto isn't back yet, Yugito said. Well, that is why I am here. We need to pack for a trip to Demon Country. There seems to be further complications in Naruto's mission that are out of his control, Jiraiya said. What happened this time? Was the village infested with zombies or something, Yugito said. Well, no, but Tsunade needs both of us along with Kakashi to come with her to Demon Country, Jiraiya said. What crisis in a small country like the needs 3 S-class ninja and 2 elite jonin? Yugito asked. A marriage proposal, Jiraiya said. A what? Yugito yelled so loudly most of the village could hear. Hokage Tower. A loud scream of disbelief made its way to Tsunade's ears while she was telling the elders why she was leaving early for the cage summit. I still do not understand why you need to leave 2 days early. You say that it has something to do with Naruto. Homura said. Well, it's because of these, Tsunade said, handing the elders the 2 letters from Shien and Mei over. After a quick read through, Koharu was the first to reply. I see, those are indeed interesting terms, but are you actually going to go through with either of them? She said. I would not be doing my job if I didn't at least talk it out with them. Mei's offer is a very good one, Tsunade replied. I agree, it could prove a valuable alliance. After all, there has not been a treaty involving a marriage since the Shodaime Hokage married Mito Uzumaki, Homura added. Yes, but how will the boy react to such an agreement? You saw how he reacted when Danzo was about to be named the next Hokage, Koharu said. I can't imagine he would react well, if the deal goes ahead. And even if we turn it down, we will still need to see Mei and explain why we have decided not to take up on her most generous offer, Tsunade said. So when will you be leaving? Homura asked. Later this afternoon. We need to make it to Demon Country without being late for the cage summit, Tsunade informed the pair. So who will be your guards for the trip? Koharu asked. I will be accompanied to Demon Country with Jiraiya, Yugito, and Kakashi. From there, however, Jiraiya and Yugito will return to Konoha and I will continue on with Kakashi and Naruto as my guards for the summit, Tsunade said. Very well, we will look forward to your safe return, Koharu said before they both bowed respectfully and left. They seem more agreeable and less on my case now that Danzo is gone. Obviously that bastard was putting pressure on them, Tsunade thought as she watched them leave. The rest of the day was rather normal. Well, as normal as a village that needed to be almost completely rebuilt could be. And it wasn't long before the group heading for Demon Country were meeting up at the eastern gate. "So are we all here?" asked a clearly irritated Yugito. We are just waiting for Kakashi," Jiraiya said weakly. He had just spent the last couple of hours trying to calm down the kunoichi, assuring her that they just wanted to talk to the two women about their proposals. "Kakashi, why is he coming?" Yugito asked. "Well, he is supposed to be my bodyguard for the Cage Summit along with Naruto, so he is rather important," Tsunade said. "Oh, I guess that is a good reason," Yugito said. It was a further 15 minutes before Kakashi showed himself. Sorry I am late, there were about 50 cats stuck up a tree and an old lady needed me to help get them down before helping her cross the street," Kakashi said with an eye smile. "That is in all probability one of the worst excuses you have ever come up with," Tsunade said. "I guess I could have done a bit better, huh?" Kakashi chuckled. "How is Sakura doing?" Yugito asked, honestly concerned with how the pink-haired kunoichi had been since finding out about Sasuke. "She is still in a bit of denial, but over the last few days she seems to be getting a lot better. She has been training like crazy. Maybe she wants to be the one to do it, or maybe she thinks if she can capture him herself he can still be saved," Kakashi sighed. "I see, well at least she hasn't given up completely, but I think once Naruto finds out Sasuke captured one of the Jinchuriki he will want to put Sasuke away himself once and for all," Tsunade said. "Naruto was never one for revenge, but I think in this instance you are right, Sasuke is now too dangerous to allow to live," Jiraiya said. "Well, I wouldn't tell Team 8 about it. Kiba has been complaining all week about how far Naruto has left the rest of their group behind. And Shino was saying that they needed to do more to help him and improve themselves, so that they could take some of the load off of his shoulders," Kakashi said. "That is a sentiment that is shared by Shikamaru. He is already talking about putting together a group of their classmates to go after Sasuke. But I think they want to inform Sakura about what they are planning before they attempt anything," Tsunade said. "That kid has been nothing but a problem. A spoiled pet of the village council just because he has a dojutsu. Well, we are all suffering because of it now," Jiraiya added. "As fascinating as this is, I suggest we start to make our way to Demon Country. I told in my letters to Shien and Mei that we would be there by tomorrow afternoon. That means the longer we sit around talking here, the longer we will have to run tonight. Now let's go, shall we?" Tsunade said, earning nods of agreement from the group. Demon Country. The sun was setting and Naruto was just leaving his hotel to go meet Mei for their dinner. I wonder what they could be having a Cage Summit about. From what Mei said earlier, it is about finally going on the offensive against the Akatsuki. It's about time, we can't let them get any more powerful, the blonde thought. He was wearing his white and blue sage robe that made him look just like his father, as well as a black button-up shirt and dress pants. When he arrived at Mei's hotel, Ao was out the front waiting for him. "Namikaze-san, Mei will be a couple more minutes, please follow me to her hotel room," the elite Jonin from Kiri said. Ao began to lead Naruto upstairs to the suite of the hotel. Naruto took a seat on a couch and waited for the Mizukage. It was not long before she appeared from what must be her bedroom in a flowing blue dress that showed off a lot of cleavage, enough to accent the fact that she was not wearing a bra. "Oh my Naruto-kun, I didn't know that you were here already." "Not that I am complaining at all, shall we?" she asked with a smile. "Sure, why not, there is probably a lot to talk about," Naruto said with a smile. "Then let's not waste any time," she said as she walked over to Naruto, wrapped her arm around his and began to lead him out of their room. Naruto shrugged and allowed her to lead and ignored a small look of jealousy on the face of Chojuro, who had just come out of the kitchen as Mei began to pull on the blonde's arm. "So Mei, do you know any good places to eat around here?" Naruto asked. "Not really, I asked Shien Dono earlier, and she recommended a restaurant that is supposed to be just up ahead," Mei said. They walked for a few more minutes. Naruto couldn't help but notice the envious looks the people were giving to them, either the women looking at Naruto or the men looking at Mei, who had also noticed this but met them with a smile. "How is it that you are so comfortable with people staring at you like that?" "I get it all the time in Konoha and I have never been able to just completely accept it, I always just try to ignore them," Naruto said. "It's simple, I like to be desirable, so their looks are telling me that I am beautiful. Besides, it's always nice to go somewhere and not just be greeted with bows and people calling me Mizukage-sama," Mei said. "I see, well I guess that would be a better change, I certainly prefer these stares, to the looks of hatred I got as a child," Naruto said. "Yes, I can see how that would be an improvement," Mei giggled. "Still, it would be nice for people to just see me as me and not look at me like I am some hero or someone they want to be with. I can't stand fangirls," Naruto shuddered. "Yes, but from what I have heard you are a hero, so their looks are quite justified. Your battle with the Rinnegan user intrigues me, I will enjoy hearing about some of the abilities he had." "Oh, this is the place, Let's go in, Mei said. They had come to a large classy-looking place that Naruto was quite sure would not have ramen. Good evening, sir, madam, table for two? A waiter asked when he saw Naruto and Mei walk in. Yes please, oh and if possible in a private area. We have sensitive things to talk about that should not be heard by the civilian public, Naruto said. You must be ninja then. We have an area that would be perfect for you, right this way, the waiter said, leading Naruto and Mei to a secluded area of the restaurant. Will this do? He asked. Yeah, this will be perfect, Naruto said with a smile. The waiter bowed, left two menus and left the two shinobi to their business. So tell me, what triggered them to call a cage summit? Naruto asked. Oh, it was the Raikage. His brother is a Jinchuriki and was captured by Akatsuki members including Sasuke Uchiha. That was the only member that they were able to recognize, Mei said. They captured B. Wait, did you just say Sasuke Uchiha? Naruto said in disbelief. That's right, along with the call to come together for a cage summit there was a request to add Sasuke's name to a kill on sight order which has been given. I take it you know this Sasuke, Mei said. You could say that, he was in my graduating class, we were never what you would call friends, Naruto said. I see, well I am sorry, I know that even though he was not a friend it still must be a bit of bad news to find out you may have to kill someone you have known for a long time, Mei said. It's alright, this has been coming, but I never imagined he would join the Akatsuki, not when Itachi was a member, Naruto said. He did not like Itachi? She asked. Not at all, they were brothers, but as you know Itachi became a missing ninja after massacring his own clan. Well, he left Sasuke alive and since then Sasuke has lived his life with the sole purpose to kill Itachi, Naruto said. Well, there must have been some reason for him to join or someone gave him a purpose. After all, if he killed Itachi and that was his whole purpose in life, what does he have after it, Mei theorized. What my dad told me, the man in the mask Madara Uchiha. He was powerful enough to manipulate Nagato, so making Sasuke work for him must have been like convincing a starving person that cake is edible, Naruto thought, but decided not to tell Mei about who his father thought was the real leader of the Akatsuki. After all, he hadn't even gotten around to telling Tsunade yet. Yeah, you're probably right, so tell me, what did you want to know about my fight with Nagato, Naruto said, wanting to move the conversation away from Sasuke. Oh, everything. I still find it hard to believe that he actually had the Rinnegan. It just doesn't seem possible. The Rikadu Sennin was supposed to be nothing but a myth, but if his eyes are real then maybe he was as well, Mei said. Maybe. There is not much to tell about Nagato really. In truth, he was not a bad person. He wanted peace and harmony in the world but just went about doing it the wrong ways. When I met him he was crippled. He had these chakra rods in his back that came from using a certain jutsu that rips out your opponent's souls and seals them within the statue that he summons. Also his legs were burnt and had not received proper medical attention, making them almost useless, Naruto began. But if he was in such a bad shape, how was he able to cause so much damage and be so powerful? Mei queried. One of the more disturbing powers of the Rinnegan was the ability to reanimate 6 bodies to be his paths. Each path would gain a specific ability that comes from the Rinnegan along with increased strength and speed, along with their eyesights being connected. Before I could even meet Nagato face to face I had to defeat his 6 paths of pain, Naruto answered. 6 bodies with a different and unique power. What were they? Mei asked. She was clearly intrigued at that point, so much so that she did not notice the waiter arrive and place some bread on the table and wait to take their order. Naruto noticed this and brought Mei out of her daze when the answer to her question was a rather popular barbecued meat. Recovering in the blink of an eye, she regained her composure and ordered her own meal. After that, Naruto gave a brief recap of the skills he had seen Nagato use, and by that time their meal had arrived. They sat and talked happily as they ate. Naruto gave a brief edited version of his fight with Pain, leaving out the fact that he could use the Hirashin. He didn't think it was wise to give away his best move to a foreign cage. Once they were finished their meal, they paid the bill and Naruto walked Mei back to her hotel. Well, this was a nice night. I guess I will see you around, Naruto said. Well, it doesn't have to end, you know. You could come upstairs, Mei said in a seductive tone. I'm flattered, but I don't think I should. You are a wonderful and beautiful woman, Mei. But I have a girlfriend at the moment and I would never betray her, Naruto said. That's understandable, but you never know what might happen. She is a Jinchuriki of Kumo. Actually, she is the only one they have left now. Do you really think they will allow her to stay with you, Mei said. Naruto frowned slightly, thinking about that. It was true that he seemed to get along all right with A, but Mei was right. The Kumo Council would not accept their last Jinchuriki and one of their best weapons to be living in Konoha, a village they had no official alliances with, only a cooperation agreement while dealing with the Akatsuki. Maybe you are right, still I can't come up. I hope to see you again, Mei. You are a nice person to spend time with, Naruto said. Mei saw she was not going to get Naruto to follow her, so she just smiled in acceptance. Alright, good night Naruto-kun, she said quietly before leaning in and giving the blonde a small peck on the cheek. See ya Mei, good luck at the cage summit, Naruto said before turning and walking back to his hotel. Several hours later. Shion sat bolt upright in bed, sweat teeming off of her. This was a common occurrence for the priestess, but this was far worse than she had ever seen before in all her 15 years. She got up and decided to make her way to the kitchen for a drink to calm her nerves. But as she arrived there, she got a fright when she heard a voice behind her. Up again, Shion-sama, I take it you saw someone die again, the voice said. Shion whirled around to see one of her guards. Oh Taruo, it's just you, you scared me, Shion said. I am sorry, I heard movement and came to investigate. Tell me, what did you see this time? Taruo asked. I saw a great battle, with hundreds of dead and dying people, but it wouldn't stop there. More and more people were being killed and I just wanted it to end. There was so much death. What could cause such a thing, Shion said before she slowly started to sob. You saw a war. But what could trigger a war in these peaceful times? Taruo said. I don't know, I just saw the people dying in front of me, Shion whimpered. If there is going to be another war, then we should strengthen our borders, Taruo suggested. We can talk about stuff like that tomorrow, right now I am tired and want to go back to sleep, Shion said. Very well, oh, and Shion-sama, a response came from Tsunade-sama of Konoha. She wrote to inform you that she will be coming here to discuss your terms, Taruo said. Good, in the morning summon Naruto to come see me, he needs to be informed of the situation, Shion said. She then went over to grab a glass of water before heading back to bed. With Naruto the following morning. Naruto was once again waiting for Shion in the same room he did the day before. Well, looks like I can finally go home. Shion must have come to a decision regarding the request for aid by now, he thought while Taruo went to fetch Shion. Good morning Naruto, came the voice of Shion as she entered the room. Likewise, Shion-sama, Naruto replied with a smile. I have come to a decision regarding the request for Konoha and I have agreed under one condition, Shion stated. Condition? What condition? Naruto asked. Oh, it's quite simple really, I want you to be my husband, Shion said. What? Why me? We barely know each other, Naruto stammered out. That's no bother to me. Naruto-kun, you are the first person I have ever met who has been able to change their own destiny, and I can think of nobody else who could. Everything about you screams power and self-confidence, and that is why I desire to marry you, Shion said. Well, I am sorry, but I am sort of in a relationship at the moment, so unfortunately I have to turn you down, Naruto said, still unable to control his voice to stop it from shaking from shock. That's alright, Naruto-kun. I sent a message to Tsunade Senju the Hokage and she is on the way here now to talk about the agreement, Shion said. At this, Naruto went pale. Why would Ba-chan come here, unless she was going to agree? I don't want to marry her, after all I don't even know, Shion, Naruto thought in fear. When is Tsunade Bakan going to arrive? Naruto asked, steadying himself. I believe in the letter she sent it said she would be arriving this afternoon. Until then, feel free to enjoy yourself in any way you see fit. I am sure the group Tsunade is bringing with her will find you when we have agreed on a time for our meeting, Shion said. Naruto was shell-shocked as he left the room and slowly made his way back to his hotel. I could run, I doubt they would be able to find me. No, it's no good, I can't abandon Konoha. But what about Yugi-chan, how will she react to this? She is the one I love. If I get married I want it to be to her, not to someone I hardly know at all, Naruto thought as he entered his room and collapsed on his bed. The day went slowly and all Naruto could do to pass the time was lay in bed and watch TV. It was strange, it was as though he didn't have the energy to do anything else. At around 3 that afternoon there was a knock on the door. Naruto thought about ignoring it but slowly lifted himself off the bed and opened the door to reveal Kakashi standing there with an eye smile. Well, look at you. You look more wrecked than after you fought Pain, Kakashi said. Well, I got some rather shocking news this morning, Naruto said. I heard, don't worry about it too much, I am sure that there will be a way to keep you from doing anything you don't want to do, Kakashi said. So is it time for the meeting then, Naruto said flatly, not caring for Kakashi's brand of optimism. Yes, everyone is waiting in the main tower in the center of town, Kakashi said. Well, let's get this over with, it's best to know my fate after all, Naruto replied and grabbing one of his cloaks made his way out of his room. The walk over to the meeting was silent. Naruto was not in the mood for idle chit-chat and Kakashi had easily picked up on that fact. When they arrived, Kakashi let Naruto go in alone while he stayed outside. As Naruto entered he had a quick look around the room. As expected, there was Shion and Tsunade sitting at opposite ends of a table. There was however 3 people Naruto didn't expect to see there. Mei, Jiraiya, and a very irritated-looking Yugito. "What's going on now?" Naruto asked. "Well, Naruto, as you may or may not know, both of these women have sent rather generous offers to me in request to marry you," Tsunade said. "Mei as well? Shion told me this morning. But I didn't know about Mei," Naruto said. "Neither did I," Shion said, slightly irritated. "Yes, well, continuing on. Jiraiya is here because he is your godfather and as such partly responsible for you. Finally, Yugito is here because, as you are well aware, she is your girlfriend and it would not be right to even talk to others about an arranged marriage without telling her or letting her be involved in some way," Tsunade said. "I see," was Naruto's only response. "Now, I must say both of your requests are very good for Konoha and would help our village immensely, probably more so Meidono's. However, there is a small problem that prevents me from accepting either of these propositions," Tsunade said. Upon hearing that, both Naruto and Yugito perked up a bit. "What problem would that be?" Shion asked. "Well, you see, Naruto is already in an agreement to marry someone," Tsunade replied. "Hi is ?/I am?" yelled the other 3 ladies and Naruto. "Yes, he is, and the only way that it can be voided is if one of the members of the agreement decided to not get married or have a relationship," Tsunade said. "Who is it? Who is the person in the agreement?" Yugito almost demanded. "Why, it is you, Yugito-chan. When you were allowed to come to Konoha, I sent papers to betroth you to each other. So as long as you two decide to get married, I cannot accept either of these wedding proposals, no matter how good they would be for Konoha," Tsunade said with a warm smile. Yugito lit up at this. She wasn't going to lose Naruto, and what was more, she had a chance to marry him and it had already been arranged between the 2 villages. Naruto was having similar thoughts at that point in time. "Marry Yugi-chan, that isn't even a difficult question. Of course I will," Naruto thought as a smile began to break out on his face for the first time all day. "Why weren't we told about this when she came to the village?" Naruto finally spoke. "I can answer that. We didn't want you both to think you were being forced into anything," Jiraiya said. "Well, I guess there is just one last thing to decide. Naruto, what are you going to do? There are 3 women who each have an agreement that can either be signed or voided. It is your choice now," Tsunade said. "Simple. In fact, I have wanted to say this for a while now. Yugito ni, will you marry me?" Naruto said, and he summoned a small box with a gold ring that had a large blue jewel in the center that was almost the same color as Naruto's eyes and had the Uzumaki swirl engraved into it. There were small diamonds around the side. "Of course I will," Yugito cried out, standing up and kissing Naruto firmly on the lips before accepting the ring he offered. "Do you like the ring?" Naruto asked. "I do, it's beautiful. Where did you get it?" Yugito replied. "From Uzu. It was the ring that the clan leaders from the main house of the Uzumaki clan always gave to their wives, and the moment I found that out I wanted you to wear it one day. So I kept it separate from the other stuff in the vault, ready to summon once I was ready to ask you, and I guess today's the day," Naruto said with a smile. Surprisingly, Mei and Shion were not that upset. Mei just seemed to be enjoying the scene she was witnessing, and Shion, while looking envious, couldn't help but feel happy for the pair. "Well, there we go. I am sorry things couldn't work out. Mei, would you allow us to accompany you to the Land of Iron tomorrow for the Cage Summit? We will need to leave then if we are going to make it on time," Tsunade offered. "Why not? Some extra conversation before we arrive will be enjoyable," Mei offered. Naruto and Yugito now were lost in their own world, just waiting for the meeting to be over so they could leave and be alone. "Well, that is all. Oh, and Naruto, I want you to join me on our trip to the Land of Iron. You and Kakashi will be my guards," Tsunade said. Naruto managed out a nod while focusing on a kunai he left in his hotel room. Activating the kunai at last, he picked up Yugito bridal style and flashed away. "What was that?" Mei and Shion both said as they looked at the place Naruto had just vanished in a yellow flash. "Oh, I think Mei would probably be able to figure it out if she really thought about it," Tsunade said before both she and the surprisingly quiet Jiraiya left the room. Chapter 74: The Decision. Tsunade and Jiraiya walked from the priestess's tower in silence until Tsunade spoke. "Looks like things all turned out for the best." "Well, you could say that, but he could have picked all 3," Jiraiya fake cried, sobbing that he had failed as a sensei. "Oh, will you shut it? He only wants one wife, and I am sure it will be a lot easier to keep one woman happy than 3," Tsunade said. "Oh, but I could have taught him how to keep them all happy," Jiraiya said with a perverted grin. "Will you ever grow up?" Tsunade asked exasperatedly. "Maybe one day. Until then I am going to have as much fun as I can," Jiraiya replied. "Come on, let's go for a drink," Tsunade suggested. "My might, Tsunade Heim, are you asking me out on a date?" Jiraiya said. "Well, I do owe you one, so maybe if you want to cash it in now then why not?" Tsunade said. "Huh, you owe me a date?" Oh yeah, when I came back alive from Ame, well then I better not waste my only opportunity to make you see my true worth, Jiraiya pronounced. Well, you better make it a good one then, Tsunade said. In Konoha, Shikamaru was busy roaming the village looking for members of their graduating class. He had not been having much luck until he finally ran into Kiba leaving a reopened Dengo store. Hey Kiba, wait up, Shikamaru called out, not wanting to run after the energetic Inuzuka. Oh hey Shikamaru, what's up? Kiba yelled back with a wave. The lazy Nara slowly made his way over to Kiba. Have you seen everyone else from our graduating class? I want to talk to everyone about what we are going to do about Sasuke. Team Guy is in as well, Shikamaru said. I hear you, that bastard has gone too far this time joining the Akatsuki. If it was me there would be groups out hunting the bastard down right now, Kiba growled. Yeah, that's exactly what I want to talk to everyone about. I have found Choji and Ino but I can't find anyone else. It's really troublesome, Shikamaru complained. Don't sweat it, I know where they all are, Kiba said confidently. Really, where? The lazy Nara asked. They're over helping with building Naruto's clan house. The place is huge, it's even bigger than the Inuzukas and we need room to raise our ninja hounds, right Akamaru, Kiba said, earning an agreeing woof from the large dog. So everyone is there? Shikamaru asked. Yeah, well except for Sakura. According to Kakashi-sensei, she has done nothing but train since she found out about Sasuke joining the Akatsuki and the other ninja villages, allowing him to be placed on a kill-on-sight order, Kiba explained. Well, it might be better if we talk it out without her first and tell her our decision. It would be far less troublesome if we do it that way, Shikamaru said. Yeah, that might be a good idea. Go get the others and meet at Naruto's build site in a couple of minutes, Kiba suggested. Alright, tell everyone what we need to discuss. I will get there as soon as I can, Shikamaru said before turning and walking away to go and fetch Ino and Choji. With Naruto. In a flash, Naruto appeared in his hotel room with Yugito in his arms. Well, it's not home, but it's the best I can do tonight and at least until our new place is built, Naruto said before kissing Yugito quickly on the lips. I like the sound our place. I was so worried when I heard about those marriage proposals. I thought I was going to lose you, Yugito said. So was I didn't expect to have been given the opportunity to marry you and have us be able to be together. I always thought you would have to go back to Kumo once the Akatsuki were dealt with, so I put off asking you to marry me, Naruto admitted. It doesn't matter anymore, I'm going to be Yugito Uzumaki Namikaze. I couldn't be happier right now, Yugito said, leaning up and kissing him on the lips with as much passion as she could. You can add ni to that if you want, you don't have to give up your last name if you don't want to, Naruto suggested. No, I think that would be far too long of a name. I am happy with just your name, Yugito said. Naruto then placed her on the couch, but she didn't want to let go and pulled him down with her. He managed to readjust himself so he was sitting next to her on the couch, but that was not good enough for the Nibi Jinchuriki and she crawled over so she was sitting on his lap facing him with her knees on either side of his thighs. I love you, she whispered before leaning in and claiming his lips in her own again. Naruto pulled back to gaze into Yugito's cat-like eyes. I love you too, he whispered back before returning to the kiss. Naruto ran his tongue along Yugito's bottom lip to beg for entry, which she was happy to oblige, and their tongues danced with each other, both searching for the taste of the other's mouth. Eventually Yugito submitted and allowed Naruto dominance. He ran his tongue all around her mouth, trying to taste every last inch. Eventually they both had to come out for air. I think we should take this to the bedroom, Naruto said. Yugito didn't answer, she just stood up and grabbed Naruto's hand in her own and began leading him to the bedroom, swaying her hips provocatively. Author's note: there is a lemon here, I can't post it on YouTube as my channel will be taken down. If you want to read it, link to the story is in the description. If you are a patron, then you can also find the unedited version over there. Naruto pulled Yugito closer to him, their legs intertwining and wrapping her close so that he could give her one last passionate kiss before the newly engaged couple faded off to sleep in each other's arms. Konoha. Shikamaru was standing in front of Teams Guy, Asuma and Kurenai. I think we all know why I asked you here. We need to discuss what we are going to do about Sasuke Uchiha, Shikamaru said. What do you suggest we do? I think it would be logical to find a point to go from, and as one of the highest ranked ninja here, your opinion should be given first, Shino suggested. Very well. I think if Sasuke has really joined or is even working with the Akatsuki, then he needs to be stopped. And as his classmates, it should be our responsibility to do it. Also, I think it would be a god idea not to burden Naruto with this. He has done enough for this village. We need to start helping him and proving that we are capable of standing with him in battle and not be left behind, Shikamaru said. A logical decision. I also believe that if Sasuke is lost, then it is our duty as his old friends to stop him by any means necessary, Shino replied. So he needs to be stopped, But what does that even mean? We don't even know what he is up to, Choji said. Maybe not, but he has been issued with a kill-on-sight order in all of the 5 great shinobi village nations. And by now every ally that any of them have, but if he needs to be killed I say we do it, Shikamaru replied. What, you expect us to kill a former comrade? Ino said in disbelief. That is exactly what I am saying. This is something that needs to be done, and it would be better if he was dealt with by us, Shikamaru restated. I agree, he has gone too far. Look what the Akatsuki did to Konoha. Whatever their final goals are, they cannot be good. And if Sasuke had joined them, then he is now an enemy of Konoha, Neji added. Yosh, Sasuke's unyouthfulness has reached new heights, and as much as it pains me I must agree with Shikamaru and Neji, Lee said in youthful enthusiasm. I still don't want him to be killed, but there is not much I can do, so I agree, Ino said. Everyone else in the group voiced their approval of their plan to make sure Sasuke is dealt with by a Konoha shinobi and preferably one of them. It's decided then. I suggest we inform Naruto and Sakura of our decision first. Naruto should be back any day now from his mission, and Sakura is currently training somewhere in one of the training grounds, Shikamaru said. I will go talk to her. I think she might take the news better if it comes from me, Ino said. That would be a great help, thanks Ino, Shikamaru said. Well, now that's all agreed on, we should think up a team who could attempt to find Sasuke. Kiba, that is definitely your area. Unfortunately, Shino, you can't go because my dad says they are about to start work on the reconstruction of the Aburame compound tomorrow, so all Aburame will be needed there for a few days, Shikamaru added. Yes, I am aware of this. It is a shame I cannot help, especially as I was not there when Sasuke left the village in the first place. I am still rather upset about that, Shino said. Also Neji, Hinata, you're both in the same boat as Shino. I suggest the team be comprised of Kiba, Lee, Ino as support medic, and myself, Shikamaru suggested. I think we should give the option to Sakura if she wants to go in my place. She was after all on his team, Ino suggested. Alright, fair enough, she may even know some of his skills that we do not, Shikamaru said. Well, I better get going if I have to talk to Sakura. This could take a while, Ino said before leaving the group of her classmates. Well, now all that's settled, let's get back to work on Naruto's place. Unlikely though it is, it would be nice for us to have even a small part of it finished for him to move into when he returns, Shino said. Why not just tell the other villagers and ninja who it's being built for? I bet once they knew Naruto was building a clan house they would all be lining up to help out, Kiba suggested. But Kiba, that is the exact reason Yugito-chan gave us not to tell everyone. They would all want to help and ignore the rest of the village because they see him as their hero, Hinata said. It was just a suggestion. It's just kind of tough when we could probably get this place done in a day with a bunch more ninja helping, Kiba moaned. That may be true, but we are still making good progress with the build anyway, Shino said. It's kinda troublesome, but do you want to help out Choji? It will be a sort of way to repay Naruto for saving everyone in the village, Shikamaru suggested. Yeah, why not? It is something to do. I would just have to help with other builds anyway, seeing as the Akimichi clan compound survived unharmed along with the Naras, Choji said. With Sakura. Sakura was currently using her monstrous strength to destroy boulders when she felt someone arrive in the training ground behind her. Hey forehead, I need to talk to you, Ino said seriously. What do you want, Ino pig? Sakura said with no maliciousness in her voice. Nothing you are going to like. It's about Sasuke-kun, Ino informed the pink-haired Kunoichi, an old rival. I already know about Sasuke. He has supposedly joined the Akatsuki and now the villages have decided that he is to be killed, Sakura said, destroying a boulder in frustration. Well, yes, but that's not all. Our other classmates have been talking and we decided if Sasuke is going to be stopped, then it should be us that do it, even if it means one of us have to kill him, Ino said sadly. I will do it. Sasuke has caused so much pain and suffering, he needs to be stopped by any means necessary. And I want to be the one to do it. It will give me the chance to at least talk to him one last time, Sakura said, determination clear in her voice. Are you sure? If you don't want to, you can stay here and others can take care of it, Ino suggested. No, I am sure. I want to be there. I wasn't strong enough to keep him from leaving. I'm going to be strong this time, Sakura said. Alright, well then, once Naruto gets back from his mission and we tell him that we will deal with Sasuke and he doesn't need to get involved, there is team put together to look for Sasuke-kun, and it looks like you are going to be taking my place as their medic, Ino said. Good, well until then I'm going to train, Sakura said. Oh alright, well if you want to talk to somebody about it, you can come to me if you want, Ino said, slightly put off by Sakura's determination. Thanks Ino, I will come to you if I need it, Sakura finished before turning back to her training. Well, that went a lot smoother than I would have thought. Seems kind of odd to me, how quickly she made up her decision on what to do about Sasuke-kun, but I am sure she knows what she is doing. Her confidence is admirable to say the least, Ino thought as she left the training ground. Demon Country. Jiraiya and Tsunade were walking through the village looking for someplace that looked nice to eat. So what do you plan to do about Danzo? You have that letter. Well, do you think it is wise to go with just 2 bodyguards when it could be so dangerous? Jiraiya asked. That is why I asked Mei if she would like to accompany me. Once we make it to the Land of Iron, I will inform Mifune of the impending attack along with the other cages. After that, it would be a simple case of beating them up when they arrive. It will take more than a bunch of Danzo's root rejects to take down any of the cages if we fight together, Tsunade said. He has Uchiha and Senju DNA in him. Are you not at all worried that he will attempt to take control of Naruto? Jiraiya questioned. I was, but as long as Naruto keeps Kyuubi suppressed, there is nothing for that old bastard to take control over, coupled with that the fact that Naruto is immune to genjutsu that are cast on him, so I don't think we will have a problem with Danzo, Tsunade said confidently. Confident as always, Haim, Jiraiya said. You could say that, but it is hard not to be confident when you see some of the things the younger generation can do. Sakura is fast becoming as skillful a medic as I am. Shikamaru is looking like a bigger tactical genius than his father. And then there is Naruto. I don't think I need to go into all of the amazing things he can do, Tsunade said. Yes, they are coming along quite nicely, Jiraiya agreed. So where are you taking me? For a date this is not very structured, Tsunade teased. Well, you didn't exactly give me a lot of planning time. How about dinner then we head to a bar? Jiraiya proposed. Sounds perfect to me. Well, hurry up and pick a place, we don't have all day, Tsunade demanded. Unknown location. Black Zetsu and Madara were walking along a tunnel that was made from a skeleton of a large animal. Everything is ready. By our estimates we now outnumber all of the 5 hidden villages combined. So you really plan on going through with this? Black Zetsu said. Of course, it has long gone past the point we can take the Jinchuriki in secret. I think that it is time we play our strongest hand, and once I make my appearance at the Cage Summit the world will once more be at war, Madara said darkly. Chapter 75, A Growing List of Problems. Naruto was laying in bed with Yugito gently clinging to his chest. They had spent the last 12 hours together in bed, either affirming their love for each other or just holding each other while they slept. Naruto could do little but stroke the women he loved hair as she slept and purred contentedly into his chest. It was the early hours of the morning, but Naruto had already had a long sleep, so he was far from tired. Eventually Yugito stirred and rose from her own slumber. Morning, Naru-kun, have you been up long? She said groggily yet happily. Not long, I was just admiring how beautiful you are when you sleep. But you are still just as lovely when you are awake, Naruto complimented. So, what's the plan now? We still have quite a few hours before you are supposed to meet up with Tsunade-sama and Kakashi for your trip to the Land of Iron. We could always go for another round. After all, I don't think I could ever get enough of you, she purred seductively. Sounds like an idea, but what do you say we go for a walk? I am kinda hungry, there is bound to be something open this late at night. After all, we have been in bed for so long, Naruto said. Yeah, I am a bit hungry myself. Let's get dressed and go look for something to eat. I don't suppose room service works at 4:30 in the morning, Yugito moaned. I don't think so, Yugi-chan. Besides, it might be good to get out of this bed at least for a little while, Naruto laughed quietly. Maybe you are right, but that still doesn't mean that I like it, she complained as she found and put on her bra that was currently hanging on a handle to the wardrobe. The recently engaged couple got dressed and made their way out into the cool night air before starting to make their way to an area of town they expected to have some stores that would be open late at night. They arrived in an open plaza that was still full of life. Mostly civilians that were enjoying a night out at one of the many bars and nightclubs that were scattered around the area. There is bound to be a place to eat around here, Naruto said, looking over the area on the lookout for something to eat. Hey, look over there, Yugito whispered into Naruto's ear and tapping him on the shoulder. Huh? Did you find somewhere to eat? Naruto asked. No, I didn't, but look. It's Tsunade and Jiraiya, and they are leaving that bar together, Yugito said. Oh, that's nothing new, they always get drunk together, Naruto said. I don't think that's what it is this time, Yugito said as a smile crossed her face. Why do you say that? Naruto questioned. Well, they are holding each other's hand and look rather happy together. Let's follow them, that way we can know what is going on for sure, Yugito said. Okay, that's it, you are spending way too much time with sensei, now you want to start peeking on people, Naruto teased. That's not it, I think they might actually be on a date. Come on, let's follow them, what's the worst thing that can happen? Yugito said. Well, as they are 2 of the Sannin and 2 of the best shinobi to ever come out of Konoha, the worst that could happen is are found following them and killed with them, thinking we are other ninja trying to assassinate them. I am sure it could be worse, but I don't have the same overactive imagination that Daru has, Naruto said. Yes, I am sure if I asked him, our following the two Sannin would have earth-shattering effects bordering on the absurd. Yugito chuckled, thinking about her friend with the overactive imagination. Well then, what are we waiting for? Naruto said with a smile and began dragging Yugito along with him as he followed after his surrogate parents. Didn't you just say that we shouldn't do this? Yugito questioned. No, I said it could be dangerous, not that I didn't want to do it, Naruto laughed. So basically, despite how dangerous it might be, that just makes you want to do it more, right? Yugito chuckled. That does sound like me. Where is the fun if there isn't any risk? Naruto replied. I swear you're such a child, Yugito joked. Oh, you love it. Now let's hurry before they get away, Naruto chuckled. Fine, let's do this, Yugito said, showing her enthusiasm for their task of spying on the elder shinobi. They followed Jiraiya and Tsunade back to Tsunade's hotel and were given quite a large shock when Tsunade gave Jiraiya a kiss, which even seemed to shock the Toad Sage, but he seemed to come to his senses moments later and return the kiss. What are you two doing here? Came a voice from behind Naruto and Yugito, and the pair twirled around quickly with innocent looks on their faces to see Kakashi sitting in a tree, also watching the spectacle going on in front of the hotel room. We were just out for a walk and we saw Jiraiya-sensei and Tsunade-ba-chan and we. Hey, wait a minute. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here? Naruto questioned. Kakashi began to sweat a little. In truth, he was doing the exact same thing as Naruto and Yugito, spying on the Sannin. I was simply doing my duty, in protecting the Hokage. That is why I was brought along after all, Kakashi said, indignantly, hoping to get the young sage to believe him. Whatever, Kakashi-sensei, you saw Sensei and Ba-chan together and decided to spy on them, Naruto said. Well, yes, Kakashi said, dropping his head in shame of being caught. Well, I guess we are not any better. We woke up hungry, so we went out to find something to eat and saw Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama leaving a bar, so we decided to follow them as well, Yugito admitted. During their discussion, they failed to realize that they had lost track of the two Sannin. Kakashi was the first one to realize that they had lost their targets. Well, looks like they have gone. This was our hotel, so they probably went inside. I guess we will just have to ask Jiraiya-sama how his date went later, Kakashi moped. Wait, did you just say date? Naruto asked, shocked. Yeah, apparently Tsunade lost a bet or something and had to go out on at least one date with Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi chuckled. She should have known she was going to lose. I mean, she never wins a bet unless something horrible happens, Naruto said. Maybe she wanted to lose, that's why she made the bet, Yugito guessed. Well, she did seem quite happy before we lost track of them, Naruto agreed. It doesn't matter now, we will have to find out later. I suggest we all get back to what we were doing and maybe get some more rest. We have a long journey ahead of us tomorrow. And I am not letting you get out of it by just giving us one of your kunai to summon you if we get into trouble, Kakashi lectured. Ah man, I was counting on that. Oh well, let's go get something to eat and head back to the hotel, Yugi-chan, Naruto suggested, to which she nodded, and the young couple left the copy ninja sitting in the tree alone, unsure whether or not it was safe to return to his room without running into Tsunade and Jiraiya and then have to explain what he was doing out at this time of the early morning. Naruto and Yugito finally found an all-night Dengo store and entered to vanquish the hunger that got them out of bed. It's about time. I was beginning to think we lost our chance to eat when we decided to follow Sensei, Naruto sighed. We should remember to eat early next time, even if it means stopping our fun, Yugito said. Yeah, you're right, but I can guarantee it will happen again, Naruto chuckled. They ordered a large supply of Dengo and then began to make their way back to their hotel, eating while they walked. Land of Iron. Damn, it's cold here. When does this cage meeting even start? Suigetsu complained as he awoke with the sun. Sasuke, who was the last person on guard duty, just ignored his companion and watched as the sunlight began to reflect off the white powdery snow. White Zetsu was the next to show himself. Neither Sasuke or Suigetsu knew where he went, but the fact that he rose from underground made them think he may have slept there for warmth. Tell me, when is this cage summit going to start? We have been here for days now and still no sign of any of the cages, Sasuke demanded. Just in 1 day's time, they should begin arriving today. I would expect the Raikage to arrive first, with Kumo being the closest of the three villages, and the fact that it was who called for the meeting, White Zetsu replied. Well, if we still have to wait a day, can we at least find a hotel or tavern for us to stay in so we are not camping out on the side of this mountainside? Suigetsu whined. No, if we do that, then there is a possibility that we will be seen and recognized. You are all high-profile missing ninja since the incident with the Hachibi Jinchuriki, Zetsu informed the water-based ninja. Can't we just take out the Hokage on the way to the summit? Suigetsu suggested. She is not my main target. We want Danzo. The Hokage will just be a bonus. So we can't attack the summit until Danzo makes his move, Sasuke said. He is right, plus in the chaos Danzo's men created should be easy to move in and take out your targets, Zetsu reasoned. Exactly what I was thinking, and then with Danzo and the Hokage out of the way, only the Dobi and that idiotic sensei of his can stand in my way when I go to finish off the people of Konoha, Sasuke said. Well, that is very optimistic. Konoha is considered the strongest of the hidden villages after all. I doubt you would have the kind of success you think without them putting up a damn good fight, Zetsu reasoned. They were once the strongest village. Now without the Uchiha they are nothing, a mere shadow of their former self. It is a village rotten to the core with the blood of my clan and the sacrifice of my brother they refuse to acknowledge, Sasuke seethed. Demon country. Naruto again woke before Yugito, but this time he was not rising early. A quick look at the clock told him that if he didn't get out of bed soon he would be late for meeting up with Tsunade and Kakashi. Yugi-chan, I'm sorry but you need to wake up. I have to leave soon, Naruto whispered to the naked blonde sleeping on his chest. Yugito stirred slowly before looking up at Naruto. Can it wait a bit longer? I'm not ready to give you up, she moaned. Sorry Yugi-chan, but I gotta get going, and I am sure Jiraiya-sensei will be waiting for you as well, Naruto said. Gah, fine. But you owe me when you get home, Yugito complained. I promise I will make it up to you, Naruto assured her. After a quick shower that they both shared, which in the end required them to spend quite a bit longer than they had planned, they were running late. Packing up their stuff, Naruto and Yugito both made their way towards the meeting place they had organized to meet up with Kakashi and the two Sannin. It was not surprising that Naruto and Yugito were the last people to arrive. After all, with Kakashi staying in the same hotel as Tsunade, she would not allow him to be his usual 2 to 3 hours late. You two are late. I told Mei we would meet her at the northern gate in 5 minutes. Now we need to hurry, Tsunade said grumpily. Sorry Ba-chan, we kinda slept in, Naruto said with a sheepish smile. I bet you did, Jiraiya laughed. That isn't helping sensei, Naruto moaned. It doesn't matter, let's just go. If we are going to do anything serious about the Akatsuki then this meeting is vitally important, Tsunade said. Oh, that reminds me of something my dad told me when I almost transformed into Kyuubi while fighting Nagato, Naruto said. You talked to Minato-sensei? Kakashi said, shocked. He must have sealed a small piece of his own soul and chakra away with Kyuubi's, Jiraiya theorized. Yeah, that's what he told me. Anyway, when I was talking to him he said the person behind the Akatsuki and the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha 16 years ago was Madara Uchiha, Naruto said. You're kidding, right? There is no way that he could still be alive. My grandfather defeated him at the Valley of the End, Tsunade said. I know, but my dad was positive that it was him, Naruto repeated. Minato was never one to make wild accusations. If he thinks it is him then it most likely is, Jiraiya said. But that is just impossible. Madara Uchiha would have to be over 100 years old by now, Yugito said. She is right, besides there was no mention of Madara in that book Kabuto gave you, Tsunade said. It's because he was working in the backgrounds influencing Nagato's decisions. He has shown himself recently however as the masked Akatsuki member, Tobi, Naruto said. Well, that might explain why there was no information on him other than his name, Jiraiya added. Great, just another thing to add to the list of problems we need to deal with at this cage summit, Tsunade complained. What else is there other than the Akatsuki? I realize that we'll probably want to talk about Sasuke, but he is a member of the Akatsuki now, Naruto said. Danzo is planning on attacking the cage summit, taking up by surprise and outnumbering us, Tsunade said. Kami, is there anything that old bastard won't do if he thinks it could help him gain power, Naruto grumbled. I really don't know. I mean, look at what he did with the eyes of all those Uchiha and the cells of my grandfather. That is why I want to get there kind of early to warn the other cages. I will tell Mei about it on our trip, but we will still need to tell the others and certainly Mifune Dono, Tsunade said. I see your point, we better pick up the pace then, Naruto suggested. The group arrived to find Mei and her guards waiting for them at the gate. Tsunade Dono, good morning, Mei said with a friendly smile. You too, Mei Dono. I think we should probably continue the pleasantries on the road so as to not waste any time. I have an important issue to discuss in relation to an attack that may occur at the summit, Tsunade informed the Mizukage. An attack? Who would be stupid enough to do something like that? Mei asked. A son of a bitch, that's who, Naruto grumbled. Yes, quite, Tsunade agreed with a sly smile at Naruto's brief description of Danzo's most potent personality trait. Well, perhaps we should discuss it and what steps we can take in preparation on the way. Are you taking 4 bodyguards? I thought there was a limit on 2, Mei said. Oh no, Jiraiya and Yugito will be heading back to Konoha now. They will be leaving in the opposite direction as us once we leave, Tsunade assured the Mizukage. I see, Well, let's not waste any more time then, shall we? May concluded, and her group began making their way out of the gate in the direction of the Land of Iron. Tsunade and Kakashi followed them soon after, just leaving Naruto to say a quick goodbye to Yugito. I will be back in a few days, stay safe. Oh, and if you need me, take one of my kunai and throw it into the ground and I will be there in a flash, Naruto said, handing Yugito a kunai before leaning in and giving her a quick kiss. Don't worry, I will be safe, but make sure you keep yourself safe as well. Last thing I need is for you to come back injured. I don't know how I could cope trying to stop you from training or using large amounts of chakra. It's bad enough having to keep an eye on your sensei over there, she said, pointing at Jiraiya, who recognized that he was being told off and lowered his head appropriately. Sometimes I forget, he moped in the background. Can you try and escape to a training ground at least twice a day, even if it is only to go spy on women, you old pervert, Yugito replied. The couple exchanged one last goodbye kiss and Naruto left to chase after the two cages and their guards. Naruto caught up with the group just as Tsunade finished informing Mei about Danzo's plan. So you are saying that this was sent from someone inside Danzo's root organization? Well then, is it possible that this is false information? Mei queried. I suppose that is possible, but most indications point to it being accurate. The way it was sent proves that he had to fight to break his control seal in order to send us the information. In any case, real or not, it would be unwise not to take this as a serious threat, Tsunade said. I agree. No matter what this man is planning, we can't let him stop the Cage Summit. Even if it comes to naught, we will need to make preparations for a violent engagement with Danzo and his Rudao said. Tsunade nodded in agreement, but Mei seemed not to hear him. In fact, what she heard was quite different. No. Man. Can't make preparations for engagement. Ow, shut up or I will kill you, Mei whispered into the one-eyed man's ear as she walked. Ow gulped, wondering what it was he said, but decided to remain quiet for a while. The question is, what are we going to do about it? I am sure he will have some sensors that will make him think twice about attacking if he knows that both Naruto and Kakashi are my bodyguards. Maybe that will be enough to make him drop this ridiculous plan, Tsunade said. I think we should use this chance to be rid of him, Kakashi suggested. I don't think we will be able to make our decision until we talk to the other cages. A trap does sound like a good idea. Clearly, if he is planning on attacking the summit, he wants to do away with all of us, so he needs to be stopped. Question is, do we do it at the summit or wait until he shows himself later, Mei added. Mei is right, we can't put any counterplan into action without first at least informing the other cages and leader of the Land of Iron, Naruto concluded. Konoha. Shikamaru was currently helping out at Naruto's clan house. Despite how lazy he was, he felt compelled to help in the construction, simply as a thank you for saving the village. Man, this is so troublesome. Why did he have to build such a large clan compound? This place is huge. It's bigger than the Nara compound by a long way. The only thing that compares to it is the old Uchiha district, the lazy Nara complained. Yeah, but it is going to be something when it is finished, Kiba said. I still don't get it. Sure, he may want to build for the future, but where is he going to get the money to pay for all of this, Shikamaru said flatly. Beats me. Maybe his parents left him a fortune or something, Kiba suggested. Maybe, it's too troublesome to think about anyway, Shikamaru said. It was at that time Sakura arrived. Hey Shikamaru, I need to know when we are leaving to look for Sasuke-kun. I don't want to be caught out and left behind, she said as she arrived inside the large wall that bordered Naruto's new complex. Yeah, no worries. I was thinking of going when Naruto got back from his mission. That way we could tell him what we were going to do, and also that we wanted to do this without him if it was possible. We can't keep relying on Naruto to fight our battles for us after all, Shikamaru said. Then I think we should leave before he gets back, Sakura said. What, why? Kiba asked. Let's face it, Naruto will never let us go without him. The only way to make sure we do this by ourselves is to leave without telling him, Sakura answered. I don't like to admit it, but she is right. I seriously doubt Naruto would allow us to go hunt Sasuke without him, Shikamaru added. But Naruto was due back yesterday. He could be back any minute now, Kiba said. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that too much, came a voice from behind the group of former rookies. There, sitting on the stone wall smoking a cigarette, was Asuma. Asuma-sensei, what do you mean? Shikamaru asked. Naruto won't be back for almost a week. He has gone with Kakashi and Tsunade-sama to the Cage Summit in the Land of Iron. I thought your father would have told you, Shikamaru. He has been left in charge of the major decisions in the village while she is gone after all, Asuma said. So basically Naruto is gone for another week. That means if we can start our search for Sasuke, we might even be able to get the job done without Naruto even finding out, and we can tell him afterwards, Shikamaru surmised. Well, I guess you could, but do you really think it is smart doing this without him? I mean, the reason Sasuke is a wanted man right now is because he was able to capture the Raikage's brother, who was a very powerful ninja, and he has a team with him. Don't underestimate your opponents, Shikamaru. I thought you of all people would know this, Asuma lectured. It's not like I wouldn't want Naruto there, but this is something we need to do to help us grow, and to prove to us all that it is not only Naruto who has grown a lot since he has returned, Shikamaru said. Very well, I won't try and stop you. But you better come back. Naruto wouldn't be happy if he found out his friends did something like this without including him, Asuma said. Don't worry, sensei, I have no desire to die just yet, Shikamaru replied. One day later, Land of Iron. The trip to the Land of Iron had been a pleasant experience. There were no bandit attacks or unnecessary stops. More importantly for Naruto, Mei came to him and wished him the best of luck with Yugito and apologized for the wedding proposal. Naruto was happy to accept and they fast became friends. "Ga, let's hurry up and get inside, it's freezing out here," Naruto complained as snow lightly fell around him. So, the mighty Namikaze has a weakness after all, he doesn't like the cold, Mei laughed. I wouldn't say so much a weakness, more of a discomfort, besides Kyuubi keeps me far warmer than most people would be, but I guess when it is really cold like it is at the moment then it gets to me, Naruto said, rubbing his shoulders. Well, you should have worn something warmer than your sage cloak and a black muscle shirt, Tsunade lectured. Well, I didn't exactly have time to go home and pick out some warmer clothes. You came and got me yesterday from Demon Country where it was warm, Naruto whined. Oh well, it can't be helped, Kakashi said with a smile. He was wrapped up in a warm cloak. They soon arrived at the place the meeting was being held and walked up to what looked like a large underground cave entrance. Two samurai greeted them and soon they were joined by an older man around Jiraiya's age with bandages wrapped around his head and long gray hair with matching mustache and goatee. Ah, Tsunade Hime Dono, a pleasure to see you both. A Dono and Oonoki Dono have already arrived. We are just waiting for the arrival of the young Kazekage. Gaara, I think his name was, Mifune greeted. Well, Suna have the longest distance to travel. I am sure Gaara Dono will be here shortly. Before we begin, I need to tell you about information we received regarding an attack on the summit, Tsunade said. I see, well, come inside and tell everyone while we wait for Gaara Dono. This must be a serious threat if they would even consider attacking the strongest group of 5 ninja in the elemental nations. Oh, and welcome to the Land of Iron, and of course the 5-cage summit, Mifune said before leading everyone into the underground complex. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.